kids 'cause what I was going through, and I was still young. So I let her stay with her father. I think she was like, oh, she was like, Dad got like 10 or younger because he got sick.
Her dad?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And is Paulette, does she have a relationship now with the family, or still have a relationship?
Oh, yes, always had a relationship.
All right. Okay. Before Ronnie turns an adult then, is there ever any time you do get him back and he's living with you?
No, she would never give him back to me.
All right. While Ronnie Walker is living with Gloria, your sister, do you know, and only if you know, whether he had any contact ever with his father?
No, never.
All right, let me talk to you about a little bit more recent times. Do you have any grandchildren from your son, Ronnie Walker?
Yes, I have 3.
Three. Had 3. Tell the jury a little bit about your grandchildren's name, Ronnie Walker's children.
Ronell Walker, Ron J. Walker, and Parrish. I don't know her last. I don't know if she has her mother last name. I don't know.
Do you see Paris?
Well, I seen her at her brother's funeral. She went to his funeral. That's the last time I seen her. But she's in the army.
Oh, okay. Very good. Could you spell Ron J's for us for the court reporter, if you can?
It's what now?
Ron J's name.
I think it's A-J-Y. I don't know.
It's okay.
But his mother, no.
Okay. All right. And do you know where Ron J, Ronnie Walker's son, is now?
He's incarcerated right now.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened to Ronell, Ronnie's son, Ronell Walker.
Well, he stayed with his daddy. His daddy got him and kept him and I call him Waikiki. They kept him for a while because the way his mother was bringing him up, he didn't know anything. I don't know if they would treat him like he was a dog because she had to train him to not eat off the floor. He wanted his food on the floor. So she trained him how to eat, how to take a bath. He didn't know anything.
Tell the jury what happened to Ronell in the last couple of years, please.
Well, I raised after Waikiki still had me. He came and lived with me up until he was like 18. Then he went back and lived with her. He would never go back to his mom because where they treated him. So.
And was Ronell murdered?
Yes, he was murdered.
And do you know if it was gunshot wounds?
A gunshot wound.
Okay. All right. Do you know if that affected Ronnie?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times when Mr. Walker would visit Ronell's gravesite?
Every day.
Did you ever go?
Yeah, I just didn't like the environment that was there. So I went out there when it was, I think it was coming up for the day he got killed on, or the day he got killed on.
Okay.
So they always goes out there on the 12th. They'll go on his birthday, the 13th,
His birthday or the anniversary of his death.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
About that same time, approximately 2021, did your mom pass away?
Yes.
What was her name?
Thelma Hamilton.
Thelma Hamilton. And was that then Ronnie's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Walker's. Was Mr. Walker close with your mom, his grandmother?
Yes.
Do you know, and only if you know, whether her death around that same time affected Ronnie in 2021?
Yes.
And today, is Ronnie still close to his siblings, the ones he was with and the ones he reunited with?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you some photographs. will be the time then, if you could read the stipulation concerning Defense Exhibit A, 1 through 6, and then I will approach the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a stipulation regarding the defense composite A 1 through 6. It's hereby stipulated by and between the defendant Ronnie Walker and the state of Florida that the photographs introduced in the defendant's composite Exhibit A 1 through 6 were located by Detective Jacob Wieland in Ronnie Walker's vehicle.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit A 1 through 6. I would like you to go ahead and just look at these photographs and see if you recognize the people in them, and then if you do, we will talk about them. No, you're not gonna publish it. You expected that I wasn't gonna be able to do it? No, I know you can. Just.
Yes,
Do you recognize the mainly children in those photos?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move Defense Exhibit A 1 through 6 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted as defense A 1 through 6, and you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. All right, A1, Defense Exhibit A1. We're going to look at these briefly. Who is this, Miss Hamilton?
That's his daughter, Paris.
That's Paris. And Defense Exhibit A, that's out of order. Let's do Defense Exhibit A2. Tell the jury who was in this photograph.
That's Ron J.
That's Ron J. Okay. Defense Exhibit A3. Who is in this photograph, Miss Hamilton?
It's Ron J and his cousins.
Okay. Ron J is
The
over
one-
here?
No, the one have the white on.
The white, okay. Is it Halloween in this photo?
Yes.
As far as you know, okay. Okay. Defense Exhibit A4, Miss Hamilton, who was in this photograph?
Ron J and his mother.
Okay, and what's his mom's name?
I call her Waikiki. I can't think her name.
You call her what?
I call her Waikiki.
Waikiki, okay. All right, Defense Exhibit A5, who is in this photograph, Miss Hamilton?
Ron J.
This is Ron J. All right. And, oop, I went out of focus. All right, and finally, Defense Exhibit A6, tell the jury who this is.
That's Ron Neal,
Okay. So this is Ronell, the
deceased.
deceased. Okay. All right, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm handing you what has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit B. I'm going to hand you these. Tell us if you recognize that, and if so, we'll talk about them more.
Yes,
Are you in those photographs?
yes.
Or partially, right? All right. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move Defense Exhibit B into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection? No objection. To be granted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Defense Exhibit B, we're gonna label this 1. There we go. All right. Tell us, Ms. Hamilton, what this picture depicts, please.
Well, we was in the cemetery. It was me, Ronnie, me, and my granddaughter. Well, I don't know who this lady is. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. All right, let's point out, just for the jury, this gentleman right here, who is that?
That's Ronnie Walker.
Okay, so that's your son Ronnie,
Yes.
Mr. Walker. And is this you over here? A little
Yes.
bit out of the picture in the blue.
Yes.
All right. And you indicated that woman, though, and I'm pointing to the woman with the gray shirt, the short hair, standing next to Mr. Walker. You don't know who that person is?
No, it was just Ken, I guess. I don't know who they was.
Okay. Okay, Defense Exhibit B2. What does this picture depict?
This is my granddaughter, Paula. That is her son, and Ronnie Walker.
Okay.
That's all.
The woman in the white with the shorts, is that Paulette?
Her name is Paula.
Paula.
Yeah, that's my granddaughter.
Okay. Oh, it's your granddaughter. Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. And this gentleman in the middle here, is that Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
And finally, Defense B3, what does this picture depict?
It's me on the end,
Okay.
and Ronnie, and I don't know who the
That
lady
same
is.
woman you don't know.
I'm not
Okay.
going
All
to
right.
say who it was.
What's happening in that picture? Can you tell? It looks like, are they releasing balloons?
Yeah, they just say we say the prayer, and we release the balloons,
Okay.
and they were just watching them go up.
Okay. And you said the gravesite would be visited times such as the death of Ronell when he was murdered, his birthday, things like that.
Yes, well they go. His mother and them go out there all the time. You know, I ride by there, but I don't go down there because I don't like the people that hang around. Because at that time, when we had his funeral, it was somebody got killed on his grave. Because then they had the different gangs and, you know, stuff like that, saying that this person tore up this grave, and my son was about a guy that had got killed. And
Ronell?
yes,
Yeah.
and they didn't want run their grave by him, but it's just a lot of motion going on between the young guys.
So it's tough for you. That's
Yeah,
why you
so-
don't go. Okay,
I choose not to go. So.
understood. All right, and as Ronnie Walker was growing up, did you and him talk about the Bible?
Oh, sure, all the time.
All right, and finally, and may I approach the witness one final time, Judge?
Granted.
Okay, I'm handing you what is marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move Defense Exhibit C into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objection? No objection. Will be admitted and may publish.
Thank you, Judge. All right, tell us who the gentlemen are in this photograph, Defense Exhibit C.
It's Ronnie,
Okay.
my nephew David, and my nephew James.
Okay. So Ronnie Walker is on the right,
Yes,
and is this Davis George?
yes.
All right, and who is the gentleman on the left?
That's his oldest brother, James.
Okay, that is Davis George's son,
No, that's his brother.
his brother. Got it. All right. And let me just ask you then, Ms. Hamilton, and I'm going to wrap up, and then Mr. Terry or Ms. Fawcett will have a chance to speak to you, but do you love your son?
Yes,
Do you support Ronnie Walker?
yes.
Yep. May I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me take you back real quick to before Ronnie went to live with Gloria. Would Ronnie stay in his room a lot of times by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why? Only if you know.
I get, cause his sickness, you know, he like the dark,
Because of
Like
his
he's-
sickness, he liked the dark.
like he do now. You know, he love to stay in the room in the dark.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You are Ronnie Walker's mother, correct?
Yes,
And you've always done all that you can to love and support him, is that correct?
yes.
You indicated that you would talk to him about the Bible.
Oh, yes, plenty. Well, he talks to me,
Okay.
you know.
So you tried to instill in him good qualities.
Yes,
Did you counsel him on right and wrong?
yes,
And even though you said you were young, maybe 21, 22, when you had him, did you work?
yes,
Did you work at hotels,
yes,
laundry services,
yes,
cleaning services?
yes,
Okay. And even after Ronnie Walker's father left, you continued to try to instill in him good values, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, do you remember at all telling him that it's okay to hurt anyone?
I would never say,
Did you make it a point to instill in him that it's important to treat people with kindness and respect?
I always taught my kids that.
You thought that to all six?
Yes,
Okay. And when it came time, when Ronnie Walker, when you were pregnant with him, you went to the hospital, yes?
yes,
For
mhm,
your treatments?
yes,
You took whatever prenatal vitamins you were given, is that correct?
yes,
You tried to take good care of yourself while you were pregnant with him,
yes,
as did you with all your other children, correct?
yes,
In fact, after he was born, you said that he had pneumonia.
yes,
You saw to it that he got help in the hospital.
yes,
You visited him while he was in the hospital.
yes,
You took care of him, is
Yes.
that correct?
yes,
And ultimately, when you determined that he had seizures, you took him for treatment constantly, correct?
yes. When he had appointment,
You saw to it that he got to his appointments,
yes,
even though you had not that much money, is that correct?
correct.
You still strive to make sure that he was well cared for.
Yes,
You've always loved him,
yes,
always supported him.
yes,
Even now, you are here in support of him, correct?
correct.
And you supported your other children as well.
Yes,
And when Ronnie was born and you lived in a particular neighborhood, for food you worked and you got food stamps, correct?
yes,
So he never actually went hungry.
no,
You saw to it that he was well fed.
yes,
You were never abusive.
no,
You never once hit him or did anything to harm him. Is that correct?
correct.
And in fact, when you needed to discipline him, you would send him to his room rather than beat him or anything, correct?
Correct.
You made sure that he always had a roof over his head.
Yes,
And from the age of birth till 10, he lived with you.
yes,
And even after his father left, you continued to support him.
yes,
You continued to love him.
yes,
You saw to it that he went to school.
yes,
You did your best to make sure that when they determined that he was a stammerer, and I think you said he stuttered or he stammered, is that
Yeah.
correct?
yes,
You saw to it that he got help for it at
Yes.
school.
yes,
When he needed help or when the teachers needed to speak to you about Ronnie Walker, did you see to it that you went to the school?
yes,
Were you intimately involved in in the well-being of your son?
yes,
And when in fact you couldn't take your son, Ronnie Walker, to an appointment and you were about to lose him, you sought family to help out, correct? You sought your sister to help.
yes,
You didn't want him to just go to anyone, right? So you asked your sister to step in.
yes,
And your sister did in fact step in.
yes,
And so Ronnie remained with family.
yes,
And you have a family, you have siblings, correct?
Yes,
And was it that you said that you had 7 siblings?
yes,
Okay. And 5 are left.
yes,
At the time Ronnie was born, though, you had 7 siblings, correct?
yes. Mm-hmm.
And were all of them involved in your life?
Well, we go and see each other, you know.
So you had family around. You come from a big family, correct?
Yes,
And would you say that your siblings showed love and support for Ronnie?
yes, mm,
Did you have brothers?
yes.
How many?
I had 3 brothers.
3 brothers? Were they older or younger?
1 older and 2 younger.
Did they show love to Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
Were they role models to him in any way?
Well, my second oldest brother was incarcerated.
Okay.
My other brother, baby brother, he was in his life.
He was in his life.
You know.
Okay. If Ronnie needed counsel from a man, you know, as he's growing up to be a man, were your brothers people who were willing to step in to help?
Well, yeah, they would. You know.
How about cousins? Did Ronnie Walker have cousins?
Oh, yeah.
Did he have cousins that loved him?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did you, as a family, do things together? You, your siblings, cousins, did you have big family events?
Oh, yeah, we always have events.
And Ronnie Walker was a part of that, correct?
Yes.
And while you do have people in your family that were incarcerated, there were also people who were hardworking and productive, correct?
Yes. Mm.
And was Ronnie Walker exposed to these individuals in your family that were hardworking and productive?
Yes. Mm.
In all the time that even after Ronnie Walker moved out and lived with your sister, you went to see him almost every day or every other day, correct?
Correct.
You bought him clothes.
Yes.
You made sure he was well fed and well taken care of. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if he needed if he had any medical needs, you saw to it that he got those needs met, correct?
Well, I couldn't go beyond that.
You couldn't go beyond that. Is that what you said?
If my sister asked me
Yeah,
to do it, I do it.
you would do it.
Yes.
So, and if you saw for yourself that Ronnie Walker had a need, would you seek to meet that need?
Oh, yes.
Did you get a second job in order to meet the needs of Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
When Ronnie Walker was living with you, you didn't drink alcohol, correct?
No,
You never got drunk in front of him or acted unseemly, correct?
no, I never drank when they was younger.
Okay. Were you doing drugs in front of Ronnie Walker from the ages of birth to 10?
No.
Was Ronnie Walker a crack baby? Were you smoking crack? Were you using crack or cocaine or anything when you were pregnant?
No. Oh,
So when you were pregnant, you didn't do drugs?
no.
Okay. Now, you said that you had, that you suffer from some mental health problems. When Ronnie was living with you, were you ever hospitalized for any kind of mental health breakdown?
No.
Okay, so when did you get diagnosed with some kind of mental health condition?
When I got on the drugs.
Which is when? Is it after Ronnie Walker left your home?
Yes.
Okay, so after Ronnie was at least 10 years old and no longer in your custody, you got involved in drugs.
Yes.
And then you got diagnosed with a mental health condition.
Yes.
But that was not while you were living with Ronnie Walker.
Right.
Did you do anything or act out in any way due to your mental illness that have impacted Ronnie Walker?
No.
In any fits of mental health, did you ever abuse Ronnie Walker physically, mentally, emotionally?
No.
Now, you indicated that when Ronnie Walker lived with you, you lived in the back, I think you said in the back area in the neighborhood. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes,
So this is a quieter part of the neighborhood, correct?
yes,
And you said that there were older individuals there.
yes,
And Mr. Walker was born in the 70s, right?
yes.
And in that time frame, was it sort of like communities helped bring up children?
Well, yes, because they see them do something wrong, they'll say something to them, or they'll come and let you know if they did something.
So the older people in the neighborhood also would help you in some ways with Ronnie Walker. If they noticed something wrong, they would tell you,
Oh,
correct?
yes, mm-hmm,
You all looked out for each other in that neighborhood.
yes.
Okay. And when DCF got involved and you lost custody of Ronnie Walker, it wasn't because you were abusive towards Ronnie Walker, correct?
Yes,
It wasn't that, right?
no.
It was simply you missed taking him to some appointments,
Yeah,
correct?
yes,
And you didn't have a vehicle, so you didn't know how to accomplish that.
yes,
Okay. Ronnie Walker also has siblings,
yes,
and if you know, do his siblings love him?
yes,
Do his children love him?
yes,
Do his cousins love him?
yes,
Do they show support for him?
yes,
Have they always shown support for him?
yes.
And prior to this incident, was Ronnie Walker living with you and Erica Sweet?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
So Mr. Walker always had a home in your home, correct?
Yes.
And in 2022, he lived with you and Erica Sweet, correct? Okay. And all of his life, if he needed a home, your home has always been open to him, correct?
Yes.
We have looked at some pictures of your family and Ronnie Walker. Mr. Walker's children are now, what, 18 and 19 years old, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so these pictures are from when they were younger.
Yes.
All right. For when this picture, this is his daughter, and she's now, what, 19 years old?
Yes.
Okay. So his children are adults.
Yes.
And his son that was murdered, that happened in 2021, correct?
Yes.
So it would have been prior to the murder in this case, prior to this incident. It would have happened before May the 6th of 2022. Okay. At any time in Ronnie Walker's life, have you ever abandoned him?
No.
And you said that you sometimes talk to Ronnie Walker's biological father.
Well, it's been a minute.
I'm sorry.
It's been a while since I talked to him.
Okay. But to your knowledge, he's never been in Ronnie Walker's life,
Oh, no.
which means he's never been abusive emotionally, physically, or in any way mentally towards Ronnie Walker.
I agree, never met him.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Read it right.
Ms. Hamilton, will you tell the jury what your mental illness diagnosis is, please?
Bipolar schizophrenia.
And are you getting treatment for that?
Well, now, I go sometimes I feel bad.
When Ronnie was about 10 and he starts living with Gloria, did he start using marijuana? Can't say? That's okay. All right, and we were talking about you visiting Ronnie Walker when he was living with Gloria. Were there conflicts between you and Gloria in terms of how Ronnie's being raised, where he's living?
Well, that's how he was raised now. You know, you live back to living too, but more how he was being raised.
And you've described that as living in bad neighborhoods,
Yes.
changing schools a lot. Okay. The drugs and the violence.
Yes.
Okay. All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you so much, Ms. Hamilton. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Williams, be excused. Any objection to the witness being excused?
No, she's excused.
You're free. Attorneys approach, go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. You can stretch your legs, get some coffee. I think you might have some creamer by now. All rise, Your Excellency. Selfie.
Good morning. Good morning. So,
I thought you was. Any matters we need to discuss?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
all right. So, looks like they're taking a little break. But to answer CB's question, how do I feel about Mr. Walker being given the DP? I am pro DP. I think that if you take somebody's life, your life can be taken too. And I think that everybody who mess with them kids should be put. They should be put down. I really do. Um, yeah. In his situation, I think it was you took a little girl life. She didn't have a chance to live hers, and at this point, you've lived yours. So I think that I'm pro DP. Um, as far as the Diddy trial goes, I did post down that Mark, the lead attorney, is going to be doing the closing. They're going to be giving 4 hours. He's going to be giving 3 hours, and then the rebuttal is going to be for an hour. Um, given that, so So they say that he began to address the jurors in a final push to convince them that Combs is not guilty of running a criminal enterprise aimed at satisfying his sexual desires. He accused the prosecutors of putting his client on trial for his lifestyle, and that's not a crime. He says that it is a trial of lifestyle. If you want to call it swingers, that's what it is. That is what the evidence shows, he told the jurors. The prosecutors have charged one of the most serious, complicated, and comprehensive statutes on the books, basically saying that they charged with RICO, and it's complicated and it's serious, and he don't think that they fulfilled it. The defense lawyer called his client a highly successful businessman, which we all believe. I think that he is. And he's become something that is very, very hard to be. He is a self-made, successful Black entrepreneur. I cannot disagree there. He said that Mark is leaning in heavy on the devotion of Combs' employees who, even after testifying to his violent or irrational behavior by him, said that they were still grateful to work for him. The attorney conceded that working for Combs was like drinking from a fire hose, but said that employees still appreciated the experience. Did they always like him? No, but they loved him, even the ones who are suing him. So, interesting start. Interesting start to the Diddy closing by the defense. I'm very interested in seeing how they choose to rebut some of the things that the the government has put out there. I also find it interesting when I was listening to Armand last night, just the way that it works and the way that they have the charges set up, to support the RICO. And I think he was doing a great job of trying to explain that to folks. And even though people didn't really want to, I'll kind of mute this for just a second. Even though people didn't really want to hear it last night, the way that you prove RICO is through predicate acts, which are just criminal acts. And the way that they've charged him, his charges are the acts. So if they've met the elements to prove sex trafficking, the charge of sex trafficking is one of the elements that must be met to prove the RICO. They only have to prove that he's committed 2 crimes within 10 years in order for him to be found guilty of RICO. So if they say, he sex trafficked Cassie, and they find him guilty of that's one. It's like it's a 2-for-1. It's like, yeah, we're going to get you a conviction on that, but we've also met one element of RICO. And then if they find him guilty of, I think it's the arson, right? Because the arson is still on the table. They took off the attempted arson. If they find him guilty of saying, yep, he did that arson of Kid Cudi, that's one of the charges. But yep, that's another element of RICO. And if you look at those dates and you look at those years, was it within 10 years? He's been found guilty of 2. He's been found guilty of both of them. So it's a very, very, very interesting thing. So again, I'm just very interested in hearing how the defense, excuse me, is going to try and rebut a lot of this. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that I was still unmuted. I think he'll be found guilty, right? The elements gonna get him. I think they're gonna get him. At first I felt like they inflamed the jury, and it didn't matter what they put or what they proved because they've made him look so terrible. The jury was going to find him guilty anyway. But just listening to Armand last night, I think it makes a lot of sense. But again, I am still waiting on Mel. I'm waiting on her to post the transcript if she has it, because I think it'll be very interesting, and I want to do my own breakdown of it. So very, very interesting. How many children does he have? I don't think the mama understands what is going on. She's supposed to answer all of the questions in the negative. She's supposed to make the jury cry regarding her son's life. Yeah. All right, let's see. I'm used to typing away. And the preppy school murder trial is said to actually start at 10:30. So we've got an hour and a half before that can start. Just trying to see if we got any new updates on Didi, and we do. Okay. I'll share this tab so that we don't have to look at that. But he mocked the law enforcement for their raids on Combs' homes and making America safe from Astroglide. ah, making America safe from Astroglide. Okay, because what all did y'all get up out his? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. What all did y'all get up out his house that was so dangerous? Y'all got Astroglide and baby oil. Combs' bedroom activities were on display all trial, but the government didn't make its case to show his client to be a criminal kingpin. And if I understood correctly, they're really using the Cassie situation to prove the enterprise, right? Because you have to show the connection of people. You have to show instructions coming from Diddy in order to say that he's at the tops, he's orchestrating, he's managing, he's doing all these things. And just based on what I was hearing last night, it sounds like they're using the conversations around after he's beaten on Cassie. They're using the conversations that they're having. What is she doing? Why isn't she? Where is she? Why isn't she hiding herself? Just the instructions or the demands from him to tell the folks, like, go get her, keep her here, keep her there. Like, they're saying that is the workings of the enterprise, which is interesting. Again, I really want to see the sorry, I lost my train of thought, y'all. Okay. So that he was the criminal kingpin. And it's like, okay, y'all got this little one situation. I don't feel like they showed a lot of other situations where he did. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder in the government's closing, are they going to bring up the lie detector test? Remember the assistant they locked in the room and had that person, and I didn't watch all of Armand, but they locked that person up in the room and made that person take a lie detector test after lie detector test for like 3 days because something came up missing, right? Are they considering that a kidnapping? Are they considering that, holding somebody hostage? Like, are you saying that that's a part of it too? Because I think I think that if they use that, I think that could help them. Way to go, fellas. You guys just do you. They took Astroglide and baby oil, and that is the evidence in this case. There's nothing about businesses to make a criminal case. Yeah. And I would say too, one of the pieces that was missing for me was the money, right? Like, yeah, he's paying his folks to do things, but like he kind of cheap out here with this part of his life. He a little cheap. Maybe not with Cassie so much because she was the girlfriend, but Jane Ho, he was pretty cheap with her. I just feel like Jane Ho's testimony anyway should be thrown out, should not even be considered because she was a willing participant. She was dangling these freak offs in front of Diddy's face in order to entice him, in order to get him to do what she wanted him to do. So I don't think any of the Jane Ho situation should be used. I think the government is going to have to just focus on Cassie, focus on the assistants, and maybe just the culture that he cultivated. Like I don't really see how. I don't know. I don't really see how they show like, oh, but wait a minute. They've also got a coercion element. They've got, and I'm just spitballing, y'all. They've got a coercion element. They've got a bribery. Blackmail is not, and this is the thing too, like blackmail isn't like truly criminal. Is it ethical? No. Like you shouldn't do it, but it isn't truly like criminal. But when you think about the blackmail in the sense of making Cassie participate in, the freak offs, it could be viewed as sex trafficking, right? You don't do the, quid quo, I can't even get it out. Quid quo pro. Do this or I'm gonna do that. In the negative, right? So I don't know. That's why I really want to see it. Like, let me check my email and see if Mel has posted the transcript because I am super interested in hearing about it. Okay. Okay, so he said that his side of the table didn't fight allegations that Combs battered the then girlfriend Cassie Ventura. Well, you can't because it's on camera. We own the domestic violence. I hope you guys know that. But he urged the jurors to remember the charges facing Combs. He did not do the things he is charged with, racketeering or sex trafficking. He did not kidnap anyone or obstruct justice. He's going to fight to the death to defend himself against what he didn't do. When that girl said she wanted to go and you didn't let her go and you held her against her will, was that not kidnapped? Yes, the two predicate acts must be within 10 years of each other. And that was one of the things that I didn't like keep up with either, CB. The dates. So when we talk about this incident where the incident that they're using, because there were several incidents with Cassie, right? The incident that I heard them use in relation to the other situation where I talked about the arson, if they even found him guilty of arson, which I don't think they're going to be able to because there's no good proof, right? There's just Cassie saying that he did it. She think he did it. And Kid Cudi saying that he think that he did it, but did he ultimately not admitting to it. So I don't know how they prove him beyond a reasonable doubt that he actually did it. I mean, do I think he did it? Hell yeah. But do the evidence really say that he did it? Could be people who just don't like him saying that he did something because they were into it. He did pull up that, they say he pulled up to his house. He did, go in there. which they should have gave him a breaking and entering. They should have gave him one of those. Let's see if we got anything out here on. Let's see. Ooh, I wish they stopped showing this. Ooh, okay, wait a minute, y'all. The tweets is tweeting. The tweets is tweeting. Okay, the trial from the evidence. Let's go here. I'm gonna cut the audio back on over here just in case they come back on, and then I'm gonna swing us over here. Okay, the trial from the evidence. What is this? What is it? It is the personal use of drugs. That's all it is. That and swingers, a lifestyle. But the prosecutors have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They call threesome and drugs a RICO. Okay. Okay, Inner City Press, you kind of got it going on with that. I want to thank you for your service to our country. I would love to speak to you for days, but it's Friday. I'm trying to be efficient. I have to cover a lot of ground, but I'll focus on the most important part, Sean Combs. Sean Combs is a self-made Black entrepreneur. He has built real businesses that are so outstanding that others create partnerships with them. We heard that from Derek Ferguson. It is hard to be Sean Combs. How many witnesses said they were moved? Sorry. The assistants were moved by Sean Combs. It was like Harvard Business School. He pushed me hard. Did they always like him? No way. Let's not even go there. Did they like him? No, but they loved him. Even the ones who were suing him. Mia, I'm not going to call her Mia because that's not her name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember, Derek Ferguson from the Bronx. He said there was not many hiring people like me from the Bronx. There's something more to this business, to these businesses. Sometimes the real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI, Combs was doing it at 24. Okay, because I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. That was a little Black excellence right there. Even though he stole, robbed, killed, and murdered to get there, it was a little bit of Black excellence. The prosecutor called his businesses racketeering. That's the fake trial. What happens when he gets arrested? They destroy his property. They have a SRT, special response team. They are clandestine, can't follow with the camera, rampant. They ran. His kids were there. And here, 6 of 7 in the second row. The 7th is an infant. This is who he is. The man takes care of people. Hold on, y'all. Okay. This is who he is, the man who takes care of people. Jane came in here and testified against them today. She's in a home he's paying for. And they found it. Boxes of Astroglide taken off the streets. And they got the baby oil and the personal use drugs. America is safer. 5 Valium pills. When you're doing work like that, we can't photograph you. That's the evidence. Hell nah, y'all. What do? They wrap yellow crime scene tape figuratively around his bedroom, around the hotel rooms he goes to with his girlfriends. That's a lot of crime scene tape, a lot of crime scenes in your private sex life. No one called 911. They've called civil plaintiffs lawyers. This case is about money. Cassie Ventura sues Combs for $30 million because he has $30 million. If he doesn't have it, no civil lawsuit, no criminal case. This case is about 5 minutes. It's about love. Love has been said more than, oh, I think it has been said more than 800 times in this trial. The domestic violence, we own it. We did not ask Miss Ventura about being hit, kicked, or dragged. We did not cross Jane about it either, but domestic violence is not charged. If he was charged with that, he would have pled guilty. He did that, but he did not do racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. He did not kidnap or bribe anyone. The first person to say this was about domestic violence was Cassie Ventura. She made an Instagram post. She said, "Thank you for your love and support. The domestic violence is the issue." She could have said anything on her phone or tablet. She could have said this was about sex trafficking. She didn't say that. She said it was about domestic violence. Believe her. Believe Cassie when she says domestic violence is the issue. In that moment, watching the video, imagine that. Hey, hey, hey. He might have a point. He might have a point there. All right. To see their relationship is to see everything that racketeering is not. I'm not going to go through a lot of text messages or charts or screen time. It's a terrible thing. Screen time. I'm going to tell you the story of this case. They fell in love. Cassie had a boyfriend of 3 years, 10 years older than her. But she met Combs and they are off to the races. Mr. Combs rents a boat and they make love for the first time. They are in an intense relationship, 11 years. Cassie is smart. She flat out won. She got $30 million and he's in jail. You probably know that. The nice looking men behind him, they are the U.S. Marshals. They keep him safe. Cassie has won 100-0. They tell you she's a victim. This is a great modern love story. They didn't write these in the past because they didn't have these problems. He had 6 kids, at the time. It's a relationship based on love. Okay, you losing me now. Cassie said she was young and insanely jealous. If you're in the jury room and you don't want to go home, read their text messages at the time of the breakup. You will cry. They were selfless with each other when it wasn't going to work, for the original sin of their relationship. That Gina wouldn't come here, but she's out of there. Then Kim Porter passed away, and Mr. Combs said what he did. For Cassie, it was the last straw. She made an adult choice and left, like she always could leave. What happened? Nothing. Pick a message from 2018 and read it. These two people loved each other. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship. They were their best selves when it came to sex. There were times that Sean Combs was proud. On sex, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where she says, "I didn't like that sex." But it was an 11-year relationship. The issues were jealousy of other women, but they match up when it comes to sex. Swingers. She's a woman who loves sex. Okay, now you're losing me. It's beautiful. She is unafraid. Let's talk about Kid Cudi. He came in here. I'm not meaning to be judgy. Cudi comes in here and says, "Cassie played me." She did. She played both of them. Not everyone can do that. She goes for it. She liked to Sean Combs as she had relationships with another singer-songwriter under his nose. She's not afraid of him. Was she going to tell either? No, Cassie was keeping it gangster. She's like, "I'm going to lie to both." He's like, "I'm going to lie to both." Cassie gets a burner phone. Finally, that's what you expect in a racketeering case. She's the one who's got the burner phone. The morning of December 22nd, 2021, the whole thing with Kid Cudi and all that. She had 2 hotel rooms. Whoa, room for a burner. She was not going to tell nobody nothing. Let's talk racketeering. The judge is going to give a legal charge later today, assuming the first one in the 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about her. She said, I wanted my life back. Capricorn's parents passed away when she was young. I don't mean to disrespect. She told you I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moved to the Bronx and met Sean Combs. She goes super platonic. What? I don't know what that meant. But Ronnie's back. So let's get back over here.
Great neighborhood.
Great neighborhood. Did you witness violence in your neighborhood?
You see it here and there, but it wasn't. It wasn't seen as you go to other neighborhoods.
How about drug dealing and drug sales? Is that something that was prevalent in your neighborhood growing up?
It was.
Okay. How often?
Well,
Like how often would you see it? Tell the jurors.
we played more sports, so we was on the fields, basketball, baseball, boys and girls club. So we literally, our day was playing sports or in school, and that's pretty much was our everyday thing. My basketball team, my friends I grew up with, we went around the city and beat everybody in basketball. So we was athletes.
And you said happy.
Yes.
All right. Tell the jurors, please, describe the differences between the neighborhood you grew up in and the neighborhood Mr. Walker grew up in when he was living with Gloria. Please tell the jury.
Bit difference. The best way I can explain it, College Hill was more dark. You know, when you go over there, it's a different atmosphere. You come to South Tampa, it's just bright, sunny, happy. When we did go over there, my mom let us stay a day, maybe two. All my cousins did want to come stay with us. My mom couldn't allow it too much. Too many of us stayed in one house.
Too many about now. Did you ever live at any point with Ronnie Walker when you were young and he was young?
I went to visit,
You went to this.
but my mom had, most of them, they come over there, try to come visit a couple of days, then they got to go.
Did your mother want you and your siblings to be in the area and stay at the area where Gloria lived?
Nah, no.
Do you consider, and if you can answer it, do you consider that the neighborhood you grew up in and the neighborhood Mr. Walker grew up in under Gloria to be two different worlds?
Two different worlds.
Now, growing up, would Mr. Walker like to be at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of things would you do with Mr. Walker?
We like to walk to the store and buy pizzas. I think Hungry Howard's was selling them P-zones, the little subs. So we went to the pool, Robinson High School pool, baseball. Out there used to be the woods and go out there and catch fishes. So we was always just so occupied, so much to do out there.
And Mr. Walker, did he enjoy all of that you just mentioned?
Loved it.
Okay. So did he want to be at your home
Mm-hmm.
in your neighborhood more than his neighborhood with Gloria?
Yep, he even wanted to go to school out there. It
He
just,
did?
you couldn't. My mom had 8 kids. Too many people in one house.
So did he want to actually live with you at some point so he could go to school in your neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Despite all of this, your family, your aunts, your cousin, Mr. Walker, his siblings, do you consider you all a close-knit family?
Yes.
And Mr. George, tell the jury, are all your children successful in life?
Yes. Oldest daughter doing real estate. She's 24. My 18-year-older just graduated, going to University of Maryland. 16-year-older going to school. She want to be a doctor. And I got 11 and a 6-year-older, all girls.
All right. And today, do you still have a relationship with your cousin, Ronnie Walker?
I do.
And do you love your cousin, Ronnie Walker?
He's my favorite cousin.
Your favorite cousin. Was he your favorite cousin growing up as well?
Yes,
You guys were close.
very close.
And Mr. George, tell the jury, do you support Mr. Walker today, despite everything?
I do.
I want to just go ahead and show you what's Defense Exhibit C admitted into evidence. Do you recognize the people in this photograph?
I do.
All right. Are you in this photograph?
Yep, I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle, all right. And is this Mr. Walker with the white shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who is the person on your right
My
side?
oldest brother,
And what's his name?
James Powell.
James, all right. Do you remember at all what you guys were doing at the time?
My mom had just got married. This is the reception, and we had a blast. Everybody dancing and everything. I'm just smiling, just looking at the picture.
Okay. Okay, Mr. George, I don't have any other questions for you, but the state will. Thank you.
I know.
Good morning, Mr. George.
Good morning. How you doing, sir?
We spoke the other day, correct? You remember
Yes.
speaking to me?
Yes, yes.
Now, you indicated that Ronnie Walker was your favorite cousin, right?
Yes.
I believe you told me that the other day, too, right? You all played together?
Yes, sir.
Got along very well, right?
Great.
Grew up together, kind of. You all close as cousins? Kind of told each other everything that's going on in your lives?
Yeah.
All right, so you all were good friends, too. Besides just being cousins and familially related, you all were good friends.
Yes.
All right, and did you talk to him about, you know, his life and things that were going on in his life?
We talked about a couple things. Not too big though.
Okay. You guys never fought, right?
Never.
All right, you actually told me, I think, that you all prayed together sometimes, right? So would you say you tried to be a good influence on Ronnie Walker as far as like how to live a life?
Yeah.
All right, you all played basketball together?
Mhm.
I remember you telling me that.
Yep.
And if he had ever needed you for any reason, would you have been there for him?
Yes, sir.
As younger and even as he was growing up, would you always have been there if he called you and said, "Hey, I'm in a problem," or I need help"? Would you have come to him and helped him?
Yes, sir.
All right. If he needed advice, would you have given him advice?
Yes, sir.
And did Ronnie Walker, did he play any sports?
Not with the Boys and Girls Club, nothing like that that I know of. But we out in our neighborhood. We played throw up, tackle, baseball, everything. So when we came to my neighborhood, he did.
Okay, so did you ever see any seizures from him?
Never.
Okay. And he was able to play all the sports with you and you all had a good time? Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Nothing further.
Redirect.
No redirect?
This witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Call the next witness.
Your Honor, the defense at this time will call Tangi Johnson. Okay, whenever you're ready, if you could let the jury know your name, please.
Tangi Johnson,
All right. Ms. Johnson, what is your date of birth?
April 4th, 1979.
1979. Okay. So you're close in age to Davis George and Ronnie Walker.
I'm 46.
Okay. So you're 46 right now.
Ronnie's 47.
Ronnie's 47.
Yes.
All right. Are you employed, ma'am?
I work for Tetra Tech. It's a debris removal. I do all kind of disasters.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about some family members. First of all, who are your parents?
Well, my father's name is Earl Williamson, and my mother's name is Emma Hamilton.
Okay. Now, I know there's a lot of history behind you. So let's, who, are they your biological parents?
Yes.
Okay. so Emma Hamilton is your biological mother?
Yes.
All right, and your biological father's name?
Earl Williamson.
Earl Williamson, okay. Are you presently married?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay, how many children do you have?
3.
Three? Okay. And do you have any grandchildren?
1. A granddaughter.
All right, do you know Ronnie Walker?
I do.
What is your relationship to Ronnie Walker? What is your connection to him?
He's my brother.
Your brother, your biological brother.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. All right. Let's talk a little bit about what happened with you. Did you grow up with Ronnie Walker up to the age of 10?
No.
All right. Did there come a time when you were taken from your family?
Yes.
How old were you at the time you were taken from Emma and your other siblings?
3.
How old was Ronnie Walker?
4.
Tell the jury a little bit about how you were taken from the family.
It was on my birthday. I have 2 birthdays, 2 names. But on my birthday, that was April the 2nd, my father took me and said he was going to bring me back, but he never did. And I grew up in foster care, and so I did ancestry DNA in 2021. And it came back that I had family here in Tampa, which was my mom, and I was able to find my dad's side of the family in Riviera, Florida. So on October the 31st, I came back and reunited with my mom of 22.
Okay, so October 31st,
Mm-hmm.
Halloween of 2022.
Yes.
All right, so when you say that your father took you, I mean, you're only what? You're only, how old at the time you said?
3.
3, okay. Did you want to leave, if you remember, did you want to go with your father at that time?
I don't know.
Okay, of course, all right. Okay, so, and was it your biological father who took you?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay. And just let the jury know, when you say you have 2 different birthdays and 2 different names, just kind of explain why you're saying that.
My mom gave birth to me on April 2nd, 1979. She named me Tanya LaShawn Hamilton. But when my dad took me, he changed my name and he changed my birthday to Tangi Williams. And my adopted parent that raised me, they just gave me a birthday, which was April 4th, from another sibling that I had from her. And they declared my birthday to be April 4th, 1979.
And at some point, did you, as you indicated, go on Ancestry.com to try to find your mom's family?
Yes.
Okay. What are the name of your adopted parents?
Well, I was never adopted, but I was raised by a lady named Beverly Fountain. She's from Eustis, Florida. So that's where I spent most of my childhood, growing up in Eustis, Florida.
Okay. All right, so growing up, you and Ronnie are 3 and 4 respectively. Did you ever see Ronnie Walker, your biological brother, again growing up?
Yes,
Okay. When did you see him?
2022.
Okay. So just recently?
Yes,
And is that when you reconnected?
yes,
Gotcha. So, when you're little children, and the siblings, your siblings are living at Emma Hamilton's home with your biological mother, do you ever get to see your brother Ronnie Walker
as a child, yes.
as a child growing up to 10?
No,
No. Going further, up to, age of 18, do you ever get to have a relationship with your brother Ronnie Walker?
no,
Was it not then until the Ancestry.com and just very recently?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, tell the jury about, so you indicated it was 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you reunited with Ronnie Walker, he was incarcerated on this case,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. Did you visit him?
I did.
Okay. That was your way of making the reconnection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Tell the jury the story about your yellow dress and bow.
Well, that's what he vaguely remembered the first time we talked on the phone. He was like, I can still remember you. I remember what you had on. I'm like, well, you can remember what I had on. It's like 40 years later. He was like, yeah, you had this yellow dress on with this big bow, and you had your hair all was so pretty. And like, I remember that day your daddy took you. You had that yellow dress on. And that's what he stands on, this yellow dress. And so
Did you have a yellow dress with a bow?
my aunties have told me the same story.
Okay.
So it's definitely truth in it.
All right. And who are your other siblings besides Mr. Walker?
Well, I have a sister named Paulette Hardy. She's my baby sister. And I have a sister named Nakisha Grace. She's the sister under me. And John
Brothers?
Boy, yes, and Antoine and Ronnie Walker.
Did you ever get to reconnect with John?
Kinda.
Kind of. And how about Antoine?
Never.
No. Okay. Anton, I understand, is incarcerated.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you glad that you were able to reunite with your brother, Ronnie Walker,
Grateful.
despite everything?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he was in jail awaiting trial on this case, you said that you had some visits and some phone calls with him, is that right?
Yes.
Did you take your daughter to meet him at the jail?
I did, and my granddaughter.
And your granddaughter?
Yes.
Did you give me your daughter and your granddaughter's name? If not,
My daughter name is Tracy Jackson, and my granddaughter name is Harmony Jackson.
okay. And how did Mr. Walker react meeting his, I guess it would be niece and grandniece?
Great niece, yes.
Okay.
He was very happy. He was more or less wanted them to get their self to, well, wanted my daughter to get herself together. Very encouraging. Make sure you go to school. Take care of your baby. Everything was just encouragement. He was happy. He didn't have a lot of words to say. He was just looking, and they look alike. So
Oh, yeah, who looks alike?
my daughter and Ronnie looks alike a lot.
Did you ever go to the grave site for your nephew Ronell?
I have never been.
Didn't get to go to the grave site. All right. So despite what Mr. Walker did, do you still support him?
I do.
And do you still love him?
I do.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Terry will.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Ms. Johnson, how are you?
Hi, how you doing?
We spoke the other day, I believe, right, on the
did.
phone? And so, I think I missed this. Where are you living now?
I live in Port Charlotte, Florida.
Port Charlotte. Okay, so you're not too far away.
Like an hour and a half.
Is that where you grew up, or where did you said Eustis, right?
I grew up in Eustis, Florida.
Okay, Eustis. Okay. Now, going back to when you were 3 years old, do you remember those times at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. So do you have any bad memories of those times growing up, those first 3 years when you were living with your mom?
I do not.
All right. Probably not any good memories either. You probably just don't remember. Is that right?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. After you were taken away basically at 3 years old and then put in foster care and have been moving around basically, you have not had any connection with Ronnie Walker, correct?
Not until 22.
Not until October of 2022.
Correct.
So his growing up years, his 20s and stuff, you had no idea what he was doing, where he was, what was going on, or anything about it,
No,
correct?
sir.
All right. And it wasn't until after this incident where he was already in jail that you first got to know Ronnie Walker again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you visit him, you said 2 times, right, in the jail?
Yes,
All right. And you've spoken to him by phone a couple of times as well from the jail?
correct.
All right. If I may have one moment.
Yes, sir.
Nothing.
May we direct?
Don't redirect.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State? Yes. Free to go. Thank you. Speak, our defense, and call our next witness.
Yes. Defense at this time will call Renisha Brown. Please let the jury know your name, ma'am.
Renisha Brown,
And what's your date of birth?
120598,
How old are you presently?
26.
And ma'am, are you presently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work at Department of Juvenile Justice.
What do you do there?
I help rehabilitate young juvenile offenders.
How long have you been doing that?
About 2 years.
Okay. All right, tell me how you got your name, Renisha.
I'm named after my Uncle Ronnie.
Okay. And Ronnie Walker, so your relationship to him is he is your uncle.
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury, there's a lot of names here. Who are your parents?
My mom is Nakisha, his sister.
So Nikisha Grace, is that her last name?
Yes.
All right. And Nikisha Grace is Ronnie Walker's sister,
Yes.
and you are Nikisha's daughter.
Correct.
Do you have any children of your own?
Yes.
How many you got?
I have 2 daughters.
All right. No grandchildren yet?
No, they're young, 10 and 3.
Okay. So, were you named after Ronnie Walker?
Yes, Ronnie and Ronisha.
Ronnie and Renisha.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, I understand, Ms. Brown, that you prepared a statement that you would like to read to the jury. And, Your Honor, if she could read that at this time, I don't think Mr. Jury has any objection.
That's fine.
All right, Ms. Brown, just can you read your statement?
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of this situation and the pain that has come from it. I do not take this lightly. I am here today because I knew my uncle in a personal way growing up. He was someone who supported me during difficult times and encouraged me to stay strong. In the family, he was present, and there were times he showed and care and concern for those close to him. I understand the court has found him guilty, and I am not here to question the verdict. I believe in the possibility of growth, and I hope he finds a way to make peace with what happened.
And do you still support Ronnie Walker despite what he did?
Yes,
And do you still love him despite what he did?
I do.
Ms. Brown, I don't have any other questions, but Mr. Jury will.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Ms. Brown, how are you?
I'm good.
Ms. Brown, we met, what, a couple weeks ago probably?
Yeah.
And I took your deposition?
Yep.
Now, I have a question for you, because you just said, what do you say you're doing right now?
Department of Juvenile Justice,
What do you do for them?
rehabilitate young offenders.
All right. When we met, didn't you tell me you were a security guard?
Yeah, that's the same thing,
Oh,
but
you're working there as a security guard?
Right.
or- Okay, I was just confused when you
Yeah.
said that working. I had 2 different jobs in my head. So.
no, the one that I told you at the port was temporary, and this one now is full-time.
Okay, so that was a temporary job you were doing, and now you're working full-time.
Correct.
So have you just started this job, or have you been working?
No, I was full-time. I resigned for a little bit, and now I'm back.
Okay,
But
so
both
when you
jobs
resigned,
is,
You were working at the port.
all of it is security.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to clear that up in my mind. Thank you.
Yep.
Is that it? That's what it is, Steve?
Yes, no, read her out.
No, read it. Thank you, ma'am.
We have just one moment.
Sure.
Defense at this time will call Lisa Jonicia. She can pronounce it. Pronounce your name for me.
It's Issa Jonasia.
Okay. Can you spell that for our court reporter?
YSSA. Last name is JONESIA.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
4480,
And how old are you right now, ma'am?
45.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
No.
Okay. All right. I would like to ask you, do you know Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
Do you have a child in common with Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Ron J. Walker.
Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
First name is RONJZAE. Last name Walker, WALKER.
Where is Ron J's now?
Incarcerated.
How old is he now?
20.
You get to see him still?
Yes.
I want to show you what has been admitted as Defense Exhibit A4. Do you recognize the people in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is in this photograph?
Ron J. Walker and myself.
Okay. All right. Defense Exhibit A5. Who is this?
Ron J. Walker.
Did you know Ronell before he was murdered?
Yes.
Did you ever see him when he was young?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I may not be this young, but
Yeah, that young.
Defense Exhibit A6. Do you recognize that photograph?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And who is that?
Ronell Walker.
And is that Ronnie's son who was murdered?
Yes.
Do you know, and only if you know, whether Ronnie Walker never knowing his father affected him?
I believe it did. It did.
From what you have seen, is Ronnie Walker's family close-knit? Can you describe it that way?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever went to Ronell's gravesite?
Yes.
Did you ever go when Ronnie Walker was there?
No.
Tell the jury the death or the murder of his son Ronell, if you can tell us, did it appear to affect Ronnie Walker?
Oh, yes.
I just want to ask you, did Ronnie appear to you at all to like have any learning disabilities or be slow? If you can answer the question.
I wouldn't say slow,
Okay, sure, you just-
but maybe some learning disabilities.
Did he ever stutter around you?
Yes.
All right. And when Ronnie Walker was incarcerated for this case, for the death of Miss Alexander, did you visit him in the jail?
I think I visited him once.
And any phone calls?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ronnie Walker, while in jail on this case, ever get to talk to Ron Jace,
Yes.
your son? Okay. Your son in common. All right. And just tell us, does Ronnie Walker, did he try to encourage Ron Jace when he would speak to him on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So ma'am, I don't have any other further questions.
Okay.
Ms. Fawcett is going to. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You know the defendant because you used to date him? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you dated him for about how long?
Maybe like a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, about a year and a half, 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
And in that time, did he live with you in your home?
Yes.
Okay. Was it in an apartment?
Apartment.
Was the apartment in your name?
Mm-hmm.
Was Ronnie Walker working?
Not at the time.
Were you working?
Yes.
Okay. So you were working, you were paying the bills?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, did you get pregnant?
Yes.
And about how far into the relationship was it that you had a child with Ronnie Walker?
I think it was about 7, 8 months into the relationship that I became pregnant.
Okay. And then you had the baby at a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mr. Walker present for the birth?
No, he was incarcerated.
Has Mr. Walker been very much involved in the relationship with your son?
Yes.
Yes. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that your son, how old is your son now?
20.
20. And in the time, has Ronnie Walker spoken to your son?
Yes.
Okay. About how often has he spoken to your son, to your knowledge?
They speak whenever they can. They speak a lot. I mean, as much as they can, they
Okay.
speak. Yes.
In the 20 years of your son's life, has Ronnie Walker played an active role in your son's life?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'll show you State 57.
Please take your step up into the witness box. Please remain standing. I'll focus my attention on the Lord. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler Silva, T-Y.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Tyler. I just have to ask you a few questions about the agreement you have with the state of Connecticut, okay? Let me approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you the mark of the state's exhibit 96 for application purposes. You recognize state 96? Yes. What is state 96? The agreement between the state of Connecticut and me and my attorney. And was this agreement signed by you and your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th, 2022? Yes, it was. And what is your understanding about your agreement with the state of Connecticut? If I comply with anything you need, I give you a full interview and testimony of fully the truth of what my knowledge what happened that night. Do not prosecute me. And is the agreement that in consideration for your information during the investigation, during any potential hearing, trial, grand jury, you're to provide truthful testimony in consideration for that. You would not be prosecuted for anything that you were associated with on May 14th of 2022. Yes. Is it your understanding that some of those charges could have included conspiracy to commit assault in the first degree, potentially conspiracy to commit murder, all of which could have exposed you to in excess of 60 years in prison? Yes. And of course, you being a minor at the time would have subjected you to special parole considerations with regards to those charges as well? Yes. Is it also your understanding that if you were not, during the pendency of this agreement with the state of Connecticut, in addition to your truthful testimony, you were not to commit any further crime or crimes, and if you were to commit those crimes, that this could break the agreement and you could be prosecuted? Yes. And is it also your understanding that this agreement would last up and until the full conclusion of this case, State versus Raoul Valley, that being either change of plea after in front of the court, or verdict after a trial, or a retrial after a remand? Is that your understanding? Yes. And if you break this agreement with regards to your testimony or evidence that you supplied with the state of Connecticut on a prior occasion, is it also your understanding that if the agreement was broken, that that evidence could be used against you at any subsequent trial?
Yes.
Is that sufficient for the court's?
It is for the court. I'll inquire of defense attorney. Attorney Smith does that canvas as well as the written document to provide clear understanding of the disclosure of the nature of the agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Attorney Smith, one more question before the jury comes in, just in case there is an offer to use this exhibit under oath. My question is, do you intend to cross-examine the witness in front of the jury regarding the terms of the cooperation agreement?
Yes, I would, Your Honor, and I would have no objection to the state using that during its direct.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so keeping in mind with the procedure that we have been using here, I am going to ask the witness to leave the stand and please remove himself from the courtroom, and we'll call him back to the stand in the presence of the jury, and we'll place him under oath in the presence of the jury so that the jury does not have any confusion relative to this witness being used. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, anything further before we bring the jury in this morning?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
Anyone else? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are prepared to declare the evidence this morning. Counsel, please confirm on the fundamental terms of you.
State would stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. State prepared to call its next witness.
We are prepared, Your Honor. State would call Tyler De Silva to the stand.
Thank you.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Please enter the witness box. Remain standing until this one is placed in the room for purposes of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right answer. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler De Silva, T-Y-L-E-R-D-A-S-I-L-V-A.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Tyler. Tyler, how old are you?
20.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Dayton.
And what are you studying?
Entrepreneurship business.
Are you playing any sports there?
I'm not.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
14?
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
About 3 times.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case? And can you please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them that if I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth, to my knowledge, what happened that night, I would not be prosecuted.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Tyler, just do me a favor, just stay closer to that microphone, keep your voice up, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Tyler, I'm showing you what's marked in State's Exhibit 96 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 96?
I do.
And what is State's 96?
It's a agreement.
Is this the agreement concerning prosecution and consideration for your testimony concerning State versus Raoul Bell?
It is.
Is this agreement executed between you and the State of Connecticut, signed by your lawyer and your parent on or about December 6th of 2022?
It was.
Does this agreement encompass the entire agreement that is your understanding between yourself and the State of Connecticut concerning this case?
It does.
State office is full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence states 96 full. Thank you.
Now, with regards to that cooperation agreement, just so we're clear, what is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is basically I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, fully truthfully, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
And potentially, if you don't, if you deviate from what you've told anybody with regards to this case, what could happen? Is your
Prosecuted.
And could your statements that you have given during the investigation and in addition to your testimony today be used against you if charges were brought against you and you were prosecuted?
You can.
Now, I want to direct your attention, withdrawn. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
He's one of my friends and a classmate at St. Joe's,
And St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Humboldt, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valley?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valley?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's, and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Lido.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? May the witness, record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor.
The record should reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joe's?
My junior year.
And did you play any sports?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to Lazy Brook Road. Prior to going, did you go to Lazy Brook Road that night?
I did.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Road that night, where were you?
My house.
And at some point in time, were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack Schneider.
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it? Do you recall?
From 7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky,
And what is that? What is kinky?
just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from, your house?
No, I got it from the liquor store.
And when you got into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
And when you got into the car, did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to Lido's house.
And when you went to Lito's house, who did you pick up?
Lido, his girlfriend at the time,
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
Mackenzie Trefconte.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lito and the defendant Mackenzie up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the Kinky. Not much though.
You weren't like,
No one was
taking
chugging.
huge chugs, okay. And was Jack drinking at the time, do you recall?
Not that I recall.
So you, Mackenzie, and the defendant were drinking?
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and Mackenzie, where did you go from Lito's house?
Lazy Brook.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
Your usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, so it was all St. Joe's kids. You'll get together, beer pong, drinks, talking, socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
I did.
Did Jack drink alcohol while you were
Did.
there? Did the defendant drink alcohol while he was there?
He did.
Mackenzie?
She did.
Did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
When you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You take ping pongs, you set up these cups and throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you don't actually drink right out of the cup, but then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you?
I did.
And did the bottles have a specific color?
Yeah, there's one that was pink and one that was blue.
And when you were at Lazy Brook, was there an occasion where, withdrawn, when you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One time, 2 individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of Maddie Lever, who was having the party. And basically, she said they couldn't come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to like an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack Schneider, Lido Valley.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss like baseball jersey.
And do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't
You don't recall? That's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
I was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the 2 individuals that were at the party.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did you observe? Withdrawn. What kind of things were you saying to them when they came in?
We told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter if your sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying, "Get out of here, fuck you guys." And then eventually, Jack Schneider actually went over and took their beer, and it got a little more heated. He was like, "I'm not leaving until you give me my beer." I'm like, "No, not giving it back." And it led to a fight
So where did the fight take place?
on the driveway.
And do you recall, who was involved in the fight just before it started? Like was there, tell us the scene, who's where?
So Jack Schneider was facing one of the Shelling kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lito, was almost like kind of behind him, to the side of him, and I was like behind Jack Schneider.
And do you recall did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack Schneider threw a punch at the kid, and then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and sucker punched him, and then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner, and I actually came in and threw a couple punches myself. Where then when I was standing over him, we began to be broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet, and he, all fierce, like headbutted him down.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Jack Schneider in the red, Lito in the blue with the helmet on, and he has the kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Shelton kid with that night?
Yes.
That blue kinky bottle that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight?
Yes.
Now,
Could you just reference the exhibit number?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, this was State's Exhibit 58. That was displayed to the jury. Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Snyder hitting the Shelton kid first.
Yeah.
In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it?
No, it's not.
Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, probably 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. He kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked around the hill.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
Do not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit?
did.
For about how long would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
The mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you in fact leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. They actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a group chat started.
Okay, now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car? If you can recall.
Let's say after.
Okay, now, did you get in the car at some point?
I did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Schneider's.
Show you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lito, Mackenzie, Will Singlewald, Dimitri, and Keenan Frazier.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan.
And where was Dimitri seated?
In the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, a group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was, but it was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
And she was added, yes.
Okay. And when you say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name would be Anthony Greco, Harley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco. Me, myself was added eventually. Jack Schnutter was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat? And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding to go to another party or I don't know.
So you mentioned this group chat. At what point were you added to the group chat? Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
Not.
At some point in time, when you got to Trumbull High School, was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I don't know.
Now, when was there any talk about during the group chat? Was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Are you about talk?
Yeah.
It's basically another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place, and us saying to come, like we're going to come, or come to us, or we'll fight.
Now, I just asked you a question before about whether or not the defense said anything in the group chat regarding Trumbull High School and the fight. Do you recall if that happened? Approach the witness, Your Honor. Looking at a document for fresh recollection.
What?
Do you remember it, right?
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the group chat, do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
No.
At some point in time, how long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15, 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
Kind of just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There was a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there of Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
To fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the Shelton kids in the group chat were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School, excuse me?
Yes.
And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? And just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
He was just saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight these kids.
So, so you left Trumbull High School, and you drove over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that? Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
We did.
And when you arrived at Laurel Glen, do you recall the State's Exhibit 1 behind you? Can you tell us, if you can recall, how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a pointer right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is
It's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically, my memory is kind of like almost coming down here and like taking a turn right here, stopping right in front of the house.
So when you say you stopped in front of the house, they showed you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us on State's 49 using your words, where did you call the car stopping?
Kind of in the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox of 43 Laurel Glen or
Yes.
across the street? So somewhere
43 Glen, yeah.
So if the record can reflect, my finger is pointed to the center of 43 Laurel Glen, somewhere in front of the driveway near the mailbox, but in the middle of the room.
All right, record will reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you got there, was there anybody outside?
There's a couple of kids hanging up in the back like yard, but no one like really outside yet.
At some point in time, did kids come outside?
Yes.
Why did anybody? Was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure someone from our car told him that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running.
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come out? Both. And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
35, 40 people.
And when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
Like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started saying like, "What happened?" One of our boys saying you jumped him, and I was like, I kind of lied to him, said, "No, we didn't. What do you mean?" And then the kid that actually wanted to fight earlier that night came over to my side and started screaming at me, fuck you, fuck you. So I started screaming back. And this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic, and the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked. Yeah.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, like, fuck you guys are pussies.
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say around 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started like almost like inching, and people started to get out of the way, and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1, can you show us where he drove?
Since we were like right here, he drove up this road.
And did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here, he turned around while everyone was in the car and drove back down, and then turned around quickly again and drove back up where people started getting out.
Now, when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
From passenger seat?
Yes.
Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was thrown from the car when you guys were driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen, or Farmhouse Road, excuse me.
Yes.
And can you please describe, when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point?
Yes.
And what
The car
happened?
stops. Kenzie's actually screaming, let me out, she's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. I start looking at the car, the damages. There's dents, there's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it too.
I'm gonna stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video first. But just with regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection?
That's my reaction. No.
But this person getting out of the car, to the right there, in the front seat, who's that?
That's me.
That's you. I'm gonna point again. This person right here, do you know who that is outside the car?
I'm not.
Do you see a person, look on your mind, you see a person in between these two posts here?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie? And Mackenzie, who's that Mackenzie?
Kenzie Trap.
How do you know her? School there?
School classroom.
So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down, talks to you guys, or comes at you guys?
I do not recall.
Okay. 41 at night?
Yeah.
Stage 44? This is a different angle of that same video. From a ring camera in front of the house. Do you recall this happening with that on May 14th, 2022?
No.
But you're clearly standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down? So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen?
No.
Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time?
No.
Okay. So at some point in time, actually, can you play the rest of it? Did you see somebody threw something at Jack's car? Do you recall that?
No.
So you said you got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you're looking at the damage to the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
So basically, what I recall of that is when I got out and I was looking at the car, I kind of saw it all, and especially with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was able to be in front of me, and going around seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere. I was thinking, like, how the fuck can they do this? Like, this is like going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, "Fuck these kids! Like, you really gonna let them do you like this?" And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but I just like basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, bring me back down there, let me go talk to them.
Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you're gonna let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting?
Angry?
Was he more angry than anybody else?
I was sad.
And now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there.
Yes.
Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
My cousin and their family know the Ridges themselves. They actually are over by them on that street, not that street, but street over. So I knew the Ridges. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of Shellen kids too, so I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them.
So when you were down at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, did anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall?
I think everyone else got out too.
So Will, Dimitri, Keenan, and Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Do you recall at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get a ride out of there at that point?
Not that I knew.
Do you know whether, well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home?
Could have. Yeah.
Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car?
Could have.
But you did.
Did not.
At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive, anger from the defendant. Not to say, yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack. When I mentioned to Jack, let me go down and talk to them. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back into the car.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Vito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, "Jack, give me the knife."
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household?
I did not.
Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Did, yeah.
Tell me about that. Where did you, what happened when you were driving down?
So we drove straight back down. Like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant asked for a knife. that was very synced to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car? You can show me the state's 49.
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so if I'm pointing states 49, Jack pulled the car up somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox,
Yeah, right around that area.
facing Adams,
Yes.
and you got out of the car, and you walked up to where?
I like walked up like right a little past the grass, but then onto the pavement.
Onto where?
Pavement. Driveway.
States 5, maybe up this area here?
Yes. Like
When you got out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
so when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me. And then I noticed Vito was on my right hand side of me.
And when you saw Lito on your right-hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? Like I mean, there's no one he knows here. It's not a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's because no one knows him, right? Me being me and knowing people, I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us being walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
He was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Tyler Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
And with regards to going back there and the defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, like he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
Did you, at that point in time when you got out of the car, did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him?
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It wasn't pitch black. Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yeah.
Jack's lights were on in his car. That light kind of helped out. Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around, and then someone said they're back. I screamed it out almost, and I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds. Who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "What the fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me, and I was like, "Yo, Tyler!" And then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up, Tyler Rich was somewhere to your right, and he was telling you to get off his property. And when that was happening, where was the defendant at this point? Do you remember?
8 feet to the right of me.
So from maybe here at me to maybe the wood banister there?
A little bit farther, but yeah.
Farther? Okay. And could you see what the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them? What kind of things was he screaming?
I couldn't hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully?
No.
Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressively?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me what happens next.
So right when Tyler Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this is not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out, got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he had a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost like took a step forward and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forwards into a group like of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
Now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'll show you state 57. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the?
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched. Kind of just face down, so I don't really recall what was going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went?
Say again?
Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No.
Now, you said you didn't see Jimmy during that initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time, when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever. Then almost getting pushed like so my body would get like almost let go, and like I glide into like the street. Yeah, I get out of it.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit 4. Can you tell us in State 4 where you recall getting pushed out to the street?
I remember like being over by that first far red bush, like that's over there. I believe where I was getting beat up, and then I come out straight out in front of it.
So for the record, to reflect, Your Honor, we're looking at the red bush to the left, which appears to be next to the blue pickup truck, and then the witness has indicated that he was pushed out towards the street where the curb area is.
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you you said you got pushed out into the street,
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
okay? And when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point?
I like stumble out into the street, and I turn around, and there's just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point? No. Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
I was, yeah.
They were screaming at you?
Yes.
Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like five seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, almost like a screaming match, I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Schneider was driving, almost driving away.
I'm going to play a video. Do you recall watching the video in connection to this case?
Yes.
This is State's 6. And you recall seeing that?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you State 62. Do you know who that is in State 62?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant?
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground with the shirt pulled up?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68. This person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant?
And lastly, State 69. Do you know who this individual is by the street?
That's me.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time? No. You recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids, are screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left, and my ride, Jack Schneider, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car, screaming stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
The back seat.
The back seat on the passenger side or the driver's side?
Car.
And was the defendant in the car?
Was.
Where was he seated?
Seated in the right passenger seat, front.
And when you got in the car, what, if anything, did you say to Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing were you saying?
I was like, fuck you guys. Just let me get my ass beat. Like, no one's going to help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away.
At some point, and now when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like my head was booming. The adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yes, what I recall is, I mean, the car was going fast. We take this left turn, and we're going fast through, and the defendant goes stop, 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 and Jack slams on the brakes. Where I almost like, because my head was down, I almost smashed into the front seat with my head, and I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like stop, 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 and I'm still screaming. I like look up, and I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I did not.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, go, go, go.
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, go, go, go?
Yeah. Almost like we were on like a roundabout. So like it was like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past, did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection, like I said, when I got in, short left, and this is where I believe we stopped. And we came back out and moved back here.
when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
We were going back up the street, right around here. The defendant said, "Stop, stop, stop" again, and he got out of the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, "Love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie." And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And when you got back in the front passenger seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. We drove straight. We drove straight is where we eventually hit another dead end.
Let me show you Defense Exhibit A. This is a very large overhead shot of the entire area. It's Defense A. Are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way at the end of Laurel Glen? Yes. Okay. And when you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
We kind of like, where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. And we let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up, we began.
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton? And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing whole demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat and just sit in the car? And then also, why were you going to drive off without me? And I felt like an anger towards him. So adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
And during the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, it got brought up.
And tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me, and this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Told him Tyler Rich just jumped me with a bunch of kids. He said, "Hold up, like I'll call him." Oh, sorry. And he called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand the gravity of the situation?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that it can't be good. It's crazy because I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my ass beat. I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask. I did hear it. I asked Jack, "Yo, did you give Lito a knife?"
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids, or stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford. And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. I learned that with a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, did you have, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. I went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He kind of asked me more of what happened, dude. Like, this is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew, and I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. He ate a little something, and he left. I went up to my room, and I'll say 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, "Yo, did you stab those kids?"
And what was his response?
I fucked up, bro. I'm sorry.
And is that all he said?
Yeah.
Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No, other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night, or early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney said not to, and they talked to my dad.
And after that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left, under advice of my counsel, and drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway through.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was going to throw up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right, especially after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, let's just go get you checked out.
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis? Well,
Concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body. The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said, I just got in a basic fight, and they said, this is no basic fight.
and with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through? Did you have to take any medicine?
Now, they gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation, but for concussion, they just said, rest.
No electronics?
And just, yeah.
Now, as far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So to the best of your recollection, who is the only people that got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight?
I did not.
And to the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today?
No.
Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night, May 14th of 22?
No.
Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. De Silva. We've never met before. No. So we've never discussed this case before.
No, we have not.
You don't have any agreement that you've signed with me about testifying here today?
No.
You do have one in place with the state, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't talk to anybody or give them this version of the story until you got that in place, correct?
Correct.
You wanted immunity from anything that you had done that night, right?
Correct.
Before you would tell anybody what you say happened that night.
Correct.
And that immunity covers criminal activity or investigation of a homicide, right?
Correct.
You understand that to be murder, correct? And that includes the assaults of Thomas Connery, correct?
Correct.
Ryan Hines, correct?
Correct.
Faison Teal, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that you have exposure if you were going to be prosecuted and convicted of those crimes, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no when I ask a question because the court reporter has to get it, okay? It's also loud, as you probably noticed, so you got to compete with that a little bit. So you can keep your voice up and just make sure you answer
Sure.
audibly. And you understand that if you were tried and convicted for crimes of accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, that those crimes carry in excess of 100 years in jail, right?
Yes, I understand that, but with my age, I would have had that ability for parole.
Oh, you know about your ability for parole?
Something about it.
Well, what do you know about it?
So I was told that since I was underage, there's ability for parole.
Ability for parole. Were you told you would get parole?
No.
What's 60% of 120?
Not good at math.
No. What would 50% of 120 be?
Objection as to relevance.
60. So 60% of 120 would be more than 60, right? A lot of time, right?
Yeah.
A lifetime, right?
I would say.
In jail.
Yes.
In fact, for you at the time, when you were only 17 years old,
That's correct.
even 60 years would be more than 3 lifetimes to you at that point, right?
That's correct.
Sounds like forever to you, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want to spend forever in jail, do you?
Honestly, no.
No, you want immunity, right?
Correct.
Without it, you're not telling us anything, right?
Correct.
That was a pretty big incentive for you?
I would say.
And once you got it, and you came in and you told the state what you claim happened that night, right?
Told them the truth.
Well, you understand that it is your obligation under that immunity agreement that you wanted, that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes, sir.
And who determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I would say myself. It's my knowledge. and then to determine if I'm telling the truth would be the state of Connecticut.
That's right. The people sitting at this table, right?
So yeah,
Watching you testify here, right?
correct.
And you did give a statement in this case, correct?
Did.
And prior to coming in here and testify, were you allowed to review that statement?
I was.
So you know what's expected of you to come in here and testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you said any deviation would equal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
So even if you wanted to, even if you had a change of heart and said, you know, some of that stuff I told him wasn't true, if you said that on this stand, do you think that this immunity agreement would still protect you?
It wouldn't.
Feeling a lot of pressure today, I bet.
Just nervous.
That's not the same as feeling pressure.
I would say could be, but it depends.
So that evening started off a party that you'd been invited to over at Five Leesbrook, right?
Correct.
And that was a St. Joe's party, right?
Correct.
You didn't expect to see anybody there but St. Joe's kids, is that fair to say?
Usually how it goes, yeah.
And when you got there, you said there were as many as 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was he doing?
Drinking, very, very intoxicated.
In fact, so intoxicated he was throwing up?
Yeah.
Did you see Madigan Leifer there?
I did.
And in fact, she told you this party's getting a little out of hand. Can you keep people from coming in that aren't supposed to be here?
She did.
She asked you to bounce people effectively, right?
Not directly, but along those lines.
Keep people out. And some folks showed up that you didn't know, right?
Mhm.
You never met Ryan Hines before in your life. Never met Griffin Marcinzik before in your life. And you guys, you approached them, or Jack approached them, or Raul approached them.
To my recollection, we kind of found them waiting in the garage area.
Waiting in the garage area? What were they doing?
They're going to come in.
Okay. And then you approached these kids, or Jack approaches these kids?
I don't recall who went up first, but eventually it was all three of us approaching them.
Okay. And at some point, Jack grabs one of the kids' case of beer, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, at least, would you agree that it became more of a dispute between Jack and that kid directly?
Yes.
Everybody else is kind of watching to see what's going to happen. Is that fair to say?
There's that.
Were you screaming anything at that kid at that point? Did you reach over and try and help Jack take the beer from the kid?
No.
How far away from Jack were you at that point?
5, 6 feet.
Were you worried that this kid was going to do something to Jack?
I wouldn't say worried, but I was expecting a fight.
You were expecting a fight at that point. Everybody was expecting a fight between Jack and that kid, right?
Yes.
And that kid had come with another kid, right?
Yeah.
And where was that kid?
Just standing off in the distance.
And you told us before that you had brought 2 bottles of, is it Kinky? Like Kinky? Okay. And you got that from a liquor store?
I did.
You had a fake ID?
I did not.
How'd you get that at the liquor store? You stole it?
Talk well with people.
You talk well with people. Talked your way into getting 2 bottles of liquor
Yes.
without having to show an ID.
Yes.
Pretty slick. You'd agree?
How lucky?
Got lucky. Had you done that before?
I had not.
First and only time you'd ever talked your way into some liquor?
Yeah.
Not the first and only time you'd ever talked your way into something you weren't supposed to have?
No.
You told us that you drank some of that in the car, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And that was on the way to go pick up Mr. Valley
It was.
from his house.
Yeah.
He didn't come out with any liquor, right?
Did not.
He didn't come out with any weapons, did he?
Did not.
He came out with his girlfriend, Mackenzie Trafficante.
Correct.
They hopped in the car with you guys and you went over to 5 Leesbrook, right?
Correct.
No talk in the car of anything violent, fighting going on, anything like that?
No. Just,
Basketball, I'm sorry.
just socializing.
Just basketball group chat hadn't started yet, right?
No.
And then you described what you've called a usual high school party happening at 5 Leesbrook.
Correct.
And we saw the photograph. That was you, or that was Jack and Raul at that party, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see he had something around his neck, a pillow of some sort?
Neck pillow.
Neck pillow? What was that about?
I don't know. He's trying to be funny.
Was that fairly consistent with who Mr. Valley was, trying to be funny?
Yeah.
And there was beer pong going on?
Correct.
But it was actually water pong? Is that what you were telling us?
Well, usually nowadays, the way beer pong works is they fill up the cups of water, you have to refill them with beer, and you just take sips of your beer pong with that.
So as not to waste beer.
Yeah, that and, I mean, so you're not chugging half a cup of beer every time you get a cup.
Evolution of the beer pong game.
I would say.
And you said that there were words exchanged in an argument between Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, right?
What?
They squared off, right? your recollection was that Mr. Snyder was the one who threw the first punch, right?
That's what I remembered, yeah.
But then you watch the video and you say you can see that Mr. Valley throws what you described as a sucker punch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, you would agree, they were sort of squaring off and moving around, trying to get position on one another.
They were, yes.
People in that crowd that were watching, which you were one of, you didn't know which way they were going to go, right? Eventually, you saw Mr. Hines tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
And they go to the ground and sort of go off the screen, what looks like behind a minivan of some sort. You join the fray.
Yes.
Mr. Valley joins the fray.
Yes.
Who else joins the fray at that point?
Only 3 people I remember is us 3.
You would agree, however, after watching the video, there were more people that joined the fray, right? Some girls come over.
Yes.
Yes. Some other people come over, it appears.
It looks like.
Did somebody pull you off, or did you stand up on your own?
I stand up on my own.
Did you ever see Mr. Valley take that motorcycle helmet off?
No.
Did you see him swing it at anybody? People were struggling to get people off in that video, right?
That was a simple fight.
It was kind of a quick fight.
Was, yes.
He said folks got up, separated, right?
Yes.
The 2 kids who had come that you were trying to keep out, they left.
They did leave, yeah.
And you said then the party went on for another 30 to 45 minutes?
Did, yes.
Okay. What was going on during that 30 to 45 minutes? Just more of the same typical party?
Seeing, socializing.
No talk about let's go get into a fight, anything like that? And then you said Mama Lifer came and shut it down, right?
You did.
Told everybody to get out of there.
Yeah.
You left Lazy Brook Road trying to figure out what to do with that. Is that fair to say?
I'm trying to look for another party.
Were you trying to look for these kids that had just come that you just kicked out of the fight? Was Jack, who had just sort of been getting the worst of that end of the fight, was he angry and wanted to go find those kids? And at that point, you described you'd already gotten into the car when this group chat began, right? And you claimed that you were added to the group chat, right?
Correct.
When you say that you were added to the group chat, how could you tell that this group chat pre-existed your being added to it?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that was pre-existed. I just got added to it, and then they were chatting. So I just thought this was already going on.
Okay. You didn't create it.
I did not create it.
Mr. Valley didn't create it.
I did not.
Mr. Snyder didn't create it.
I did not.
And yet, the 3 of you simultaneously got added to it?
I don't know the points of when we got added.
Okay. And at that point, you started, what you described was the group chat tone was aggressive and violent, right?
Yes.
And somehow you found your way over to Trumbull High School, right?
Did.
You yourself didn't go to Trumbull High School?
I was in the car.
But I'm saying you didn't attend Trumbull High School.
No, I didn't.
Nobody in your vehicle attended Trumbull High School, right?
I did.
How far was it from Lazy Brook Road to Trumbull High School?
Don't take my word on it. Probably 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
You weren't going to Trumbull High School looking for the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Not at the time.
How many people were on that group chat other than yourself, Mr. Valley, and Mr. Snyder?
I don't know the number, but there had to be a lot of people.
And most of the aggressiveness and violence, was that towards your group of 3, or was that from your group of 3 towards whatever this larger group was?
I would say it was coming from both sides.
Okay.
There was more St. Joe's kids in the group chat that were being probably the most aggressive
Okay.
with those Shelton kids than us 3.
So there were other St. Joe's kids on there in addition to the 3 of you?
Yes.
And you're saying that those other St. Joe's kids were being more aggressive than the 3 of you?
I would say.
Had those other St. Joe's kids been involved at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
And at some point, you were being told to come and fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
An address got sent to you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you hadn't seen any knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
There was no mention of knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
And no drinking on the way when you started to go towards this address?
I still had one of the kinky bottles, but my recollection, I believe we weren't drinking.
And at Trumbull High School, there were 2 other cars there, right?
Oh, yes.
One car of girls and a white BMW with 2 guys in it, right?
Yes.
And those 2 guys attended Trumbull High School, you told us, and they were friends of Keenan Frasic's.
They were, yeah.
You didn't know them.
I did not.
And that address that got texted to you, that was not an address you were familiar with, was it?
It's not.
You didn't say, oh, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, I know who lives there.
I didn't know.
At that point, it didn't register to you that that was Tyler Rich's house. But you've told us that you were friends with Tyler Rich's cousins? Is that what you told us?
No, it's my cousins were friends with them.
And how did you know that?
How did I know that?
Yes.
Because my cousins lived in Misty Lane, which is a couple streets over, and they always would talk about Tyler Rich.
Okay. But you yourself had never met Tyler Rich before?
I've met him in the past, yes, before.
But you'd never been to his home before?
No.
That you can recall?
That I could recall. No, I have not.
And you said that there was a conversation about going to 43 Laurel Glen Drive with Mr. Valley, and you told us, he said, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
You never told the cops that when you spoke to them before, did you?
Believe not.
No, that's the first time any of us are ever hearing that, right?
Yeah.
That's a deviation from what you said before. Are you worried about telling the state something different?
No, because it's my truth and my memory.
No, and in fact, it's worse than anything you've told them before, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you never before told them that Mr. Valley told you, yeah, let's go, we fucked him up once already. Would you agree that that is worse than what you told them before?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Was it like that?
Now, you told us when you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive that the car parked in front of the mailbox by the driveway, right?
Yes.
Not across the street from the house?
No, we were like almost in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road the first time that you stopped there, or in the middle of the road when the car came back before the fight? And then you said you think someone from the car texted that you were there. Is it possible that Mr. Snyder honked the horn?
Yeah.
But somehow, what went from what you claim was nobody being outside in the yard at first, right? People came running from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told us 35 to 40 people, right?
Yeah.
Spilling down the driveway, right? Right? Sorry, she can't pick up a head nod. Coming down through the yard as well, right? Pouring out of the house, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they were coming straight at the car, right?
Correct.
There's 7 of you in the car.
Correct.
There's 35 to 40 of them coming at you.
Correct.
What were you thinking at that point?
Oh, shit.
You were scared. This was a dumb idea. Yes?
Yes.
Did Mackenzie Trafficante indicate to you in any way that she thought going over to 43 LGD, Laurel Glen Drive, that she was expecting to get into a fight?
Objection as to what Mackenzie says.
The question was, did she indicate by any way? I'll just be clear and instructing the witness, but don't tell us what Mackenzie said, if anything. But I'll allow you to answer over.
Not that I recall.
Did Demetrius Arfanos indicate in any way through his demeanor that he thought he was going over being taken to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to get into a fight?
Yes.
He did.
Yes,
From his
I
demeanor.
believe Dimitri and Keenan and Will were coming with us to fight.
Keenan Frasick,
Yes, I believe so.
smaller guy with kind of a mustache. Demetrius Arfanos?
Yeah.
Quiet kind of guy. Was going over to get into a fight.
Yeah.
You said that you thought maybe kids were hanging outside in the backyard.
Yeah.
Could you see the backyard?
No, just that's where they came out of.
Okay. And these kids were running at the car,
I would say so.
and they surrounded the car quickly.
Very quickly.
Kids on the driver's side,
All sides.
kids on the passenger side too.
Mhm.
Kids in front of the car, right?
Correct.
Kids behind the car, right?
Correct.
You could feel the car rocking and shaking, right?
Correct.
You could hear people kicking the car, pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Some folks are outside screaming at the car, you said. One of them said, you jumped our boys.
Correct.
You lied and said, no, I didn't, right?
No.
You lied because you were scared, right?
Probably.
You were terrified, right?
I wouldn't say terrified, but I would say scared.
What's the difference between scared and terrified?
Objection as to relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to claim it, I'll hear it outside the jury.
You were scared but not terrified.
Correct.
Had you ever been surrounded in a car before like that?
I'm not.
You weren't driving the vehicle, right?
I was not.
You didn't have any way to make that vehicle move, did you?
Not.
Well, but you could have gotten out of the car, right?
Not getting out of the car.
Well, why not?
Just 40 kids surrounding it.
You were terrified of getting out of the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Were you scared of getting out of the car?
Yeah.
Did you see Mr. Snyder reach into the console and pull out a knife and put it in his lap?
I did not.
Were you paying attention to what Mr. Snyder was doing at that point?
I wasn't.
You were focused on what was going on outside the car, right?
More to like the right side of my window where all the kids were.
And then you heard a windshield smash, right?
Yes.
Somebody threw something at it?
I don't know how I got smashed, but it smashed right in front of me.
Right in front of you. At that point, you were terrified, right?
So I got a little more scared.
A little more. You were worried somebody was going to smash the window, right?
Yeah.
Reach in and try to pull you out of the car, right?
I would object based on speculation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase the question.
You were scared that somebody could break that window, were you not?
After seeing what happened to the windshield, I would say yes.
And if somebody broke that window, you were scared that they might try and attack you, right?
The way they were acting, yes.
That car was starting to feel very small, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had any way out of that situation that you found yourself in, did you?
Yeah.
You were worried you might come to some great bodily harm, were you not?
Felt a little more protected since we were in the car, you know? But what you're saying, yes.
You felt protected like this is a safe situation right now. I've got this in hand.
No.
You couldn't make Jack drive that car anywhere, could you?
No.
In fact, if he tried to drive the car forward, there were people blocking the way, right?
Right.
If he tried to back up, there was somebody bouncing on the rear bumper, right?
Right.
Had you ever been in that situation before?
No.
Have you ever attacked a vehicle yourself?
No.
And people in the car, their demeanor led you to believe that they were scared as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody in that car was terrified at that moment, were they not?
Yes.
And you told us here today that Mr. Valley was screaming at people, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You never said that to the cops before, did you?
I believe I did.
When you talked to him on December 6th, that's what you told him?
I believe I did.
And you told us you thought that lasted for 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Did it feel like it only lasted 15 seconds when it was going on?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Felt longer just because of the chaos, you know, because of what's going on. So if you're looking for a number of it, I would say, yeah, if I felt 20, 25 seconds.
20 or 25 seconds was all?
Yeah, if you phrase it in that certain way.
Fair to say you didn't know while it was going on when or if it was going to come to an end, right?
Fair to say that, yeah.
So when it was happening, it felt like an eternity, did it not?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And then you said, Mr. Valley was saying drive, right?
You say drive, yeah.
He wanted to get out of there, right? And Jack somehow pulls the car out and gets it down the street.
Slowly started to almost driving people.
Spread out of the way. Saw an opening, car splits through. Goes down to the end of the street. Drives up and down, back and forth a few times, right?
You did.
Throwing things out the windows.
Not that I remember.
And we watched a video here, Stakes Exhibit number 44, from in front of that house where you said later folks got out of the car. We didn't see the car going back and forth, up and down, right?
Not that I know.
But what we did see was some people getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then the vehicle pulls ahead and moves on.
Yes.
And you identified those three people that got out of the vehicle as Mackenzie Trafficante, correct?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
And Mr. Valley, right?
Correct.
And then you didn't remember what we saw on the video, and you would agree that the vehicle was chased by kids coming from the Shelton party, right?
Yes, correct.
You didn't remember this, you told us, but you saw on the video that those people were throwing things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you heard people screaming things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you saw those people running at what you've told us now is yourself and Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw in that video, the vehicle pulls ahead and leaves you there with those kids from Shelton High, right?
Correct.
And where did the vehicle go when it pulled off and left you there?
I don't know.
You had no idea where that vehicle went, right? Do you remember being scared at that point?
I do not remember being scared at that point.
But you do remember that Mackenzie was screaming, "Let me out," right?
I do.
And At some point after leaving you there, you say Mr. Snyder came back and parked the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at that point, everybody else in the car got out, right?
Yes.
And did some folks go over and sit away from the vehicle?
They did, yeah.
And who was that?
I don't really recall, but pretty sure it was Mackenzie, Traff, Dimitri, and Keenan, and Will. Like everyone else kind of sat down.
And that left just the three of you, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Valley, and yourself, around the vehicle?
Yes.
Were any of the Shelton High kids there at that point?
Not that I recall.
Do you know an Enrico Fiola?
I do.
And you recall Mr. Fiola coming down and talking to you while you were at the car, right?
I actually don't.
And you recall Tyler Rich coming down and talking to you while you were at the car, right?
Not.
You don't recall any of those Shelton High kids coming down while the three of you were at the car inspecting it for damage, right?
Not.
Because it never happened, right?
Objection.
And so you're inspecting the car, you said, and you see that it's damaged, right?
Do.
So now you're looking at the vehicle and seeing what happened to it while moments before you were trapped inside that car, right?
Correct.
And you can see that the windshield has in fact been smashed, right?
Correct.
You told us there was damage to the car all over it, right?
Yes.
And your thought was, this is a lot of damage. This is going to cost a lot of money for Jack Snyder, right?
Agreed.
Because it was Jack Snyder's car, right?
What?
Not your car. Not Mr. Valley's car.
Nope.
But you said that Mr. Valley was the angriest of anybody?
It seemed like it through his demeanor and his words.
And he was angrier than Jack Snyder about the car.
I mean, Jack was angry. I was angry, but it was like almost like he was more angry, at least more vocal about it than us.
You didn't see a weapon at that point?
Not.
No knife anywhere?
Nope.
Did you see, though, Mr. Valley, when you went scrambling through the glove box looking for the knife?
Did not.
Okay. Well, then you saw him when he went scrambling through the console, right, to get the knife out?
Did not.
And you heard him say, Jack, where's the knife? Give me the knife!
I heard him say, Jack, give me the knife.
Just like that?
Yes.
Like you just said it?
The way he said it, I don't really recall.
Because you told us you weren't there right beside him, right? You were going around the car or something like that?
Correct.
But you overheard what you think was him saying, where's the knife?
Correct.
And you got back in the car and got into the back passenger seat.
Yes.
And Mr. Valley got into the front of the car.
Correct.
And you told us before that you've known Mr. Valley from growing up in Milford, right?
Correct.
How old were you when you first met Mr. Valley?
I don't remember the age. I was young, but it was about third grade football.
Third grade football? Yeah. You guys have been close ever since, right?
We got close around fifth grade.
A year and a half later, you got close with Mr. Valley. And since fifth grade, you'd been fast friends, right?
Correct.
Hung out almost every weekend?
Correct.
Slept at his house?
Many times.
He'd slept at your house?
Many times.
You felt like he had your back?
Objection as to what he felt the defendant thought.
Sustained.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there. I know these kids, right?
Correct.
Were you still angry at that point?
I was upset for Jack's car, but me being angry didn't do anything.
Okay. And you said, take me back. I want to make peace. I know these kids.
I said, take me back, yes. Let me talk to Tyler Rich.
Are we going to take the morning break? I just
We are. Is this a good place
I
to
think this might be a good spot.
All right, thank you. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and give you your recess. So the time is 11:25. We'll be back in 15 minutes on the record. Thank you. Question or answers?
All rise. Recess.
He had an immunity deal. So that's at least two of them that I seen with an immunity deal. The driver and then him, the other dude that was in the back seat. So, child, I don't know. I don't know. Ronnie Walker is in recess. They're in recess. Let me see if there's anything else. I'm making a little her content right now because, yeah, I haven't posted anything on social. So we will, maybe we can go to Line Crime and watch a little bit of their Diddy trial. Is there anybody, see if there's anybody talking?
We directed and arranged multiple instances of transporting people for prostitution. We will break down the highlights of this closing argument right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. That's right, Morgan & Morgan, they're investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, just takes a few minutes, and you don't pay unless they win. So scan the QR code on screen, click the link below, or go to forthepeople.com/LCDepo to see if you qualify. Closing arguments are officially underway in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. In fact, the prosecution just wrapped up their closing argument. Remember, this is the last chance for each side to summarize the evidence in this case, present their final conclusion, their narrative for the jury. And it's important. It's important because there's a lot for the jury to consider over these past few weeks. It is a complicated case. There is a lot of evidence. There's a lot of testimony. And closings are the last time the jurors will hear from the attorneys before they begin their deliberations. So we begin with the prosecution's closing argument that was delivered by Assistant United States Attorney Christy Slavic, outlining why the jury should find Combs guilty of 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, 1 with respect to Cassie Ventura Fine, 1 with respect to Jane, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Again, 1 with respect to Cassie, 1 with respect to Jane. I want to bring on right now Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom for all of those arguments today. Elizabeth, great to see you. Want to take this piece by piece. Let's start it off with racketeering conspiracy. The top charge, arguably the most complicated charge in the mix, carries life in prison. Okay, so there's a lot at stake here. The prosecutor definitely wanted to make it clear for the jury. How did she outline, let's start this, how did she outline that this is a criminal organization, that there was a criminal agreement? Let's start there before we even move into the underlying predicate crimes that the prosecution needs to prove.
Yeah, so right off the bat, Christy Slavic is really talking about count 1, of course, that being racketeering conspiracy, aka RICO. And just right off the bat, she's telling the jury, over the last several weeks, you learned about Sean Combs and then kidnapping an employee, first forced labor, arson, bribery, plus brutal crimes are at the heart of the case. She also said, across all of these comes the defendant using his power and violence to get what he wants, and that he doesn't take no for an answer. And so right off at the top of her closing argument, the jury has shown exhibit photos, one of March 2016 Intercontinental Hotel still image from that surveillance video where you can kind of see Cassie on the ground after she was initially physically assaulted by Sean Combs on that videotape. And then also the government talked about Sean Combs kicking, choking, and slapping Jane and forcing her into a freak-off, specifically pointing to the instance that happened in June of 2024. And so, the government was like, these instances are separated by 8 years, but they're kind of saying they're one and the same. But I think the most interesting part of just the beginning of the closing argument by the prosecution is that Christy Slavic is like, Sean Combs has a small army of personal staff. No one could stop him. He uses inner circle and money to cover up his crimes, and even referred to his assistants as foot soldiers and other things like that. So really kind of pointing out how the assistants, how those who were in Sean Combs' inner circle really kind of helped build this case of racketeering conspiracy against the defendant.
Yeah, that he's the leader of this criminal organization, that the assistants, the security, they helped pull off the freak-offs. They knew it was wrong. They were the go-to people. They knew about the sex tapes. They got drugs for freak-offs. Justina Coram, she knew what was going on. D-Rock got ice for Cassie's black ice. So I get it, right? This idea that everybody was on the same page. Now, for the prosecution to win this charge, they have to prove at least 2 underlying predicate crimes, right? And you tell me what stood out the most. Was it forced labor? Was it kidnapping? Was it arson? Which, by the way, there was a whole back and forth yesterday. Oh, is arson and kidnapping still part of the case? Yes, it is. They may have they might have decided to not move forward with attempted arson or attempted kidnapping, but they're still moving forward with actual kidnapping and arson or conspiracy to commit these crimes. So which of the underlying crimes really stood out to you today? I know the prosecution addressed all of them, but was it forced labor? Was it the drug offenses? Was it arson? Was it kidnapping? Was it bribery? Which were the ones that you think if the jury has to decide, oh, these are the two we're going to find him guilty of, or we think these are the predicate crimes for racketeering, this pattern of criminal activity, which were some of the ones that stood out to you?
Well, to your point, Jesse, the prosecution laying out again that the government only has to prove 2 of these acts, but as they're listing drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, bribery, sex trafficking, forced labor, witness tampering, interstate transportation for prostitution, you really could pick any of them because I feel like the government made very strong cases for all of them. But some of the ones that really kind of stood out to me, and I think for maybe a different way than maybe people think, was kind of drug distribution, because I think a lot of people, in terms of just the drugs and overall kind of components that go to it, that people think, Sean Combs had to be transporting, kilos and large quantities of drugs, but really the government was kind of laying out that delivering or passing on drugs kind of counted distribution. And so I think Christy Slavic made a pretty strong argument where she said a special ingredients that, talking about the drugs, were required for freak-off. So each and every time she's kind of talking about the predicate act, she's talking about all the players involved. So in terms of drug distribution, she specifically talked about D-Rock, KK, and Fahim Muhammad. And so the 2 elements that kind of go with that is that the co-conspirators distributed the drugs, but also the second element being that the co-conspirator distributed the drugs knowingly. And so she listed all the drugs out because drugs was something that was very common throughout all the testimony that the witnesses had. So she talked about cocaine, meth, ketamine, oxycodone, Xanax, MDMA, GHB, 2C, and mushrooms as well. And so she said that the quantity is not relevant. It's not an element of this crime. And so she says, the jury has heard a number of names, including Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl, as some of the drug dealers that were used, but also just the money that kind of goes and is attached to just, the assistants reaching out to KK or Fahim Muhammad, talking about reimbursement for payments such as $450 of a balance for drugs or $780 to go towards the personal Gucci items. And as they talked about throughout a lot of witness testimony, the Gucci items normally refer to the drugs that were in a specific Gucci bag that Sean Combs always had on his person, or that the assistants were required to carry just near and around Sean Combs. But even in terms of just distributing the drugs to others, the prosecution named a number of people that it kind of falls under there, where it's including Cassie and Jane and Carrie Morgan and Bonna and Mia, and how Mia and Brendan Paul specifically were even made to kind of partake in this drug use. Mia testified that she kind of was given a different batch of all these different drugs, and it was kind of like a guessing game of which drug was which drug, and she had to take a line of it. Whereas Brendan Paul talked about the first time he did drugs outside of marijuana was 2C with Sean Combs in order to kind of prove his loyalty. But I think another big thing, Jesse, was just the kidnapping aspect, because to your point, a lot of people are like, oh my God, there's no more kidnapping. Oh my God, there's no more arson. But the prosecution laid out 3 instances of kidnapping. One in January of 2009, when Cassie's face was stomped on and she was held at a hotel because Sean Combs got upset that she was talking to a producer, and Cassie drunkenly punched Sean Combs in the face, and then he physically assaulted her, and that Sean Combs forced her to stay in a hotel for a week, and that Bonds, the security guard, told her that she couldn't leave that hotel. And so the prosecution was like, Cassie didn't consent to staying at the London hotel during this particular alleged incident of kidnapping. Then there was another time where they brought it back to 2004 here in New York City with Capricorn Clark and the lie detector test after the jewelry went missing, and how the government said a person restricted victims' movements by confining her to a place. And so the prosecution laid out that the man who administered the test said if she refused, she would be thrown in the East River. That was something that Capricorn Clark had even testified to. And then obviously the biggest instance was December of 2011 with the whole Kid Cudi kind of aspect, where Capricorn Clark says that a gun was pointed at her face by Sean Combs. She was forced into this car and was driven over to Kid Cudi's home, all because Sean Combs was upset that he being Kid Cudi was seeing Kathy Ventura fine. But that Capricorn had even testified again that Sean Combs held a gun at her. She didn't want to go with him, and that all the players involved with that particular instance of alleged kidnapping was Capricorn Clark, Rue, who was a security guard, Sean Combs, how they drove over to Kid Cudi's home, and Capricorn Clark didn't consent. Now, obviously, Jesse, there's a number of other interesting points where you talk about bribery and other things too that are very interesting, but those to me are the ones that definitely stood out the most.
Yeah, bribery. Eddie Garcia, the hotel security guard who was allegedly paid $100,000 that he split with others to hand over the videotape of Sean Combs reportedly beating Cassie. I thought that was a significant point. Forced labor, the idea of Mia, this personal assistant, being allegedly sexually assaulted by Sean Combs, but also the idea of the 2 main alleged victims in this case, Jane and Cassie. They were forced to perform sex acts, right? This forced labor concept. So let's talk about Jane and let's talk about Cassie. Let's take it piece by piece. They each make up, as I said, individual sex trafficking counts and individual counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. But when we talk about sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, let's talk about Jane. What did the prosecutor say today in closing arguments to say that Jane is a victim of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. What did she say about that?
Well, I think, Jesse, the sex trafficking aspect as it specifically pertains to Jane is pretty interesting because the government says you only have to find one instance of sex trafficking. So sure, the government has a very long list of all these different flights and locations and hotel rooms, all to kind of point out that all of these instances of hotel nights were possibly alleged sex trafficking, but only the jury has to find one particular instance, and then the defendant, in the perfect way the government probably wants, is guilty of sex trafficking. But as it comes to Jane, and by the way, whenever they were talking about Jane, the gallery screen that we're able to see that kind of shows the public and the media and everyone who's sitting inside the courtroom, that was completely shut off. So only the jury is seeing these particular exhibits, the text messages, the photos, as it pertains to Jane, mainly because, of Jane, she testified under a pseudonym and they just want to protect her privacy just a little bit more. But in terms of just the different stages of sex trafficking, the government said that the first stage was Jane kind of learning about the drugs and the outfits and putting pornography on, because they were saying that Sean Combs kind of groomed Jane into sex trafficking. So they say that first stage, again, being the drugs, the outfits, putting pornography on, something that kind of Diddy enjoyed according to her testimony. But she said the second stage was the fantasy talk, and how the fantasy talk kind of pertained to Jane with other men, and that Sean Combs made it happen eventually. And then that third stage was using a payment of rent, because as we know, Sean Combs was paying for her rent $10,000 a month, which we learned during the trial that he's still paying for even at this time, but that payment of rent was used as leverage. And so Chrissy Slavic is like, he reminds her he can take things away from her anytime that he wants to. And so the government said that the hotel nights weren't about what Jane wanted, it was about what the defendant wanted. He made Jane sex with the entertainers because, as the defense kind of pointed out, using Jane's messages kind of in a way against her, we're saying, okay, hey, look, she's reaching out to these escorts or these entertainers all on her own. But the government is saying that Sean Combs made Jane kind of sex with these entertainers, and that Jane wanted the escorts to wear condoms. However, Sean Combs didn't want them to wear condoms, and that he would be dismissive and condescending whenever she kind of was vocal about wanting these escorts to wear protection. The government also saying throughout those months, the defendant continued to dangle different carrots in her face, such as gifts, such as trips, such as shopping. And then we heard an audio message from Sean Combs to Jane where he says, I'm not going to play these games with you. You'll just have silence. We can have spats, but you need to get on your job. And the government's kind of pointing out that get on your job was her doing these hotel nights. But in terms of Jane kind of voicing her opinion about not wanting to do the hotel nights, because if you go back to her testimony at the beginning, she thought initially that it was going to be a one-time thing, that at first it was exciting and taboo, and she just wanted to pretty much please her partner. But then towards the end, she was kind of voicing that she felt like these hotel nights were all that she was used for, and that she said she was saying these things about voicing her opinions, that she was saying it for months even prior to Cassie's lawsuit, where the jury was able to see some messages from Jane to Sean Combs where she says, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. On 2 of my birthdays, you forced me to perform with with entertainers. Then the jury was able to hear, these audio recordings, some that we've already heard before, where Jane is saying, I want you to know, and then Sean Combs kind of cuts her off, and he says, are you recording me? What are you talking about? Kind of showing these different instances where it turns out she was being recorded, but that Sean Combs in a way was kind of playing it like, oh, maybe he's manipulating her because he's implying that she's recording him when truly she was the one that was being recorded on. And so then they kind of talked about after Cassie's lawsuit, where Jane's relationship with Sean Combs changed. She stopped seeing him for months, but the government points out that Sean Combs told Jane to charge him, and charge him, they kind of implied that it was to buy her silence, because Jane had asked for about $100,000 per year that they were together for her loss of money and her time, plus what she had to endure for these hotel nights, and kind of pointing out that charging was significantly less than what Cassie ended up getting in her settlement with Sean Combs after she filed her lawsuit. But in terms of just threats that were made too, the government pointed out that Sean Combs threatened to release her sex tapes to her child's father, and that the government says that Jane reached out to Christina Quorum about the threats, and that she again didn't speak with him for about 2 months after he had threatened to release these sexually explicit videos and photos of her to her child's father, and that they ended up reconnecting around her birthday, which is in February of 2024, because Sean Combs says that they would spend wholesome time together. Lo and behold, that an escort was being contacted by Sean Combs, so that way they could do another hotel night. So those were just some of the instances of sex trafficking by Jane. But in terms of just all these different instances of specific sex trafficking, they point to the sobriety party of October of 2023, where Jane wanted to do a hotel night without drugs, and then she ended up throwing up in between escort number 2 and escort number 3. They also point to the June 18th, 2024 incident that happened at Jane's house, where she was physically assaulted. And then at the end of it, when she said she was forced to do a hotel night even after being assaulted, Sean Combs said something to her saying, is this coercion? And I think the government was really kind of pointing out that coercion was a specific word that Sean Combs used. And so those were just some of the instances of alleged sex trafficking as it pertains to Jane.
Yeah. And that goes to knowledge. That goes to the knowledge component, because the defense is going to say, how is he supposed to know they didn't really want this? Well, if the jury believes that he said that to her, that's significant. And I have to tell you, I think the highlight from this day was the prosecution saying that consenting once or consenting several times doesn't mean that either a Jane or a Cassie consented every time. One instance of sex trafficking. You laid them out so perfectly. The jury has to believe just one of them. If it fits the elements of sex trafficking, he could be convicted of that. Now, we go on to Cassie, okay? Cassie Ventura Fine. Why, according to Prosecutor Slavic, is she a victim of sex trafficking?
Yeah, well, right off the top, when it came to count 2, and that again pertaining to Cassie, the prosecution said, before there was Jane, because they talked about all the points related.
Because, I mean, that's all of us in a car. Me coming up alone, trying to talk to them would be a different situation.
Well, again, you weren't expecting to go back there alone. You got into the car, so you knew that Mr. Snyder was going to be in there with you, right?
I knew Mr. Schneider. I knew Schneider. I knew Valley was going to be in the car, but I knew myself was going to get out. I did not know Lito was going to get out.
You didn't expect if you were going to get out and go face 30 or 40 people that had just swarmed you, that Mr. Valley would get out of the car to be there with you?
I did not expect that. I did not expect that.
But you told us you would expect him to help you if you were in a dangerous situation.
Objection, asked and answered.
Why didn't you just walk back to the house?
Asked Jack to drive me.
I understand what you did. I asked, why didn't you just walk back to the house?
I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that.
Well, you just told us that you were expecting to go up there and talk to them by yourself.
Yeah.
But you got into the car.
You did.
That Mr. Valley and Mr. Snyder were already in, according to you.
Correct.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there.
You did.
When you got back to the house, or at some point before you got back to the house, you say you heard Mr. Valley say, Jack, give me the knife.
Correct.
But you didn't see him give him the knife.
Did not.
And you didn't see the knife anytime thereafter.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley with the knife in his hand opening the blade.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley take the blade and flash it out the window.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything with the knife at any time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you get out of the car once you got back there, right?
Correct.
And you start walking into the yard.
Correct.
It's your recollection that there was nobody in the yard when you pulled up?
Yes.
And you got out and you walked straight up into the yard, right?
Correct.
You said right in front of the mailbox?
Yes. I walked almost like a straight shoot up.
And you were just a little past the grass and onto the driveway?
Correct.
Where were you heading?
I was heading to talk to someone. So I was greeted.
You were going to go knock on the front door?
No.
Were you by the cars that were parked in the driveway?
Not that I could recall.
Do you remember any vehicles being along the sides of the road?
Not that I can recall.
And then at some point you realized that Mr. Valley was also out of the car with you, right?
Correct.
And you turned to him and you said, Mr. Valley, go get back in the car, right?
No, I actually did not say that.
Well, you didn't say, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're going to cause a problem.
I said, what are you doing?
Oh, you did. You said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the cops when you spoke to them?
I did.
What was his reaction when you said, what are you doing?
He just didn't say anything back.
They didn't pull the knife out and say, well, I'm here to kill somebody.
He did not.
An object based on that call.
You didn't turn around and get back in the car because now your plan that you told us about had changed, because now it wasn't just you out of the car.
Correct.
Why didn't you just go get back in the car at that point? Your plan had changed.
In the moment, I didn't think of it. Kept walking. My plan was to talk to Tyler Rich.
Because it didn't surprise you that Mr. Valley was out of the car with you when you were going to do this, right?
It did, but I didn't think anything too heavy about it.
You knew this was a dangerous situation that you were walking into, right?
At the time, the way I felt, I didn't think it was going to be dangerous just because I thought it was just me walking up, talking to kids that I know and they know me and my family.
You thought those 30 or 40 kids that had surrounded the vehicle and knew you and your family and were jumping on it and smashed the windshield were now going to be happy to see you.
I wouldn't say happy.
Your expectation was that you would be greeted peacefully?
Yeah.
You knew some of the kids there at that party, correct?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
And by your own account, Mr. Valley didn't know any of those kids, right?
My knowledge, no.
And you said seeing him coming up was not smart,
No, I don't think so.
but you walking up, that was smart.
My head, yes, it was.
And you described Mr. Valley as being upset and angry at that point.
I did, correct.
And that was based on his face?
It was based on before we went down his words with the car.
Okay. So when you got out of the car and he was following you up, how close to you was he?
7 to 8 feet to my right.
To your right and behind you?
I would say a little bit behind.
You were leading the way?
I was, but he was at 6 to 7 feet to the right, and maybe a little bit behind.
And watching your back?
You could say that.
At that point, he wasn't doing anything like squaring up with anybody.
No.
He wasn't flashing a knife at anybody.
Nope.
Didn't have his hands in his pockets.
Nope.
Didn't have his shirt pulled up over his head.
Nope.
And you heard somebody yell, "They're back."
Correct.
And you told us you thought you were going to go talk to Tyler Rich about the damages to Mr. Snyder's car.
Basically, yeah, about the whole situation.
And you thought Mr. Rich was going to want to talk about the damages to the vehicle.
I know he would hear me out.
You expected him to want to have a conversation about the damages to the car. What do you expect? Is that called for speculation?
You know, it's what he expected, his reason for going. I'll allow that.
Say the question again?
Sure. You expected Mr. Rich was going to want to talk to you about the damages to the vehicle.
I did at the time.
And after you heard their back, you told us you were confronted by a large individual that was screaming at you, right?
Correct.
Was that Tyler Rich?
No.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
He was not alone, though, was he?
No.
Shortly thereafter, the 30 to 40 people swarmed out again, right?
Correct.
Looked like the whole house was pouring out from that backside, right?
Correct.
You were scared at that point, weren't you?
I was.
Not because of anything Mr. Valley was doing at that point, was it?
Correct.
Because of what you had just walked into, fair to say?
Correct.
At that point, were you terrified?
Correct.
You didn't know if any of those people had weapons, did you?
I did not.
You saw somebody throw things at you while you were down there at the end of 40, easy for me to say, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, but you saw it on the video, right?
Sustaining the objection, I'm going to instruct the jury to strike the witness's answer. And when there's an objection pending, let's please pause. Thank you.
Did you ever see Mr. Valley get sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB Blaster?
I did not.
At the point when the large individual is screaming at you, 30 to 40 people come out and they start to surround you and Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
You notice people on all sides of you, right?
Correct.
In fact, how many people were in front of you?
I don't know the exact head count, but I would say around 10.
And were those 10 all just in front of you talking peacefully?
No one was talking peacefully.
And they weren't just in front of you, right? They were surrounding you,
Correct.
cutting off your exit.
You could say that.
You felt like you were being enclosed.
You could say that.
Didn't have a car around you now, did you?
I did not.
Did you think you were going to get beaten up?
Yeah.
Did it cross your mind that you might die?
No.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. What he was thinking.
I mean, when shit hits the fan like that so quickly, there's only a certain amount of time to think. I could say, yeah, I was like, I'm gonna get my ass beat.
You didn't know if you were going to live through that, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Sustained.
And pretty soon, you had confirmation that your idea that Tyler Rich might want to peacefully talk with you was wrong, right?
Yes, correct.
Tyler Rich was screaming to you, "Get the fuck off my property or I will fuck you up."
Correct.
He had 9 other people that you could see supporting him, right?
Correct.
And you turned around and you ran back to the car, right?
No.
Why not?
Just wasn't how it was going to work. There was people behind me, people in front of me. It was chaotic. He's screaming that. I'm screaming at him to just let me talk to him. And then it all happened so fast before you knew it. Lito gets punched to the right of me. I get hit from the back of my head.
You were screaming at him, just let me talk to you?
On those lines.
You were pleading with him. Just let me talk to you. Just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
Our families know each other. I know your cousins.
On those lines.
You're trying to talk your way out of that situation, right?
On those lines, yeah.
Trying to use your words to save your life.
Objection as to the characterization.
Did you think you might die at that point?
Objection asked and answered.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Fight or fight.
To save your life?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, at any point did it cross your mind that your life was in danger?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Certainly.
And you told us things were happening so fast, right?
Correct.
Your pleading with Mr. Rich did not in any way calm the situation, right?
Not even close.
And then Mr. Valley got punched in the face, right?
Correct.
Chaos ensues.
Correct.
You're down on the ground, face first in the dirt, right?
That's what I remembered.
Getting punched and kicked by you don't know who.
No idea.
At that point, did you think you might die?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't know, to be honest.
You didn't know if you were going to live.
Objection asked and answered.
I just didn't know what was going to happen. If I was going to get out of that, or if I was going to get knocked out, and God knows what else.
God knows what else. You didn't, right?
No.
Had you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
Never in your 17 years to that point?
Never.
Before Mr. Valley got punched, how far away from you was he?
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Close enough that you could reach out and touch him?
No.
Were you worried about what was going to happen to Mr. Valley?
A little bit.
How many people were facing Mr. Valley?
Don't know the head count, but probably another 10.
At least?
At least, yeah.
Surrounding him as well?
Correct.
You didn't see Mr. Valley take a swing at anybody?
I did not, because when I saw him get punched, before I knew it, I got punched in the back of the head.
You saw him punched. Crowd swarmed him, did they not?
Kinda, yeah.
He went down to the ground?
Not that I saw.
Because you were down on the ground?
Correct.
Face in the dirt?
Correct.
Couldn't tell who was punching you?
Objection, this is asked and answered.
Sustained.
You got punched in the back of your head?
Correct.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Did you lose consciousness?
No.
And you told us that you were familiar with Mr. McGrath because you grew up playing lacrosse with him.
Correct.
But you didn't see him there that night.
I did not.
You weren't watching to see what he was doing that evening, is that fair to say?
It's fair.
You did see him in the video that was played for you?
Did see him.
You told us after you fell, it was so chaotic and you were getting kicked and punched on all different sides. Remember that?
Correct.
And you told us you thought maybe that went on for 10 to 15 seconds?
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking now, right?
Correct.
At the time, didn't feel like that, did it?
Probably not.
Felt like an eternity, right?
You could say that.
You didn't know if that was going to end at all, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't hear, okay, just a few more and then we're going to let you up.
No, I did not.
You couldn't see Mr. Valley.
Did not.
told us you remember being on the ground and then getting shoved into the street, right?
Almost like people backed off of me, and I stumbled into the street. Yes.
People backed off of you?
Like a release, because before it was like I couldn't even get up if I wanted to.
Did you watch that video and see yourself getting shoved into the street by Jacob Villalobos?
Did see that? Yes.
Didn't look like he was just letting you up, did it?
No.
Did you know Jacob Villalobos?
I did not.
Shelton High, did they ever play St. Joe's in football?
They did not.
Did you know that any of these kids were members of the Shelton High football team?
I did not.
And then you said you turned around and it was just a big wall of kids.
Correct.
Could you see Mr. Valley at that point?
Couldn't.
A wall was blocking you from seeing Mr. Valley.
You say that, yeah.
And you turned around and you were screaming at them, you said?
I was, yes.
Did you see yourself screaming at them in that video?
Did.
After you got shoved into the street?
Yes.
You said you looked to your left and you saw Jack Snyder's car pulling away.
Correct.
Were you scared at that point?
I was.
Thought you were going to be left there with those kids, right?
Correct.
And you were terrified that you were being abandoned by Mr. Snyder.
Correct.
And ultimately you said you ran to the car and got into the car, correct?
Correct.
You said Mr. Valley was already in the car before you?
Was.
Did you see him run past you?
Did not.
Which side did you get in?
I remember is I got in the left back side, back seats.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And Mr. Snyder was still driving the car when you got in?
Was.
You didn't see Mr. Valley with a knife at that point?
I did not.
You said Mr. Valley takes off, he makes a left turn, slams on the brakes, and you almost hit your head?
Correct.
On the glove box or the dash in front of you?
Seat in front of me.
The seat in front of you. Okay, right, because you're no longer in the front passenger side, now you're behind it.
Correct.
And that you looked up after that quick stop, and you saw Mr. Valley getting back into the car.
Correct.
How long did that take?
By 1-2 seconds.
Were the windows up or down in the car?
I have no idea.
But you remember Mr. Valley saying, go, go, go.
Correct.
You go past the house back to where everybody had been left.
Correct.
And that's when you saw Mr. Valley get out of the vehicle.
Yes, he said stop, exited the vehicle and turned back around to me and Jack. Said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie.
And at that point, you did get out of the car and got to the front passenger seat.
Got back into his seat, yes.
Then there must have been a sense of relief on your part?
Not really.
No, because you still didn't know where you were, right?
Did not.
It was dark outside.
Correct.
You just had this terrifying experience.
Correct.
You told us that you were injured.
Correct.
You're in pain?
I wouldn't say too much just because of how much adrenaline that was running through my body.
Okay. And car takes off and drives. And you got to a dead end.
Correct.
And at that point, again, you didn't know where you were, right?
Correct.
Were you worried that these kids might come and find you?
Not that I remember.
Your reaction at that point was, where are we, you said, right?
Correct.
So you were scared about being lost in a place that you had no idea where to get out.
All that chaos, yes.
Why didn't you just get out of the car at that point and say, Jack, I'm done with this?
Why, you want me to just sit there in the road by myself?
What might happen if you did?
I don't know.
You were yelling at Jack from the moment you got into that car about why did he abandon you, right?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to go down to that house alone. You didn't want him to abandon you there, right?
No, Jack, this is
Sustained.
You said you were angry and mad, correct?
Me?
Yes.
Correct.
At that point,
Correct. Yeah.
as mad as you claim Mr. Valley had been before he got into that vehicle, then
I wouldn't say so.
not that mad?
No.
You were calm, cool, and collected.
No.
Just not as mad as Mr. Valley.
Yeah.
Along the way, you decided to call your cousin Owen, right?
Correct.
And you say at that point you learned that this was more serious than you thought it had been, correct?
Correct.
You still wanted payback, though, right?
Correct.
So you were angry, right?
Correct.
Just not as angry as you claim Mr. Valley was.
Correct.
So when you want payback, you're only kind of angry?
Sustained.
At that point, you told Jack Snyder to go home, right?
I'll go back to my house, yes.
And you ate, and you went to your room, right?
Correct.
And you claimed that you called Mr. Valley and you confronted him. And you asked him, did you stab these kids?
Correct.
And all he said to you was, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
I fucked up. Sorry.
And then he hung up?
I don't remember, yes.
Did he say it like that? Just, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
My memory, I mean, I fucked up, bro. Sorry was more, how do you say it, meaningful, sorry. It wasn't like a no emotion, sorry.
So he didn't say, yeah, that's right, I stabbed those 4 kids.
He did not say that.
And then you called the cops, right?
Eventually later that night, after I found out through my brother who called me, when I learned the severity of how someone had passed away, I woke up my parents, called the cops.
You called the cops?
Called the cops. Called my attorney.
Call who?
My attorney.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Under advice of people around me.
You were scared to call the cops.
Since knowing me and I was involved, just under the advice of people around me, told me to contact the lawyer.
You weren't going to talk to the cops until you got them to agree not to prosecute you, right?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You didn't call. You didn't talk to the cops until December 6th of 2022.
Correct.
Almost 7 months after this went down.
Correct.
After you'd gotten your immunity agreement.
Correct.
Not once before.
No.
In fact, you didn't call the cops. You went to Vermont, right?
That's correct.
And then on the way home, you were feeling ill, right?
It's the way up.
On the way up.
Correct.
And you were feeling ill
Very.
from the injuries that you had gotten during the fight.
Correct.
And you went in and you sought some medical treatment.
That's correct.
And you told us that you had a concussion, multiple contusions and bruises all over your body, right?
Correct.
The doctor looked at you and said, what is going on here? And you said, oh, I got into a fight, right?
Correct.
And that doctor told you,
That's what the doctor said.
Your Honor, you testified to this on direct.
If you want to explore the actual statement, you can explore the actual statement. Please make sure you don't mischaracterize the statement that was made. Thank you.
You told us, the doctor told you, this is no basic fight.
Correct.
From roughly May 15th until, well, on roughly May 15th, you learned that somebody had died in this fight that you've been involved with.
Correct.
And you waited 7 months before you talked about it.
No advice of my attorney, yes.
Because you were worried you might get arrested and prosecuted for this.
Say that.
And your expectation is that by coming in here and testifying to us today, that you're not going to get prosecuted for anything, right?
Correct.
Have you talked with Jack Snyder since this happened?
We have, yeah. We're friends.
You and Jack remain friends, right?
Correct.
In fact, you've talked about this very incident together, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gone back to the scene?
No.
Prior to coming in here and testifying today, how many times have you watched those videos that you watched with us today?
About two times, 2 to 3 times.
That's it?
I want to say, yeah.
How many times have you reviewed the police reports of your statements?
Are you saying the interview video?
Well, okay, tell me about that. You watched your own interview video?
I have.
How many times you watched that?
3 times.
3 times? 3 times you watched a video of yourself giving a statement on December 6th?
Correct.
Why'd you have to watch it 3 times?
Because we're 3 years now from that moment, and I still live my life, do my things, and I've been trying to put this in the past. So I have to watch that video and remember what my statement was.
Well, you don't want to come in and deviate from that at all, do you?
Lastly, let the witness answer the question.
Allow the witness to answer the question. Thank you.
Saying, I have to watch it. I remember stuff, but I might forget little key couple stuffs. I just have to, memorize my memory of. People don't always remember things 3 years later.
Hard to tell the same story twice?
I wouldn't say that.
Not if you watch a video of yourself doing it 3 times?
I mean, it's always not going to be perfect, but everything will be around the same, as long as you're telling the truth.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Tuesday.
3 days ago, you watched the video of yourself giving your statement?
Correct.
From beginning to end?
Correct.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Go back over it a few times in certain spots?
Not really.
Didn't want to deviate from it, did you?
I just really wanted to watch it and revamp my memory.
Well, that original statement was what you recalled at the time 3 years ago, right?
Correct.
And so now you've watched it 3 times as recently as Tuesday in order to come in today and testify under this immunity agreement.
No objection. Pass the answer.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redraw?
Tyler, counsel just asked you about the moments at the end of the fight when you get pushed out into the road. And I think you said during your testimony it was about 5, 6, 7 seconds at that time. What are you doing at that moment when you're pushed out into the road?
I'm looking back at a big crowd of people in chaos screaming towards my way.
Are they advancing towards you?
Yeah.
Are you advancing towards them? Is the fight over at that point?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the fight was over then?
Yeah, the fight was over.
And counsel asked you a little bit about, at some point, States Exhibit 69. Towards the end of that video, fair enough to say? This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Shortly after the end of this video, a few seconds go by and you look to your left.
The car is moving.
And the car's moving, right? So when you get in the car, shortly after this video ends, when you get in the car, counsel indicated you got in the back, driver's side?
Yeah.
Who's in the car when you get back in the car?
Defendant and Josh Schneider.
So the defendant was already in the car when you got back?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything on that limited cross? To redirect, excuse me.
You just told the state's attorney that at that point the fight was over, right?
Right.
Because that big crowd of people said, "Fight's over."
Sustained.
In that picture, sir, what are you doing with your hands?
Holding them up like that.
Hitching up your pants, right? Hitching up your pants because you're not sure what's going to happen with that crowd of people, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
You could say that.
Your expectation at that point was, these folks might still be coming at me, right?
Correct.
You couldn't see Mr. Valley at that point?
Not
Because the people were still surrounding Mr. Valley, right?
that I've seen.
Not that you saw. Did those people just disappear?
No. They were there, but I didn't see any fighting going on.
But you're hitching up because you don't know what's going to happen,
Objection,
right?
pass the answer.
Sustained.
But the fight was over?
My opinion, yes, it was.
Did you feel safe right there?
After what just happened, no.
here to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state called Mackenzie Traffic County to the stand, please.
Please come up into the witness box. Kindly remain standing. Witness going to put your hand to your right over here. Please, if you just pay attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Mackenzie Trafficante.
And just your town, the town you in.
Hi, Mackenzie. How you doing today?
I'm okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you take a couple deep breaths, okay? If you want a drink of water, you can do that before we start. It's really difficult to hear in this courtroom, so I'm gonna have you just speak as loud as you can. Keep your voice up as much as you can, okay? And that microphone does amplify slightly, so if you can speak closer to that, that'd be great, okay?
Okay.
So Mackenzie, how are you feeling today?
Anxious a little bit, just being in the room, obviously. A little emotional, but I know I'll be okay.
Okay. A little bit nervous?
Yes.
If you need to stop at any point, just let us know, okay? Mackenzie, I'm gonna direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
That was an awful day. One of my good friends' younger brothers died that day.
Previous to today, do you recall meeting with me, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay, and why do we meet?
We met to prep me for the trial as a witness.
And are you prepared to testify today?
Yes.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a nickname? Do people call you something other than Mackenzie?
Not really. Mainly by my full name, Mackenzie.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I go to Fairfield University.
And what year are you?
I'm a rising senior.
And what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
You're home for the summer. What are you doing for the summertime?
Working.
In your area, your field?
Yes.
And other than when you're in school, you indicated that you live in Shelton?
Yes.
And who do you live in Shelton with?
I live with my family, my 4 older sisters, and my mom and dad.
Did you attend Shelton schools growing up in Shelton?
Yes.
All schools, including high school, or did you attend a different high school than a Shelton high school?
So up until high school, and then I attended St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And you indicated St. Joe's is located in Trumbull, Connecticut?
Yes.
And what year did you graduate St. Joe's?
2022.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's or do any activities?
I was a cheerleader and a lacrosse player.
I'm going to direct your attention to the year of 2022. Were you a student at St. Joseph High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
In May of 2022, were you dating anyone?
Yes.
And who were you dating?
Lido Valley.
Does Lido go by a different name?
Raul.
But you would refer to him as Lido?
Yes.
How long did you and Lido date?
3 months at the end of the year.
And what year was Lido in school when you were dating him?
Junior.
Mackenzie, do you happen to see Lido here today in the courtroom?
Yes.
If you can please just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a black suit. Hi.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant in court.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Alley. Thank you.
Mackenzie, was it really difficult for you to just do that?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've seen Lido since the date of incident?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to refer to Lido as a defendant moving forward, or Lido, I'm going to be going back and forth just so you're aware, okay? But I'm talking about the same person. How did you and the defendant meet?
We went to the same high school. I met him that year, my senior year.
And were you in the same friend group as Lido?
He was a grade below me, but mutual friends, I guess, yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention back to May of 2022. What occurred on May 13th of 2022?
I had my senior prom.
And did you attend the prom?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Lido.
And after the prom, did you do anything with your friends?
The night of the prom, there was a arcade thing that we went to. The next day, a bunch of my friends went up to a prom house, which they rented a house in either New York or Vermont. I wanted to go, but my parents didn't want me to go because they didn't think it was safe. So they kept me home that next night.
So it's fair to say you did not attend that prom house in upstate New York with your friends?
Yes.
You stayed in the area of Shelton?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next day, May 14th of 2022. What, if anything, did you and the defendant do during the daytime hours?
We went to the beach.
And approximately how long were you at the beach on May 14th of 2022?
Maybe a couple hours. Sorry.
At some point later on in that evening, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yeah, briefly.
And did you do something later on that evening with the defendant?
There was a party going on at a friend of mine's house. Her name is Madigan Liver. And I guess she was having a party, so we planned to go there.
And you indicated you were friends with Madigan Lifer?
Yes.
How were you friends with her?
She grew up with me. She was from Shelton. We went to school together. She went to my high school. My dad coached her in lacrosse as well.
Was she on the lacrosse team as well with you?
Yes.
Now, were you personally invited to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
I had just heard through other people, so I've been there a ton of times, so I knew that I was welcome.
Do you know what kind of a party was the occasion for the party?
I think it was mainly juniors who attended the party because her brother was a junior, Austin Leifer. I think he invited his football friends, some girls in their grade, and I think Maddie also had a couple girls in her grade who came.
Now you say Maddie, is that Madigan Lifer, Maddie short for Madigan?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was the address of the house of Madigan Lifer?
I know she lives on Lazy Brook. I don't know what the actual number is.
Now, prior to leaving to go to the party, do you recall the clothes the defendant put on before he left?
I remember he was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt. It was blue.
Dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, light blue.
And how did you get to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
That night, Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva picked us up and drove us to the party.
And when you say Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, who can pick you up? Who drove?
Jack Snyder picked us up in his car and drove us.
And to your knowledge, what type of a car did Jack Snyder drive? Or what car did he pick you up in that night?
I don't know the car type. It looked a little bit bigger. It wasn't like a tiny vehicle, but I'm not sure what type of car.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been admitted to evidence, states 30. Does this look like the vehicle that Jack Snyder picked you up in that night? Do you recall?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, when Jack came to pick you up, who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Tyler De Silva.
And had you been in this Honda Pilot prior to you getting into it that night?
No.
Now, are you familiar with either Jack Snyder or Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
They also went to my high school. They were on the football team, and I was a cheerleader.
So is it fair to say you, on occasion, hung out with them?
On occasion, they were in the grade below me, so if there was maybe a combined get-together or party that they would be at, that would probably be the main time I would see them.
And to your knowledge, were the defendant, Tyler, and Jack friends with the lifers?
Yes, they were friends with the younger brother, Austin, who was on their football team.
To your knowledge, do you know if Jack, Tyler, and the defendant were invited to the lifers' party?
I believe so, yeah.
Prior to arriving at Lazy Brook, Madigan Lifers and Austin Lifers' house, did Jack drive anywhere else?
I remember stopping to get alcohol somewhere. I didn't get out of the car, and it was dark, so I'm not sure where we had stopped, but it was brief.
Now, when you say stopping somewhere, was that at a liquor store? Do you have a recollection of it being a store? You can explain.
Either a store or a gas station, maybe.
And you indicated you did not get out of the car. Who got out of the car to get that alcohol?
I don't remember who exactly, but someone must have.
And to your knowledge, what type of alcohol was purchased?
Not sure.
Do you recall seeing the alcohol when the person who went to the store or the establishment to get it came back out?
I don't remember like any specific type or seeing it. They got it, but I don't remember.
You don't recall the color of the alcohol either then?
No.
Now, after getting the alcohol, where did Jack drive to?
We drove to Lazy Brook.
The Lifers' house?
Yes.
And either on the way to the party or even prior to the party, getting to the party, had you been drinking any alcohol?
I might have had a sip or two in the car, but not really.
So if you had a sip or two in the car, do you recall what you were drinking?
No, maybe a seltzer or something around those lines.
Do you recall seeing if anyone else in the vehicle was drinking? Either you, either the defendant, or Jack, or Silva?
No, I don't recall.
And once you got to Lazy Brook, where did you go? How did you get into the house? How did you get into the party?
We went through the basement door. Madigan had parties in the past. I've been to her house a ton of times, so normally we would just go through the basement door. The garage door, and then we'd be in the basement.
So the party was in the basement?
Yes.
And when you got to the party, approximately how many people did you see down in the basement?
I would say 40. That's a good number, I guess. 40, 50.
Did you recognize most of the individuals down in the basement?
Yes.
Would you say most, if not all of them, were St. Joe students?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you hang out with?
So since there was a ton of underclassmen at the party, who I wasn't, super friendly with everybody. I just knew them, knew their faces. There was one girl that I was hanging out with majority of the party who was a senior. She was friends with Madigan.
Do you recall her name?
Sydney.
And did you hang out with Lito at all?
Throughout the party, I didn't see him at all, really.
To your recollection, do you know who the defendant was hanging out with?
I think majority of the party, he was with some of the football guys and some of his closer friends.
And did you observe people drinking at the party?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of alcohol they were drinking?
A mixture of probably vodka and beer, maybe.
Do you recall anyone playing games at the party?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you indicated that you had, you indicated in the car ride you might have had some alcohol. At the party, did you drink anything?
I had vodka at the party. I think someone had provided me with. I'm not sure who.
And do you recall if was it a sip of vodka? Was it a cup of vodka? Was it vodka mixed with something else? And how many drinks would you say you had?
I probably took a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy.
When you say nothing crazy, nothing to the point where you felt intoxicated, where you couldn't stand, or you were vomiting, or you couldn't recall?
Yeah, none of that.
To your knowledge, was Lito drinking at the party?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
I just remember seeing many people at the party drinking. I think he was one of them.
Because at some point, to your knowledge, did individuals show up at the party who were not St. Joe students?
At the time, I wasn't aware of it. I think after that incident had happened, it was running around the party. There was like a rumor around the party that people had shown up.
So is it fair to say that you didn't see these individuals, you were not aware who these individuals were, and you didn't know what school they went to?
No, I didn't see any of them.
Did you learn at some point that something happened between these individuals that came to the party that were either uninvited and who weren't from St. Joe's?
When they had left, we had found out that someone had shown up because whoever was outside in the garage at that time. So I was in the basement. People were in the garage. They had come back in and kind of announced to the party that boys had shown up. And I think that maybe there was some type of connection between them. I wasn't sure what.
So is it fair to say you stayed in the basement for the majority of the party?
Yes.
You never witnessed any fight that occurred between the defendant, Tyler De Silva, or Jack Snyder with these individuals that came from a different high school?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
And at some point after you learned about this fight, did you observe the defendant and his friends?
I remember when some of the boys had rolled back into the house, they just seemed kind of drunk. And I did see them, yes, when they had come back in.
Kenzie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 53. Do you recognize who is in States 53?
I recognize both of those boys, yes.
Okay, and the individual who's in the light blue Ole Miss shirt, wearing the helmet and the pillow, who is that?
Lito.
And the individual who's wearing the red hoodie, who appears to be holding up a cell phone, who is that?
Jack Snyder.
Do you have a clear recollection of seeing these two boys that night appearing as such?
I remember them walking inside and looking like that, yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I believe this was after boys had shown up outside, because I think when they came back in, that's when word got around the party that people had shown up.
So it's your understanding this photograph was taken after the fight occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant putting on this helmet and this pillow at any point at the party?
I don't remember. I think I just saw him wearing it.
Did you wonder why he was wearing it?
No, I thought maybe he was drunk. He just kind of looked stupid.
And that blue bottle that he has in his hand, do you recall seeing that either in the car on the way to the party? Do you recall taking a sip from that bottle? Do you recall seeing that bottle at all?
Maybe through the picture, but I don't remember specifically that he was drinking that, no.
Now, Mackenzie, did you stay at Madigan Leifer's house for the remainder of the night?
We did not.
And why not?
Basically, I think the party might have been getting too big. And at one point, Madigan's parents, or at least her mom, came downstairs and started telling everybody to leave. So I guess the whole party started just moving towards the driveway. People were trying to figure out rides home. People were getting into random cars. So yeah,
So at some point you left the Leifer's house.
yes.
And when you left the Leifer's house, did you have a ride anywhere? Did you know where you were going to go?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Jack Snyder was going to bring me home.
So at some point, did you get into Jack Snyder's car again?
Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who else got into Jack Snyder's car?
I don't recall everybody. I can definitely say I think Mito, Tyler De Silva, Keenan, Frazik, Dimitri. There might have been a couple other people, and those people I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned. Okay, I'll ask this final question. You mentioned the names Keenan, Frasick, Demetrius. I don't know if you said Will.
Will, yes, as well.
Are you familiar with those people?
I was. I knew they went to my school. They were a grade below me. I wasn't super close with them, but I knew them. Yeah.
But you have a direct recollection of them getting into the vehicle,
Yes.
Jack Snyder's vehicle.
Yep.
When you got into the vehicle, do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Tyler De Silva was sitting in the passenger seat. Jack Snyder was driving. And then 4 of us were squeezed into the back seat, and there was maybe one person in the trunk. I just don't know which one was in the trunk.
Do you recall sitting on the defendant's lap at any point?
I think I was lapped up in the back, yeah.
So we are going to move into our lunch recess at this point. In the recess room, talks will be back in the room at 2. And then lunch. Continue to remember your code of conduct. Please keep your notepad on the seat, and we'll be back in 2. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I ask, were there any issues, no conversations with each other about the case? No one approached you? You didn't approach anyone by any means? No media contact? All right, very good, thank you. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence and the argument of... What? You already did the argument? I got to rest first, right? Okay, I understand that. What says the defense at this point?
The defense at this time rests, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to be closing? Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
defendant, Ronnie Walker, made up his mind that that was the day he was going to kill Alexia Alexander. One of the aggravating factors that we indicated to you that we were going to prove was cold, calculated, and premeditated. And members of the jury, we have done that. Mr. Terry told you during the opening statements that you would be allowed to consider all the evidence that was introduced during the guilt phase. So let's go over the steps that the defendant took to see to it that he killed Alexia Alexander. He obtained a firearm. He loaded it. He made sure that he would have enough to actually kill her. He got Robert Creed. He says, let's ride. He gets into his vehicle and he says, we are going to find her. He drives around. He looks for her. He pulls around, and you have this video. This is the video in which she ultimately walks towards the car, and we know she enters the vehicle. He has her enter the vehicle, and he gives her a false sense of security, because as you can recall, he stopped and bought her something to drink, which is that drink that you see her on the ground with as she's shot. They drive to this location. He gets to this particular location. You see the vehicle drive down North Highland. He makes a U-turn, and he purposely is either in the middle of the street or very close to that empty lot. He stops. He turns off his light. He asked Alexia Alexander if she was having sex. And when she said no, he shot her, which means that there would have been no answer that would have been appropriate. He had already decided he was going to shoot her. So that's what he did. He shot her, realized she wasn't dead, had her get out of the vehicle. In her own strength, she must have gotten out of the vehicle because that's the only thing that the evidence supports. That's what Robert Creed said, and that's what the evidence supports. She wasn't dragged. She then obeyed. At first she said no, but now she gets out of the car. And she gets out of the car and doesn't go far. But he shoots her again in the head. And he shoots her again in the head. And he shoots her again in the head. He shoots her 3 times in the head. And why is that important? Because there were actually 6 shots, if you recall. There was the first shot. Then there's about 9 seconds. But don't take my word for it. Listen to it. So, Alexia is in this remote location. And if you go by the mileage and the distance, even if she wanted to walk all the way back to where she was picked up, how long would it have taken her? An hour, 45 minutes? But she gets out of that vehicle, and in that moment, the defendant continues his cold, calculated, premeditated decision to kill her because she's out of the car, but he shoots her again. And this is how we find Alexia Alexander. And here is the drink that he bought for her. Here's a picture of Alexia Alexander. Why is this important? Because this eye is swollen and you see soot and stippling. That means, members of the jury, that after he shot her, or at some point in the sequence of events, D3, he shoots her in the back. This would not have been fatal. So this shot in the back is the shot she would have had to have first Then she gets out of the vehicle, bleeding, into this remote location. But he shoots her again. D7. D9. Right in the cheek. Again, remember the testimony of the medical examiner. This soot and this stippling is very important because it shows that the barrel to face is about 12 inches. That's what we're talking about. This is somebody who would have had to bend right over and pull the trigger. Ronnie Walker elected to do that. And let's not forget that there were 6 shots. She was shot 4 times, but she was shot at least 2 more times. So let's talk about all the other evidence of cold, calculated, and premeditated. He even dressed for this process. It's May the 6th of 2022. It's warm. But Ronnie Walker is wearing a winter jacket. He makes sure he has someone in the car with him. He makes sure that he has chosen this location. You know he's chosen the location because he drives there, knows about this dead-end street, makes the U-turn, turns off the light, and has that conversation. Members of the jury, make no mistake of this. This was not an argument. This is him asking her a question. Are you having sex? And when she says no, he shoots her. This is not a heat of the passion situation. This is not an argument in which he got mad and then shot her. No, no, that's not what the evidence supports. He had already believed in his heart, or the evidence shows that somehow she had given him an STD. Now you heard testimony. The medical examiner checked Alexia Alexander. There was no evidence of that. But he believed it. And so this was the plan. And after he had Alexia Alexander get out of a vehicle in a remote location at 3 a.m., 3:08 to be exact, in the morning, shot her the first time, shot her the second time, shot her the third time, shot her the fourth time, all 3 in the head, he made sure to then drive off, lights off, and then leave. Goes to the gas station, Thornton's, casually walks in with his jacket up, does whatever he needs to do, drives home, goes about his day. When asked about this incident, he says, hey, I was in the car with someone else. David White, Day-Day, you remember that? That's what he says. He lies.
Judge, I'm gonna object, that's improper argument.
I'll rule the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, what the attorney says is not evidence. It's simply argument. You're relying on memories of what the evidence is.
So go by your memory. When and you have the recording that you can listen to. He was asked, you know that time when you're at the Tampa General Hospital, who is that person? Who is that person? He's like, yeah, I think that was Day-Day. Let's see. And that's how we checked his phone records, remember? And we got David White to testify, and in fact, it wasn't Day-Day, it was Robert Creed. And Robert Creed got out of that vehicle at Tampa General Hospital, remember? It wasn't David White. And when asked, who's your girlfriend? He says, Erica Hudson.
Judge, again, I'm gonna object, this has nothing to do with events leading up or something to be cold calculated, premeditated, these are events after.
I'll overrule the objection.
So, all of this evidence is what we use to prove cold, calculated, and premeditated. And that's one of the aggravating factors. We told you, and Judge Fuson has told you, I believe, through the instructions, and if he hasn't, we will read the instructions to you, that the state has to prove at least one aggravating factor beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And one of the aggravating factors in this case is cold, calculated, and premeditated. And the state...
That's not correct. It's not the full name.
And in the process, and during this invasion of Lee's home and Elaine Caldwell's home, Elaine Caldwell gets shot in the head in her home at around 8 p.m. while she was doing her hair in her home. Raymond Lee didn't know the defendant. They didn't know him. And after Elaine Caldwell was already shot, he then continues to ask for money. And they do this whole thing of, oh, let's go to the car. And then they get past the situation. During this home invasion, he puts a gun to the child's head. He puts a gun to Raymond Lee's head. He puts a gun.
Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, this argument, rely on your own memories of what the evidence is. You continue.
And he points the gun at Elaine Caldwell. And it is in the process of this burglary of this home that Elaine Caldwell had every right to be in, that Raymond Lee had every right to be in, that they lived in, that it's in the process of this that Elaine Caldwell is shot in the head and dies on scene. So, members of the jury, that was the other aggravating factor that the state had to prove beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And it's the state's position that we have proven these two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So let us talk about the jury instructions. So you will have these instructions. The aggravating factors alleged by the state are: Ronnie Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crimes of manslaughter with a weapon, robbery with a firearm, and burglary of a dwelling with assault or battery are felonies involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The other aggravator, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit the murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Now, here, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, and premeditated nature of the murder. And this is why I brought to your attention the fact that all the defendant did was ask Alexia Alexander a question. Are you having sex? No. Shots fired. He shoots her and tells her to get out of the vehicle. Now, members of the jury, it's the state's position that we have proven these two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Now, as we explained, and as you're going to get these instructions, as explained before the presentation of evidence, the state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. And then you will have the instructions for reasonable doubt. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each presented aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether or not you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and your verdict must be for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Okay? Now, as we talked to you even during the voir dire, if you do unanimously find the existence of at least one aggravating factor, and that aggravating factor and that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose a sentence of death, then the next step in the process is for you to determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is anything that supports a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, and can be anything which might indicate that the death penalty is not appropriate. And so we have the mitigating circumstances, and these have been listed out and will be listed out for you to consider. So let's discuss them. Ronnie Walker suffered from a seizure disorder from birth and was placed on medication at times and had to go to the hospital because of these seizures. Ronnie Walker's mother said that he had seizures. So you can give it whatever weight you see fit. But I would also point out that his cousin and the mother of his child never saw him have a seizure as an adult. But you should consider the mitigating circumstances, and you can give it whatever weight you see fit. Now, it goes on to say, because of his seizures, Ronnie Walker suffered head injuries as a child. You can consider this mitigator and give it whatever weight you see fit. Ronnie Walker was hospitalized with double pneumonia and bronchitis at the age of 6 months.
That's something for you to consider and give it whatever weight you see fit. Ronnie Walker was sick as a child and received treatment at USF Health. Ronnie Walker never knew his biological father, and witnesses have said this affected him. Ronnie Walker was initially raised by his mother, a single parent. Yes, he was, members of the jury, but you also heard from his single mother, who always has supported him, who came here supporting him, always does. She always had a home for him to stay at, always took care of him. But yes, the evidence does support that he was raised by a single mother and a big family, people who loved him and supported him, and a community. So you can give that whatever weight you deem appropriate. That his mother suffered mental illness, she did say so, but she indicated that that would have been after Ronnie Walker was already out of the home, and that she never had an episode or anything that affected him. But you can give it whatever weight you see fit. That he grew up in the projects and he witnessed drug dealing and violence. That his guardians sold drugs while raising him. That that HRS was involved and took Ronnie Walker away. And remember, though, he was placed with another family member and had a lot of family. That on some occasions his aunt did not allow his mother to see him. But if you recall, she indicated that she would see him almost every other day. That she would show up, she made sure he had clothes, she got a second job to make sure she supported him. That Ronnie Walker's family was torn apart when he was young, and that is where his sister moved away, and then you heard about the dynamic of his family. That he attended 5 different schools, that the school records and evidence reflect up to the 6th grade. That his school records verify he was found and placed as severely emotionally disturbed at the age of 9. At the age of 11, he was placed as a profoundly mentally handicapped. Is how it reads. So you can give all of this whatever weight you see fit. Ronnie Walker had 3 children. Ronnie Walker's son was murdered in 2021, and that's something you can consider. But also consider that Alexei Alexander was shot in the head 3 times.
Objection. May we approach?
Yep, come on.
That Ronnie Walker was greatly affected by his son's death and would frequently visit his grave. That his grandmother died around the time his son was murdered. That his other son, is currently in prison. That he is supported by his mother, his siblings, his cousin, and additional family members. That Ronnie Walker offers support and encouragement to family members. That he was employed at the time of his arrest, and according to his supervisor in the guilt phase of the trial, was a good worker and did many different tasks asked of him. That Ronnie Walker was cooperative with officers with Tampa Police Department in this case, and he voluntarily spoke with them for a lengthy period of time. You can consider that, and you can also consider what he said, right? If he was completely honest when he spoke to law enforcement, you can consider that too. Ronnie Walker consented to the search of his vehicle prior to the officers obtaining the search warrant. He voluntarily gave his cell phone to the officers. You can consider that, but you should also consider the phone records that would indicate that that phone he handed over to law enforcement was activated after the murder. It would have been, if you look at the boost information on the phone download, it was May the 11th of 2022. Consider also that the phone number he provided prior to the murder, that phone was not activated at the time of the murder. But you can consider all of this in mitigation. That he consented to a buccal swab in the case. That he exhibited appropriate courtroom behavior. That Ronnie Walker's prior violent felony convictions were the result of a plea bargain offered by the state of Florida. The offenses occurred on October the 23rd of 2003, and all 3 convictions were a result of a single incident almost 22 years ago. That Ronnie Walker was 25 years old at the time of the prior felony conviction for which he pled guilty to. According to the testimony from Raymond Lee regarding Ronnie Walker's prior violent felony of manslaughter, there was a struggle for the gun, and when it went off, Ronnie Walker did not intend to shoot and kill Elaine Caldwell. The existence of any other factors in Ronnie Walker's character, background, or life or circumstances of the offense that could mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. That Ronnie Walker, if convicted at trial as charged, will never be eligible for parole and will die in Florida State Prison, and that he's worthy of mercy. Members of the jury, it's the state's position that Ronnie Walker, as you know, is, as you have determined, guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. But it is also the state's position that the state has proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. One involving an incident with a very violent prior felony. The other being this cold, calculated, premeditated manner in which Alexia Alexander was murdered. You can consider murder. You can consider mercy, but death is an appropriate sentence too. And the state is asking for a verdict of the death penalty. Thank you.
Son, when are you ready?
Please, the court.
Again, when I spoke to you, I think it was Wednesday morning in opening, I said thank you, and thank you still for your service, and thank you for the work you will do back in that jury room. It is almost time for you to make a very, very difficult decision, and maybe the most difficult of your life. Ronnie Walker, pursuant to your verdict, as I said in opening, dies in Florida State Prison. The only decision you have to make is at whose hands? By execution or natural death or other reason while in prison. He never gets out. He is being punished and will be punished for Alexia Alexander's death. You can be assured of that. Never will walk the streets as a free man ever again. Now, I want to address first the two aggravating factors that the state has alleged they have proved unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'll start off with the prior violent felony. These are things that you can consider, and you heard from the jury instructions that Ms. Fawcett had just read out, mitigating circumstances. They are mitigating circumstances. The prior violent felony is an aggravating factor under the law in the state of Florida, but you can consider this information. This incident occurred in October of 2003. Mr. Walker was 25 years old at the time. This was 22 years ago, and I'm not excusing it. Please remember that. Not excusing the actions of the prior violent felony, nor excusing any actions, as I mentioned in opening, concerning the death of Alexia Alexander when we present the mitigating circumstances to you. Mr. Walker took responsibility for those actions, and he pled guilty. You saw that on the judgment and sentence, and the judge told you that. Ms. Fawcett continued to say the, quote, little girl. Well, remember back to the evidence, you never heard it was a, quote, little girl. No, that might not make much of a difference to you, and certainly, again, I'm not excusing what happened, but that is just something that I point out to you. Also, if you remember Raymond Lee's testimony, he didn't even know that Elaine Caldwell had been shot when they all went outside. This was a robbery and a burglary that went horribly, horribly wrong back in 2003 for the death of Elaine Caldwell. Robbery and burglary are illegal. I'm not excusing them either, but it was a robbery and a burglary that went terribly, tragically wrong. What is very important is Mr. Lee told you that Mr. Walker never pointed the gun at Elaine Caldwell and pulled the trigger. They had a struggle over the gun, and make no mind, I completely agree with Ms. Fawcett. Mr. Walker had no right to be in that home, no right to ask for where's the money, but he did not intentionally go in there and shoot Elaine Caldwell. Raymond Lee told you that, and he was there. They struggled over the gun, which Mr. Lee had every right to do, and it went off. And Mr. Lee told you he even thought it had went off in the ceiling. You can consider that, and that is one of the mitigating circumstances, a struggle for the gun, unintentional. Now I want to direct your attention to the cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. And I have to direct you back to some of the facts and evidence during the first portion of this trial for that, and I ask you bear with me. Ms. Fawcett has went through what needs to be proven for cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. And I'm going to go over the instruction again after I have reviewed the facts. But all these facts I'm about to give you, you saw mainly in the video which shows the car turn onto Flora Brasca, and the testimony of witnesses. So I direct you to the testimony of the witnesses, the neighbors, and that video. And all of those items are in evidence, and you're welcome to look at anything again. And again, nobody is questioning at all your finding that this was premeditated. But this is different. This aggravator is it's a heightened premeditation, much, much different than what you found. And we would submit that aggravator, not premeditation, you have found that, not questioning that, but the heightened nature, cool and calm reflection, that does not fit this case. So that aggravating factor requires more than the state presented. A lot of the argument for that aggravator, which a lot of times we call CCP, a lot of argument is theory, speculation, and conjecture. I want to go over some of the evidence in helping you make the decision if that has been proven, that aggravating factor, beyond a reasonable doubt, unanimously. So every one of you must determine that that has been proved unanimously, beyond a reasonable doubt, to be able to consider it. The same applies for the prior violent felony convictions he pled to. Same applies. You all have to be unanimous that it has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, well, first off, and I want you guys also to rely on your own memory, but this is some recollection. There was no communication that evening at all between Mr. Walker and Alexia Alexander of any threats, of any, in fact, there was no communication between them. We know it was Mr. Creed. But either way, there's no communication of a threatening nature. There's no communication of a plan to lure her there so he could kill her. There was no evidence of that. Mr. Creed said that Mr. Walker came by and they went out in Mr. Walker's vehicle. And Mr. Creed said that Mr. Walker was looking to find a girl for Mr. Creed. Mr. Creed told you that. Along the way, Mr. Creed testified to the following, quote, Mr. Walker was looking for the girl. That's it. That's it. Looking for the girl. Not looking for a girl, the girl. Not even sure who that is, but looking for the girl, not to kill her, not to hurt her, not to maim her, not to shoot her, just looking for the girl. That's the evidence you heard. They end up in an apartment complex. You saw the car drive into the complex. It was extremely well lit when Alexia Alexander was picked up. When Miss Alexander gets in Ronnie Walker's car, again, you saw the parking lot very well lit. All of these factors go to that heightened premeditation that does not exist in this case. Premeditation, yes. Heightened, no. And we'll go through the full instruction. There is no evidence whatsoever that he lured her, or he intended anything bad. You didn't hear any evidence such as that. The drive along the way was 1.3 miles from where Alexia Alexander was picked up to Highland in Florida, Nebraska. The car, it was about 2:59 and 21 seconds, and I'm using the time from the video. It was off about 7 minutes, but I'm using the time and it explains the sequence and the time in between. So the vehicle drives down Highland, has its lights on, turns left onto Florida, Nebraska with its lights on, and the car goes down. I think Ms. Fawcett even said the car goes down Florida, Nebraska, goes out of view a little bit, obviously must make a U-turn, and comes back. Mr. Walker, if he had a heightened premeditation with substantial reflection for cold and calculated, could have stayed at that dead end. Why not stay at that dead end? But he did not. The vehicle, still with its lights on, came in front of the area where there was no home there. It was a vacant lot. It was not ever sitting in the dead end, and it could have been. He then parks the wrong way. Well, that could certainly alert neighbors to something's going on there. It is only after the vehicle stops and parks that the headlights go off. And we're at it right about 3 a.m. It's 47 seconds between that car stopping and then the car going back out. It is those 47 tragic seconds when Alexia Alexander is shot and killed. That's quick. That goes only, please don't mistake me, to the aggravating factor in this case. The lights go back on. When the vehicle comes back on, they flick off for like a minute, then they go back on again and the car leaves. In the video, remember, the street lights are on, so we're on a street, and if we're planning this heightened premeditation and carefully reflecting on it to kill Alexia Alexander, why do we go to a residential neighborhood with the street lights on it? You saw the street lights in the video. Detective William, the lead detective in this case, specifically told you this was in fact a residential neighborhood. Alan Wallace said the car lights even shined so brightly into his home, it disturbed him while he was studying for the bar exam. And he told you, the car's not stopped at the dead end, it is stopped in the, quote, middle of the street. So all of these things are things to think about when you are applying these facts to this aggravator of this heightened premeditation with substantial reflection and a cold, calculated, prearranged plan. This was not a desolate area. This was not an orange grove somewhere. This is not an area off the interstate. This is not a rural area. It was a residential neighborhood. You saw a map of the area yourselves. I believe it was State Exhibit 36. You could see it was a residential neighborhood with homes all around. Eric Walker told you aggravating factor that he intended to kill her, wanted to kill her, was going to kill her, and what he was mad about. None. And again, this is just the heightened premeditation we're talking about. And in fact, I want to go over what Mr. Creed said, Mr. Creed who's in the vehicle, and is the witness to this tragic crime. Miss Alexander is in the car. Mr. Walker asks, "Are you having sex?" Miss Alexander says no. Robert Creed testified they were having an argument. That was his testimony, an argument, not a prearranged, carefully decided, heightened premeditation plan. Ronnie got upset. Then Mr. Walker told her to get out of his vehicle because of the argument. Miss Fawcett has said that Ronnie Walker told her to get out of the vehicle after she was shot. That is not the testimony. Use your own memory, but specifically it was, you having sex, Miss Alexander, no. An argument was ensuing. Ronnie was upset, and I'm just repeating the words of Mr. Creed. He told her to get out of the car, and then there was the first gunshot. So it was not after she was shot. The medical examiner, since Ms. Fawcett talked about the gunshot wounds, we don't know what shot is what. She talked about the stippling. She talked about a second gunshot wound, a third or fourth, for your finding for premeditation. Fully understand that. But when we don't have a sequence, we have no idea in what sequence we had these wounds. Placed close to her face, the one gunshot wound with the stippling, we don't know if she's already unconscious. I hate to even regress these facts, but it is important for the aggravator. After Alexia Alexander gets out of the car, we know she is shot and killed. She ends up in that lot. But we don't know after that point, we don't have any evidence that he's saying, yeah, I came here to kill her. I'm gonna, we don't have that evidence for the heightened premeditation. They have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification applies. Ms. Fawcett talked about things such as it was warm, so he must have worn the jacket for this plan, this careful plan. He wanted somebody to be with him. That's their theory, that's their argument. So, cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification is the aggravator in the state of Florida. And I want you to pay special attention to the definitions. Cold. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Think about that. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. Think about that. The next paragraph is defining premeditation, which you have found that Mr. Walker did premeditatedly kill Alexia Alexander. So you will get that definition again. Then it continues on for the aggravator in this case. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. The state has not proven that. Premeditation, yes, you have spoke out, but not a heightened premeditation, that there was calm and cool reflection or a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. There just wasn't any evidence of that. In fact, the evidence from Robert Creed was an argument had ensued, and he told her to get out of the car. And again, I'm not justifying even the argument, but I have to point these things out to you when the state is seeking that as an aggravating factor. The last paragraph will be the definition of a pretense of moral or legal justification. Is any claim of justification or excuse that insufficient to reduce the degree of murder nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. That aggravating factor, alleged by the state of Florida, has not been proven beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And remember, all of you must find that beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously to even consider it and go to the next step. So, that is the cold, calculated, and premeditated, and we have talked about their other aggravator. We would submit to you that they have not proven cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. And we ask that you mark on the verdict form no, because again, it has to be unanimous. Let's turn to something very briefly. I just want to remind you, and the judge is going to go ahead and remind when he reads you the instructions in just a little bit. We heard letters. We heard from Ashley Alexander, Alexia's mom, her grandma, I think it was the principal at the school. I told you an opening statement. Wonderful family, very compelling. But we talked about this a lot in jury selection. We talked about it, I believe, in opening, and the judge will tell you. They had an absolute right to come into this courtroom and talk about the effect of Alexia's death on them and the community. But you cannot consider that in any way, shape, or form as an aggravating factor, period. So please, the judge will tell you that. This will be, as we talked about in jury selection, your individual moral decision you are about to make here in a little bit. One of the mitigating circumstances is mercy. You can give mercy no matter what you find in a case. Keep in mind, Mr. Walker is severely punished for what he did to Miss Alexander with life in prison without parole. That's it. That's the bottom of it. He will never walk free again as a free man. We talked in jury selection about a couple of things that I want to go over. Then I'm going to go through some of the jury instructions with you and the mitigators and then the verdict form. But remember the law in the state of Florida during this phase. The law in the state of Florida never ever requires a death sentence, no matter your finding. Even if you had found 5 aggravators, if the state had 5 and no mitigation is presented, the law never requires you to come back and vote death. Each juror makes an individualized moral decision. You deliberate, go back there, you'll have the verdict forms, the instructions, talk about it. But you make your own individualized moral decision. Mitigation is any reason to choose life or to not choose the death penalty. This case is not the rarest of them. This case is not death penalty. This isn't a case where the aggravation is the most. You have the most aggravation and you have the least mitigation. But the judge will talk to you about the jury instructions and you'll have that back with you. You each get to decide what's mitigating. You can find something mitigating on your own that we did not even present to you. You may always, always lawfully vote for a life sentence because it is never required, as you know, and it does not matter what the findings are when you go back to that jury room. You may always lawfully vote life without the possibility of parole. You're never required to justify your vote, and all of you have the right to be treated with dignity and respect. And we were talking about that back in jury selection. And each of you finally has a legal duty to get your individualized moral decision onto that verdict form and into the courtroom. Because remember, it has to be unanimous if it in fact is going to be the death penalty. You all would have to say unanimous. One juror, 2 jurors, 3 jurors. But it has to be unanimous to seek the death penalty or to come back with a verdict of the death penalty. 1 juror with an individualized moral decision, 2, 3. But it has to be unanimous. All right, I'll go over a little bit about some really important parts of the jury instructions. The judge will, in fact, give you an instruction regarding the evidence you heard or the victim impact statements you heard from Nylexia's family, and he will specifically advise you, you must not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. He will tell you how the state does have the burden of proof to prove the aggravating factor beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, and it has to be found unanimously by the entire jury. He will give you the definition again of what reasonable doubt is, as he gave you in the first stage. And he will tell you that the finding of an aggravating factor must be unanimous. All of you must agree that that aggravating factor exists and has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Now, he will tell you that if at least one aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt, one, as Ms. Fawcett said, and we talked about during jury selection, then Mr. Walker would be eligible. So they have to prove at least one aggravating factor unanimously beyond to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. If you don't find the aggravating factor unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt, you let the court know that. And we're going to go through the steps because there's multiple steps you'll even see on the verdict form. So, if you unanimously find that one or both of the aggravating factors alleged by the state were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and Mr. Walker is then eligible for the death penalty, then you go to the next step and you have to make the additional findings. The next thing that you look at is going to be the mitigating circumstances. Just want to show some of them to you. Judge is going to read them all off in a little bit. Remember, you can find your own mitigation. Find your own. It does not have to be something that we even presented to you. But the mitigating circumstances, and it says among the ones you may consider. That's why you can come up and think of your own. Ms. Fawcett read each one of them off to you. But it's important. I'm going to try not to read each one, but she did read them all off to you. You will have them, and the judge is going to have to read them off in a few minutes. But we certainly heard about his seizures, and we heard about his trips to the hospital, and we heard why those seizures started from Miss Hamilton. Because of the seizures, we heard about head injury, most importantly a head injury where he fell from a 2-story apartment, she described in the projects, and hit his head. Those are mitigating circumstances to consider. The seizures most likely started because he was hospitalized with double pneumonia and bronchitis. His mom indicated that he was sick as a child and had to receive treatment and was in and out of hospitals. Ronnie Walker never knew his biological father, and the witnesses have said this affected him, and it was consistent with all the witnesses. Ronnie Walker was initially raised by his mother, a single parent. No one is up here alleging that Ronnie Walker was abused or beat by anybody. Nobody ever said that. But he was abandoned by his father. Emma Hamilton was abandoned by Larry Walker, and those are things you can consider, that Emma Hamilton did everything she possibly could, even trying to keep her kids out of the system by giving them to Gloria, and we will get with Gloria in a minute. But he was initially raised by his mother, a single parent who had to do 2 jobs, and a mother who suffered from bipolar disorder and schizophrenia while raising him. Ronnie Walker, you heard evidence from everybody. He grew up in the projects, and there was drug dealing and violence. You heard that from Emma Hamilton. You heard that from Davis George. Davis George presented you, that's Ronnie Walker's cousin, a compelling story about 2 different worlds. It was a completely different world where Davis George, Ronnie Walker's cousin, lived. His children are now successful. He's successful. Ronnie Walker always wanted to be over there. In fact, you heard testimony that Ronnie wanted to even live over there in the good part of town, on the other side of the tracks, as Davis told you. He wanted to go to school over there, where it was better. And then we heard on the mother's side of Ronnie Walker's family, on the other side of the tracks, we heard about several incarcerations and family members imprisoned. Ronnie Walker's guardian sold drugs while raising him. Emma Hamilton told you that. Gloria Mason, she testified, and her husband or her significant other were raising Ronnie Walker, as you heard just this morning, starting at about the age of 10. because Emma Hamilton did everything she can to keep those kids out of the system and keep HRS away, and that is now Department of Children and Families. But Gloria and her husband or her significant other were selling drugs from that home. And who was in that home? Ronnie Walker. His brothers, Antoine is now in prison, and Nikisha. After Health and Rehabilitative Services were involved, Ronnie Walker's mother had to give Ronnie Walker and some of his siblings to his sister to raise. You heard Emma Hamilton testify that on occasions, Gloria would in fact keep Ronnie from her. Yes, she visited him, but she did tell you there were conflicts, and there were times when Gloria was forbidding Emma Hamilton to even see Ronnie. Ronnie Walker's family, undisputed, you have heard, was torn apart when Ronnie was very young, 10 years of age. We know his sister Paulette, who's number 12, was sent to live with her father, did not return to the family until the age of 10, so that's going to be a little bit earlier. That's torn apart. At 3 years old, Tangi Johnson was taken from the family by her father. You heard from Tangi, and she told you the story of the Ancestry.com. Ronnie Walker did not get to reunite with Tangi Johnson until he was incarcerated on this case in 22. The whereabouts of his brother, Mr. Stallworth, are unknown, and his brother, Antoine, so they're both stalwarts. Antoine is in prison, you heard. Wrong side of the tracks, as Mr. George told you. And that family was torn apart. And remember the testimony of Tangi Johnson. She had indicated that when she reunited finally with Ronnie, who she went to visit in jail pending this case, he remembered about when they were 3 and 4 years of old. His memory is her in a little yellow dress with a little yellow bow. Do you think that she made that up? No. No. His family was torn apart, and there's been no evidence to the contrary. You have the school records. You can see, as we brought out in the evidence, that Ronnie Walker attended multiple schools between 1984 and 1989. His last school was Ballast Point Exceptional Center. The school records in evidence reflect only up to the 6th grade for Ronnie Walker. Remember, I had talked to some witnesses about learning disabilities, stuttering, being slow. Ronnie Walker's Hillsborough County school records verify he was found eligible, placed, and served as severely emotionally disturbed, SED, at the age of 9. And that's right in the school records, which you'll have back there with you. They have been entered into evidence that he was found severely emotionally disturbed. Exceptional student information. At the age of 11, Ronnie Walker was found eligible and placed as profoundly mentally handicapped. And that's also in the school records. Code 2150, and you have the sheet, which shows 2150, profoundly mentally handicapped. That's at the age of 11. 11 years old. He's with Gloria at that time. 11 years old, so that's about 13 or so years before the tragic death of Elaine Caldwell. So you'll have all the records, and you can look at those. Ronnie Walker has 3 children. You heard about the children, Ronell Walker, Paris Booker, and Ron J. Walker. You heard about Ronnie Walker's son being murdered by gunfire in 2021, and that is approximately 1 year prior to the tragic death of Nylexia Alexander. You also heard that it greatly affected him, and he would frequently visit Ronell's grave, and you saw photographs of that, Ronnie Walker at his son's gravesite. Ronnie Walker's maternal grandmother, Thelma, died around that time as well, and Ronnie Walker had been close with her. So in 2021, a year before this, he suffered the loss of his grandmother and his son being murdered. His son, Ron Zay Walker, is currently in prison. Again, it's important for the wrong side of the tracks that we've talked about when it came to Ronnie Walker and Davis George. Ronnie is supported by family members, cousins, aunts and uncles, his mother, and you've heard testimony about that. You also heard that he offers support and encouragement to family members. You heard that from Lisa, who has his son, and you heard that testimony as well from Tangi Johnson. They would talk on the phone, and he would give words of encouragement to Tangi's son, and he would give words of encouragement to his son with Lisa. Now, you can consider everything, and the judge is going to give you a definition again of what mitigating circumstances can be anything, and it's anything as well from the guilt phase. And you can consider these things as mitigating circumstances. The testimony in the first stage by his employer, if you remember, that he was working at the time, and he was a good worker and did everything asked of him. This is at the car dealership that you heard about. He was cooperative with officers from the Tampa Police Department. You heard that from Detective Whelan and Detective Sackrider, and spoke with them for a lengthy period of time. These are things you can consider. He consented to a search of his vehicle. They got a search warrant, but he consented to the search of the vehicle prior, and then the officers got a search warrant after that. He volunteered his cell phone to officers during this investigation. Ms. Fawcett pointed out it may be a different cell phone, but who knows what was on that cell phone. He volunteered it to the officers. He consented to a buccal swab in this case for DNA, and you remember how the DNA was important in this case, right, in the car? He consented to that buccal swab being taken so it could be compared for DNA. He exhibited appropriate courtroom behavior during this trial. You are allowed to consider that. Remember, anything is a mitigating circumstance, and you can find your own. I've talked about this already. This is the prior violent felony convictions were the result of a plea bargain offered by the state of Florida. And it was in 2003, a single incident, because there's 2 judgment and sentences, and the judge let you know one incident that he pled guilty to, took responsibility for, and it was about 22 years ago. He was 25 years old at that time that he pled guilty and took responsibility for that tragic event. Raymond Lee, and I talked about this earlier, talked about how he did not point a gun at Elaine Caldwell and shoot her intentionally. There was a struggle for the gun. Again, not excusing the behavior of being in someone's home, but that is mitigating for you to consider. He did not intend to shoot and kill anybody. Now, existence of any other factors in Ronnie Walker's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against imposition of the death penalty. And that's where the stuff in the first phase comes in, right here, circumstances of the offense, but the existence of any other factors. And it could be something I'm not even presenting to you, it's something you think of. 34, Ronnie Walker, if convicted as trial, will never be eligible for parole. You have assured that. He will never walk as a free man again and will die in Florida State Prison. It is just a matter of whose hands. And Ronnie Walker is worthy of mercy. You are allowed to extend mercy. We talked about that in jury selection. So those are mitigating circumstances presented to you. You can feel that the aggravating factors even outweigh those and still come back telling the judge to sentence Mr. Walker to the life without parole. The judge will tell you, and we talked about this again in jury selection, regardless of the results of each individual's juror weighing process, even if you find that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to determine the defendant should be sentenced to death. Law is always, life in prison without parole is always legal in Florida. So that's our first step. We have looked at the aggravating factors. Are they proved beyond a reasonable doubt? And that has to be unanimous. If you find one proven unanimously, you go to the mitigating circumstances. Those do not have to be unanimous. You can find your own. You do not all have to unanimously agree that one exists, unlike the aggravating factors. Please remember again, mitigating circumstances, the testimony, me showing you some things about the prior violent felonies or talking about what I think what we submit negates cold calculated and premeditated. We're not excusing any behavior by Ronnie Walker. Please, please remember that. Now, once each juror has weighed the proven factors, he or she must determine the appropriate punishment for the defendant. The jury's decision regarding the appropriate sentence must be unanimous if death is to be imposed. To repeat, and this is what the judge is going to tell you, to repeat what I have said, if your verdict is that the defendant should be sentenced to death, and this is where we have all these steps you're going to see on the verdict form in just a minute, your finding that each aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. Now there's 2, you don't have to find both of them for him to be eligible, but the findings must be unanimous beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's number 1, that's the first step. So is he eligible? That's the next step. Then he will tell you, your finding that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose death must be unanimous. So now we're at another step that it must be unanimously decided by you that the aggravating factors are sufficient. So we had aggravating factors, eligibility for the death penalty if one is shown beyond a reasonable doubt. Then a finding that aggravating factors must be unanimous. Are they even sufficient to impose death? Your finding that the aggravating factors found to exist outweighing the established mitigating circumstances must also be unanimous. A lot of steps you're going to have to go through on the verdict form. And your decision to impose a sentence of death must be unanimous. Every step in there has to be unanimous, every step. The judge will give you the form. We're going to look at that in just a minute before I sit down. He will also give you some other instructions that you have heard similar instructions during the first phase of the trial. What I want to do now is show you the verdict form. It's the form the judge is going to give you in just a little bit for you to make your individual moral decision. just gonna read this to you, and you'll get a copy of it for the findings to be listed out. So again, what's the first thing we're looking at? We're looking at the aggravating factors. 2 of them the state have alleged. You need to determine whether they have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously. It must be unanimous. That means each one of you to find cold calculated and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification must be unanimous for you to return that aggravator. And then the judge has both of them on here on the verdict form, and you would check off yes or no for the 2 aggravating factors. Again, it has to be unanimous. Then, if your answer yes to at least one of the aggravating factors listed, please proceed to section B. If you answered no to every aggravating factor listed, do not proceed to section B. Ronnie Walker is not eligible for the death sentence and will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's the eligibility, that one aggravating factor unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's going to be the first thing. Then we go to the sufficiency stage. Subparagraph B. We move on if you find aggravating factors unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. We go to the sufficiency stage. Sufficiency of the aggravating factors as to count 1. Reviewing the aggravating factors that are unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, section A, we, the jury, unanimously find the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. So that's going to be your next step. Ags, eligibility, are they sufficient? Unanimous, 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 unanimous. So if you say yes, you're going to keep going. If you answer no, that the aggravating factors are not sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death, your deliberations are done. They're done if you didn't find any aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously. But when you get past eligibility with that and go to sufficiency, if you vote no, your deliberations are over and it will be life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors before beginning.
State stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Messina, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kenzie, welcome back. I believe we left off where you were talking about at the end of the party at the Lifers house. At some point, you got into Jack Snyder's car along with some other people. And what was your intention? What was the, where did you think you were going?
We were supposed to be going to, well, we did go to Trumbull High School.
When you got into Jack's car, did you have, what's wrong? Did you indicate to him that you wanted to go home?
Yes. At one point, I knew that he was driving me home.
So when you got into the car, you indicated Will Sinjwell was in that vehicle?
Yes.
Who else was in that vehicle?
Tyler DeSilva, Lido, Jack Snyder, Keenan, Dimitri, Will, and maybe somebody else who was trying to catch a ride to Trumbull High School.
Was there about 7 of you in there, is it fair to say?
Yes.
And when you got into the vehicle, did Jack take you home at that point?
No.
And where did you go?
A bunch of people from the party were meeting up at Trumbull High School, kind of relocating to hang out and maybe continue the party a little bit.
Were you familiar with Trumbull High School?
I've been there before. I guess we were just a bunch of people were going to park their cars there in the parking lot.
And did Jack indeed go to Trumbull High School?
Yes.
When you arrived at Trumbull High School, where did Jack park?
I don't recall. In the same parking lot as all the other cars that were headed over from Maddie's house.
When you arrived there, did you indeed see other vehicles there?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with anyone else, either from the party or otherwise?
When we got there, I was a captain on the cheerleading team, and I saw the freshman girls. They were surrounding a car, so I went over there and I hung out with them.
Were they at the Lifers party as well?
No.
So you went over and spoke to some of the freshman girls from the cheer team.
Yes.
Do you recall what the defendant and Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva were doing?
No.
Do you recall what Keenan or Demetrios or Will Sinjwell were doing?
No.
How long would you say you stayed at in the parking lot of Trumbull High School?
Maybe 25 minutes.
And do you recall, just going back, how long it took to get to Trumbull High School from the party at Lazy Brook?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And on the car ride to Trumbull High School, what was the vibe in the car, if you can recall?
The vibe was light to me. Music was playing, I think. That's about it.
Was any drinking going on in the car ride to Trumbull High School?
Probably.
Do you recall if you were drinking at all?
No.
Do you recall if the defendant was drinking?
No.
Do you recall if Jack or Tyler were drinking?
I think they were drunk, but I don't recall if they continued drinking at that point.
And how long would you say you stayed at Trumbull High School for?
About 25 minutes maybe, or 30.
And at some point, did you leave the parking lot at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
Who got back into withdrawn? And did you get back into Jack's vehicle?
Yes.
Who else got back into Jack's vehicle to leave Trumbull High School?
The same kids as before. Should I go through them?
Nope, that's okay. Now, when you got back into Jack's car, where were you sitting at that point?
I was, I think, still sitting in the second row.
Were you on Lito's lap?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who was sitting in the passenger seat?
Tyler De Silva.
And the individual sitting next to you in the back row, do you recall who those individuals were?
I can recall Will Sinjwald. I'm not sure about the other boys where they were sitting exactly.
Do you recall if anyone was in the trunk of the vehicle?
Maybe one kid. Once again, I don't know which one.
Now, you got back in the vehicle. At that point, where did you think you were going?
Home.
And why did you think that?
If you live in Shelton, we were about to pass the reservoir, which was towards my house.
Did you indicate to Jack that you wanted to go home at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, withdrawn. Did Jack take you home at that moment?
No.
At some point while you were in the vehicle, were you made aware that some boys in the car were part of a texting chain or a texting conversation?
It was mentioned. I didn't know who was in it or what was going on in it.
Were you part of that texting chain?
No.
And how did you become aware that there was a texting chain going on?
It must have been mentioned at one point in the car. I think I just noticed that we had changed route. I think someone must have sent a text message in that group chat, and that's how I was aware.
Now, what was the atmosphere and the vibe in the car at this point? Once the texting chain had developed and you indicated that you were made aware of it, explain and describe what the vibe was in the car.
I definitely could tell that the vibe had changed. I was close to being home, and then it seemed like in an instant the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Now, how did you become aware, withdrawn? Are you familiar with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I was good friends with him growing up. He was in my friend group, and I've been to his house a ton of times.
Did you attend schools with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Other than high school?
Yes.
And you said you just indicated you've been to his house a ton of times?
To a bunch of his parties and hangouts.
Now, how did you become aware that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember being close to my home, and I remember then taking a left towards Isinglass rather than going straight back. So I knew that we had changed direction.
So is it fair to say at some point you thought you were going home, you thought you were being dropped off at home? That did not occur because did you actually pass your street?
No.
But the car diverted to another direction.
Yes, and the two boys in the front had made it known that they were now going to Tyler's house.
Okay. So without obviously going into what they said, you became aware that that's where you were going.
Yes.
Do you recall hearing anything from Lito at that point regarding going to Tyler Rich's house or going to fight anyone, anything to that effect?
I don't remember him saying anything, but I had objected multiple times to us going, and he didn't stand up for me or say anything in that regard. I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Why didn't you want to go to Tyler Rich's house, Mackenzie?
Because I grew up in Shelton, and a bunch of people who I was friends with, I knew would probably be at that party. So it seemed as if there was some type of confrontation going on between them, and I knew I didn't want to be a part of it.
Do you recall the address of Tyler Rich's house offhand?
Laurel Glen, I'm not sure what number.
And was there anyone in particular in the vehicle that was pushing going to Tyler Rich's house more so than anyone else?
I would say that Jack Snyder and Tyler Da Silva in the front were pushing it. Jack was one driving, and I had pleaded with him multiple times that I wanted to go home, and it seemed like he was adamant about going.
On the way to Tyler Rich's house, who, if anyone, did you have contact with on your phone?
As soon as I was made aware that they were now headed to Tyler Rich's house, I had texted my sister, and I had asked her to pick me up from Tyler Rich's house.
And why did you do that?
I knew I didn't want to be at Tyler Rich's house. I didn't want to be anywhere near his house. A lot of the people there were my friends, so I didn't want to get involved.
Based on the conversation you heard in the car, as well as just your overall gut feeling, did you know something something bad was going to happen in going to that house?
I assumed it wasn't going to be friendly. I assumed it was going to be some type of confrontation.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, if you can look, if I just may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Assuming that this is his driveway, I think we were parked facing that way, right there.
So the message is that the witnesses use a pointer to point to the bottom half of State 52 and directed her pointer over to the right-hand side of the exhibit as well.
Right, that'll be reflected on the record, thank you.
Mackenzie, I am going to show you another exhibit. This is exhibit 49. You can look on your screen there. This is a more pulled back picture of State 52. If you could describe in State 49 where Jack Snyder pulled up to Tyler Rich's house on that day. If you could just use your words to describe it. You can't point on the screen, it doesn't show up on them.
I remember he had pulled up probably near the driveway.
Okay, so I'm going to use this pen here. You're indicating that Jack Snyder pulled his vehicle up around this area?
Yes.
Okay. Was it directly in front of the driveway, or was it more to the right-hand side? Was it back more? And you can stop me with my pen.
I would say closer to the driveway.
Maybe around this area?
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the state is pointing to the middle to bottom portion of the exhibit towards the driveway of State 49.
Court will reflect the information on the record, thank you.
Now, when you arrived, Mackenzie, can you explain to the members of the jury what you saw initially? And what I mean by that is, did you see anyone out on the road? Did you see anyone out on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen? What did you observe?
Before we had pulled up to the house, I had climbed over the back seat and hidden in the trunk. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to be there. So I don't remember seeing who or anyone in the crowd. I would say I maybe remember one or two people coming up towards the back, and someone even said hi to me.
When you got into the trunk of Jack's car, who, if anyone, was in the trunk with you?
Either Keenan or Dimitri, I'm not sure which one.
Back of the trunk, was there windows in the trunk of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall sitting on items in the back of the trunk? Were there other items in the trunk that you were sitting on because there wasn't enough room?
I think there was probably some items around that I just was sitting over.
Were you able to see out the back of the trunk area? Meaning, was there a window out the back of the trunk?
I don't remember looking out the back of the trunk, so.
So you indicated you were able to see a few people. When Jack pulled up, did you initially see anyone, or was there a moment in time that passed before people started coming out of the house and approaching the car?
It seems like there had been a group that formed outside, maybe. The one or two people that I saw was because I think they came up to the back window in the second row and then looked back, and I was kind of in the trunk.
Now, do you know if anyone from your vehicle alerted on the texting chat that you had arrived?
I have no idea.
Now, when you saw these one or two individuals that you just indicated come up to the car, did you recognize them?
Yes.
And who did you recognize them as?
I remember, at the least, I remember Faison coming up to me.
Did you have interaction with Faison?
Yes, it seemed friendly.
And were any windows rolled down in the Honda Pilot that you were in?
The driver one and the one that Faison came in and said hi to me.
The one that Faison came in to say hi to you, was that the one that Lito was sitting closest to, or either Keenan or Will that you indicated were sitting closer to?
I'm not sure.
When he came over to you, and without telling anyone what he said, were you able to hear him through the open window?
When he acknowledged me, I heard him, yeah.
And when he acknowledged you, did you respond back to him?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I think I just said hi back.
How do you know Faison?
I didn't know him too well, but he went to my schools, so I knew him through, middle school and maybe intermediate school.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Now, if you can explain to the members of the jury from what you can remember, did any additional people come out of Tyler Rich's house and approach the vehicle?
It seemed like at one point, somebody from the outside had approached the driver's seat window, so Jack Snyder, and it seemed like there was maybe some type of confrontation going on there.
When you say that, what did you hear, what did you observe as far as you terming it a confrontation?
I didn't hear anything specific that stood out. It just seemed that maybe they were arguing back and forth through the window.
Withdrawn. At some point, did you see anyone throwing anything at the vehicle that you were in? Was anything thrown from the vehicle that you were in back out onto the lawn or at individuals from Tyler Rich's house? Do you remember any of that?
I don't remember seeing anyone outside throwing anything, just because I was kind of hidden a little bit, but I do remember hearing a bunch of noises coming, maybe banging on the car or something like that.
Do you recall the car being rocked at all? Do you recall anyone standing on the bumper of the car and moving the car at all?
I don't recall.
When you were in the trunk, Mackenzie, you just indicated that you were kind of hiding. Were you almost laying down in the back of the trunk?
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear Lito saying anything to anyone during that interaction at all?
No.
Do you recall how long that interaction occurred between the kids from Tyler Rich's house and the individuals in your vehicle?
No more than a couple minutes.
And what, if anything, happened next that you can recall?
I remember it seems like things were being thrown at the car, so there was a little chaos there, and then we just immediately started driving down the street.
Do you remember anyone telling Jack to drive off?
No.
Now, when you say went down the street, I'm going to direct your attention to states. State one, Mackenzie, you can use that pointer again. So this is the area, Lower Glen, Farmhouse Lane, as well as Adams Drive. This little red dot here in front of stage one is 43 Laurel Glen. Can you indicate to members of the jury where you indicate Jack Snyder drove when he drove his car down?
We were parked right here, and I
down Laurel Glen Drive once and stop, or did he drive back and forth several times? I don't remember driving back. So it's your recollection that he drove down once and stopped on Laurel Glen? Yes. Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to the area on Laurel Glen Drive, say, three-fourths down the street on Laurel Glen, right before 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
All right, that'll be reflected on the record. Thank you.
Now, Mackenzie, you had indicated just now that Jack had stopped his vehicle about three-fourths down the road on Laurel Glen Drive. Why did he stop his vehicle? Do you recall saying something to him to make him stop his vehicle? To your knowledge, why did he stop his vehicle?
I believe me, at least, wanted to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you tell him to stop his vehicle?
I'm not sure. I must have said something yeah.
Did you tell him you wanted to get out? What was your demeanor at that point? Were you crying? Were you yelling? Were you screaming? Explain to the members of the jury.
I was very upset that we had gone there in the first place. I guess I was angry that we were there.
Do you recall crying at all?
No.
Who were you angry with?
Mainly, I was angry that Lito hadn't, stood up and said, let's not go there, because I was objecting a lot in the car. And then I was also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler because they also knew that I didn't want to go.
You just wanted to go home?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier to the members of the jury you were in the trunk of the vehicle. At some point, did you get out of Jack Snyder's car?
Yes.
And how did you describe how you got out? Did you pop open the trunk? Did you jump over seats? How did you get out of the vehicle?
When the car came to a stop, I crawled over the seat and I got out of the side door, and I immediately walked to the end of the road and sat on the curb.
At some point, did other people also get out of the vehicle?
I think I think they did.
Do you know who got out?
I'm not sure exactly who at that point in time got out.
I'm going to be showing you State's Exhibit 44. You can view this on the screen you have in front of you. I'm just going to play this through, okay? Mackenzie, did you see yourself getting out of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what, can you indicate to the members of the jury what you saw yourself doing in State 44?
I got out of the car and my arms were crossed, I think because I was mad, and I just walked to the end of the street and sat down. I was facing the opposite way.
Can I have that pointer, Mackenzie? Mackenzie, in pointing to State 44, I'm going to direct your attention. You can look on this big screen here. Pointing here, is that you sitting on the curb there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall at this point if anyone else in State 44 in this vehicle here, this is Jack Snyder's vehicle, if anyone else got out at that point?
At that moment, I was alone at the end of the road, so maybe they got out.
Now, from your recollection that night, you don't recall anyone else getting out because you just indicated you were sitting on the curb. What were you doing when you were sitting on the curb? Demonstrate to members of the jury what you were doing physically.
I had gotten to the curb and I called my sister Madison, and I was just making sure that she was on her way to pick me up and just asking her her ETA.
Were you looking around? Did you have your head in your hand, your head in your hands? Were you slumped over at all? Explain to members of the jury what you were doing.
Yeah, I was slumped over, kind of just on my phone in a little bubble, calling her, texting her.
I'm going to direct your attention again to State 44. If you can look at the rest of the video, you can see. Mackenzie, pointing to State 44, you see these two individuals here? I don't know if you can see. So this individual here, as well as this individual here, do you know who those two individuals are that just got out of the vehicle?
Can you replay it one more time, please?
Sure. referring to States 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking down towards the curb, you sit down. Do you know who those two individuals are?
I believe the one coming out of the driver's seat is Tyler Da Silva, and the other one, maybe Lito.
Now, Mackenzie, you see here in States 44 that you're sitting on the curb here, right? At some point, do you leave that curb area? Do you recall if you left that curb area and went to a different curb or a different area of the street?
I don't recall. I remember being on a curb.
Is it possible you left that curb area and went somewhere else?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
I'll withdraw
stipulation.
it. Now, Mackenzie, at some point when you were sitting in that curb area or a different curb area, did you see anyone from Shelton High School approach?
I didn't see anyone come up and approach me.
And when I say Shelton High School, I mean the individuals from 43 Laurel Glen from Tyler's party. Do you recall anyone approaching you or approaching that area?
No, not me. I did recall maybe some noise coming from behind me. I hadn't looked over and I was on my phone, so I don't remember who.
So you had indicated earlier before we played States 44 that you were on your phone and you were contacting who again?
My sister.
And what were you saying to your sister at that point?
I had already texted her before we even arrived to Tyler's house. As soon as the direction changed, I had texted her saying that I was going to need a ride from Tyler's house. So when I had called her, when I got out of the car, I was just making sure that she was on her way there.
Now, Mackenzie, you saw yourself get out of Jack's vehicle. At some point, either simultaneously to when you were getting out of the vehicle or prior to, did you hear anything about a knife being talked about?
I don't remember in the car. I don't think that was the case. I remember at one point, maybe when I was getting out and leaving the area, I heard someone say something about a knife.
Do you know who that was?
I'm not sure.
And did it alarm you when you heard this information about a knife?
I didn't really I overlooked it completely. I just didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything would have happened with a knife.
So you heard talk of a knife. You don't know if it was the defendant who said it or anyone else in the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you know how close you were to that conversation you heard about a knife? Do you know if it was when you were getting out of the vehicle? Do you know it was when you were standing by the vehicle? Do you have any recollection of when you heard it?
I believe it was I think it was when I was walking away. I don't remember the conversation being had. I don't remember what they had been talking about.
At any point when you were sitting on that curb, did you see Lito?
At one point, the boys that were in the car had walked down to the end of the street where I was sitting. I had offered all of them rides home, and including Lito, I offered him a ride home. So I saw him at that moment.
So when you say all the boys, Lito walked down there, Jack Snyder walked down there. Oh, well, withdrawn. Did Jack Snyder walk down there as well?
I don't know.
Okay. Tyler Da Silva walked down there. Keenan Frasick walked down there. Will Sinjwal walked down there. And Demetrios Arfanis walked down there?
Yes.
And what did you offer them?
I told them that my sister would be there in a couple minutes, and anybody who wanted to leave could get into my car, and I would drive them home.
And you told all of them that? Every single person that I just indicated?
Yes, I told all of them. 3 of them accepted the offer. Will, Keenan, and Dimitri. They sat down on the curb with me, and then I also offered to the other 2 boys, and they were adamant about not coming with me.
So they did not want to go with you and your sister and leave the area?
Yes.
When you say adamant, how were they acting?
They seemed like they were getting hyped up a little bit. I felt like I was begging at one point for them to just not go back down there. My sister's going to be here in 2 minutes. Please come back with me.
Why were you begging them?
I could tell that there was 50 guys that are about they're having confrontation. It was scary. It was not a good scene, and I knew that nothing good could come out of it. So I was just kind of begging them to, leave the area. Let's go back home. Let me drop you guys off.
At some point, when you were sitting on the curb area, what was John? Did Will, Keenan, and Dimitri come and sit down with you and join you on the curb?
Yes.
When Tyler and Lito, as you indicated, denied or objected to going home with your sister, where do you recall them going?
I just remember I offered them the ride multiple times and they declined, and it seemed like they had just disappeared. They ran off.
At some point, what was John? Was Jack's car still in the area at that point?
It may have been. I don't remember exactly where, but definitely somewhere down the road.
Do you have a recollection of Tyler and Lito getting back into Jack's car and going back towards Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember them leaving. I don't remember if they walked down there or drove their car down there.
When they left the area, who was left where you were?
It was me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will.
When you were sitting there waiting for your sister to show up, did you hear anything at all from down the street near Tyler Rich's house?
I heard noise, but I had been hearing noise and, loud talking or shouting all night. So I just assumed that it was the same thing.
From your vantage point and sitting on the curb area down Laurel Glen, if you were to withdraw, did you look down Laurel Glen towards Tyler Rich's house? Did you see anything going on? Were you able to see anything from your vantage point?
I didn't see anything. I also wear glasses or contacts, so I just don't think we were really looking at in that direction. Me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will were maybe a little bit in conversation.
And at some point, did your sister come pick you up?
Yes.
And your sister's name?
Madison.
And when Madison came to pick you up, did anyone else get in the vehicle with you?
So she pulled up at the end of the road. I got into the passenger seat. Keenan and Dimitri got into the back, and we were waiting to see if Will needed a ride home. He was on the phone with his girlfriend, trying to get in contact with her to see if she would pick him up instead.
So Will did not enter your sister's car?
No, he was waiting near the passenger door next to me.
Did your sister wait before his girlfriend came to pick him up, or did you leave the area before that occurred?
She was waiting to see what he was going to do.
And indicate again where you got into your sister's car and where Keenan and Dimitri got into your sister's car?
I got into the passenger seat, and they got into the second row in the back of me.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you Stage 44. This is a video taken. You can describe to members of the jury, well, indicate if you recognize your sister's car at all, and if you recognize or if you see Jack Snyder's car at all. I'm going to play it through once, okay?
I believe that's Jack Snyder's car passing from the one in the front and then going up. Yeah,
And that car that just stopped right there, whose car is that?
that's my sister.
Is that when you and Dimitri and Keenan got into your sister's vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall this happening?
Yeah, we had gotten into the vehicle. As I said, I was waiting to see if Will needed a ride home, and we were connecting to the Bluetooth.
Now, Mackenzie, at some point, did anyone else get into your vehicle at that moment or that shortly after that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, who else got into that vehicle?
At one point, Lito maybe came from behind the car, and he kind of came up to the window, the passenger seat window, and he asked quickly to my sister, he said, "Hey, Maddie, can I get a ride home?"
Was that before or after Jack's car drove off as you see it?
I think after.
Now, he came up to your passenger side window or Madison's passenger side window?
To my window.
And he asked your sister through your window if he can get a ride home?
Yes.
When you were withdrawn, how was the lighting at that point? Were you able to observe Lido? Did you observe any injuries on him? Did he look like he had just been in a fight? If you can explain.
He quickly came up to the window, and I didn't observe anything. I didn't observe him looking like there was any like marks or anything on him. And then he just quickly got into the back seat.
When he got into the back seat, did he sit directly behind you?
Yes.
And at some point, did your sister Madison drive off from out of the area to take the individuals in her car home and also bring you home with her?
Yes, we were facing away from Tyler's house, and we drove, continued to drive that way.
So down Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Withdrawn. Well, down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse, or did you turn around and go back towards Adams, towards Tyler Rich's house?
We did not go back towards his house. We continued going, I guess, towards Farmhouse. Yeah.
Now, on the car ride back to everyone's designated houses, explain or describe the atmosphere in the car. Was there music playing? Were people talking?
So we had the music playing pretty loudly. There was no talking in the back, or none that I heard. I didn't hear anyone talking in the back. I was already kind of in a bad mood, so I was just kind of sitting in the front.
When you say the music was playing loudly, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was it so loud that you couldn't even hear your sister talk? Explain the loudness.
It was pretty loud, I would say. We normally play the music pretty loud in the car, and yeah.
Did you recall hearing Lido say anything in the car?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Lido?
No.
And why not?
I was very angry this night because I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house. Once again, I had a lot of friends that were there, so I just didn't want to get involved during the middle of it. So I think I was just very upset that we had been there. So there was no conversations really going on.
And who did your sister drop off first, if you can recall?
Keenan and Dimitri, they were staying together at one of their houses.
And then at some point after your sister dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, it was you and Lido and your sister left in the vehicle.
Yes.
And was there conversation, and withdrawn, where does Keenan and Dimitri live? Whoever's house you went to, do you recall where they live, what town?
I think Trumbull.
Now, going from Trumbull back to where Lido lived, do you recall what town Lido lives in?
Milford.
Going back from Trumbull back to Milford where Lido lived, was there conversation in the vehicle between you and him, your sister?
No.
It was silent.
Yes.
Do you recall how long it took your sister to go from Trumbull, from Keenan's house, to Lido's house?
I would say 15 minutes max.
And what happened, withdrawn, did your sister indeed get to Lido's house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got to Lido's house?
He then asked me if I could step outside with him.
Out of the car?
Yes.
And did you indeed step out of the car?
No.
And why not?
I didn't want to talk to him.
And when you refused to get out of the vehicle, what happened next?
He just left.
And your sister left?
Yes.
Mackenzie, while you're in the car ride from Laurel Glen to drop off the kids in your car, did you receive any FaceTime calls or any Snapchat messages from friends of yours?
So on my way back home to my house, I got a text message from a group chat with girls that I went to high school with.
Now, without telling us what they said, just tell us the vibe of what it was.
It seems like someone had heard that there was a fight. So there was maybe rumors going around. Someone said, there was talk about a stabbing, that someone had been stabbed.
Were these friends of yours that were local, or were these friends of yours that were in upstate New York at the prom house, as you indicated earlier in your testimony?
They were at the prom house.
Prom house. These were girls that were in upstate New York that had heard about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you receive any other messages from anyone else?
So initially, after that message, we had a little group FaceTime call, and I guess everybody was just confused. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't believe that anything had happened. We were like, there's no way that something like that could have happened. So I even was like, I just dropped him off. I don't believe that that could have happened. What then started to make me nervous was I received a Snapchat from Rosie McGrath and Peyton Keenan. And when I went to go look to see what they had said, it seemed like there was some foul language, and that definitely made me. I was nervous. I didn't know what was going on, and I was confused why they were reaching out to me.
Did you respond to that Snapchat message?
No, I didn't open them.
Now, in addition to dropping Lito off, in the car ride home from Lito's house, so after you dropped Lito off, in the car ride home to Lito's house, did you engage in any text message conversations with him?
So when I received that phone call from my friends, as well as from Rosie and her friend, I immediately texted Lito and I asked him what was going on.
And why did you ask him that?
Because in the messages from my friends, they indicated that there was a rumor going around that he had been in a fight and that he had stabbed someone, and people were throwing around names to see like who had maybe been involved.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Oh, yes. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Mackenzie, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 97 and 101, right? For this zoning point. Right? You recognize that document, and there's several pages to that document, but do you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay, and what do you recognize that document to be?
these were text messages between me and Lito.
Now, do you know the defendant's number offhand as you sit here today?
No,
Okay, and at some point, did you have an opportunity when you started dating Lito to exchange phone numbers with him?
yes,
And when you exchanged phone numbers with him, did you put a name, you got the phone number, did you put a name associated with that phone number?
yes,
And what name did you associate his phone number with?
Lito.
And at times while you were when you were dating him, did you have opportunities to text message him, have phone conversations with him? And when you did you access this number under the name Lito in your phone?
Yes.
And these text messages you see here, when were those text messages produced?
After I had dropped him off on the way home to my house.
Now, in looking at states 97 through 101 in the text messages, is there a back and forth conversation between you and Lito at this time?
Yes.
I would ask to mark as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence as states full exhibits 97 through 101.
showing you what's now been marked as full exhibits 97 through 101. Well, actually, hold on. I'm showing you here what's been marked as exhibits 97 through 101. In looking at 97, you see that clearly on your screen? I know it's a little blurry.
Yes.
Now, when looking at 97, you see
It's a little blurry now.
what about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Autofocus. One moment. That works better. Okay, can you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the blue writing that you see there, whose handwriting, or withdrawn, whose text messaging is the blue?
That's mine.
And the white that you see there in States 97, whose is that?
Leo's.
Okay. Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to ask that you read, I'm going to read your parts into the record and publish it, and you are going to read Lito's parts into the record, okay?
Okay.
So in States 97, you indicate, and you said you contacted Lito first?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate, are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the phone. IDK, what to do? Everyone is texting me. What does IDK mean?
I don't know.
If you can read Lito's parts, please.
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
Now I'm going to show you States 98, which is a continuation of the text messaging. Can you see that clearly on your end?
Yes.
I'm going to read your parts. Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. And what has Lito said?
I know.
And you say, Lito, everyone's texting me. What does he say?
Stop answering what happened.
And you say, don't talk to me. And what does he say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
And then you say, you fucked up, Lito. And what does he say?
How? I wasn't there.
And then you say, if my parents find out. Showing you States 99. Can you see that clearly?
Yep.
Stop saying that, you said. And then what do you say?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
And then you say, I'm not texting anyone. And then what does Lito say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
And then you say, they're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please. And what does he say?
What, Kens?
And then you say, I'm so scared. What's going on? Showing you States 100. In the blue, you say, I'm shaking. Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone. I swear. And what do you say?
I can't text anything.
And then you say, I'm so scared. And then what does he say?
I wasn't there.
And you say, what's happening? And then what does Lito say?
You know I wasn't there.
And you say, I'm so scared, Lito. What's happening? Please answer me. And then you say,
Nothing is happening.
withdrawn. Lito says.
Nothing is happening.
And then finally, States 101.
Nothing is happening.
And then you say, can you call me please when I get home? And he says,
Yes.
and then you say, Lito, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. And you said,
What did she?
withdrawn. Lito says,
What did she say? Swipe it.
and then you say, IDK, I don't know. I'm so scared. And Lito says,
Don't answer anyone.
now, Mackenzie, prior to you text messaging Lito, did he ever mention anything about going to Florida before you went to the party at Laurel Glen or anything at all? Going to Florida on vacation or going to Florida the next day?
No.
The first time you heard about him going to Florida was in these text messages.
Yes.
After this text message conversation with Lito, did you have any other communication with him?
As I was still in the car, I called him. He answered, and for about less than 2 minutes, I continued to ask him what was going on. I'm hearing all these things. What's happening? What's going on?
What was his response?
He said, I wasn't there. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
So he kept denying that he was there, kept denying that he did anything.
Yes.
And this phone call was before or after you arrived at your house?
It might have been I was still sitting in the car in the driveway.
And for how long did it last for?
It was under 2 minutes, and I remember hearing voices in the background.
You were hearing voices in the background. Did you recognize those voices?
No.
Mackenzie, when was the last time you saw Lito prior to today?
That night.
Now, after the text messages with Lito and also the brief conversation you had, did you realize at that point the severity of what occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
I was in shock, but I also didn't fully believe that something bad had happened. I now at this point was thinking to myself there must have been a fight between boys, like a fist fight, and maybe a bunch of kids got kind of beat up or black eyes and stuff. I didn't even think that anything else could have happened.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you a photograph which has been marked as Stage 57. Mackenzie, do you recognize who this person is in this photograph?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jimmy McGrath.
And are you familiar with Jimmy?
I grew up with Jimmy.
And at what point, Mackenzie, did you learn about what happened that night to Jimmy?
When I had gotten home, I went to bed. I figured I'd wake up in the morning and it would have died down, or, you know, if there was a fight, something would have died down. And I was woken up in the middle of the night. The police wanted to come question me. So I went downstairs to my kitchen table with my sister. And I remember my parents went to the door to open it up for the police. And I just remember my mom screaming. And then at this point, I was like, what's going on? Something seriously bad must have happened. Still, I didn't know the extent to what had happened. So they sat down, they just asked me about my day, like you're doing, about my night. And when they had left, my parents had told me that Jimmy had passed.
And what was your reaction, Mackenzie?
That was the worst news, the worst night of my life. I fell to the floor. My entire family fell to the floor. And it was just the worst news I've ever received.
I just may have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Trafficanti.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, when I ask a question, you just have to make sure you answer out loud so that the court reporter can catch it, okay?
Okay.
And we got to compete also with this fan up here that's going, all right?
Okay.
So you told us that in May of 2022, at that point, you'd been dating Mr. Valley for about 3 months?
Yes.
And you were a senior at that point, fixing to graduate, and he was a junior about to go into his senior year, right?
Yes.
And you told us as well that you had grown up and gone to Shelton schools, right?
Yes.
And then you went to St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull after you'd gone through the Shelton school system prior to that, right?
Yes.
And that you'd grown up with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go through a list of names and see if you know these folks, okay? Did you know a Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in all of my classes, middle school, intermediate school. We went to elementary school together. He was my good friend.
Okay. Did you know a Michael Samperi?
I believe he was maybe a grade or two below me. I knew of him. I've probably hung out with him a couple times in group settings.
Okay. Did you know a Sal Perry?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I also grew up with him. I've been to his house many times. He was another one of my really good friends growing up.
Did you know an Alex Bernson?
I don't know who that is.
Did you know a Matthew Lokovich?
Yes.
How did you know him?
once again, family friends, grew up with him. I think we dated in 6th grade.
Okay. Did you know Ty Wood?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a grade or two below me, and just from being from Shelton, he's been at parties that I've been at and stuff like that.
Did you know Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you know Thomas Connery?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in my sister's grade and in my sister's friend group when she was also growing up.
And did you know his brother Charles Connery?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was Tommy's younger brother. He wasn't in my grade, but I just knew his name. I've probably seen him out multiple times as well.
Did you know a person named Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner?
He was also from Shelton. He hung out with a lot of my guy friends from Shelton.
And you would consider yourself to be good friends with those people?
At the time, yes.
And you told us that you at some point received a call from, was it Rosie McGrath?
I received a call from my high school friend group. Rosie had Snapchatted me.
Okay. And that was Jimmy McGrath's sister?
Yes.
So you knew her the same way that you knew Jimmy from growing up?
She was one of my good friends growing up as well, yeah.
And do you still remain in contact with all those folks?
No.
None of them?
Mm-mm.
When was the last time you talked with Jack Snyder?
I may have seen him around slightly in the last couple of years. When we went out in New Haven, I would see his face, but we don't keep in contact, no.
And you told us that you also knew Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And that was because, again, you'd grown up with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And were your families also friends?
Our parents probably knew each other.
And you told us about starting the night off. Well, before starting the night off, you were telling the state's attorney about the night before this had been the prom, right?
Yes.
And you'd gone to that prom with Mr. Valley?
Yes.
And your parents didn't want you to go to the prom house that was in upstate New York, right?
Yes.
And so you spent the next day going to the beach with Mr. Valley, right?
Yes.
Where was that?
Milford?
And you went to the beach, you said, for a few hours, and then you went back to Mr. Valley's house, right?
Yes.
And following that, you got a ride from Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva over to 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And that was Madigan Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
She's the older sister of Austin.
Yeah.
And you knew Madigan through lacrosse, right?
Yes.
Did you say that your father was a lacrosse coach for Madigan?
He was a lacrosse coach for my entire grade, so a bunch of girls, including Rosie, was on the team.
And this was a girls' lacrosse party, correct?
The party was not a girls' lacrosse party, I don't believe.
Did you see a lot of members of the girls' lacrosse team there?
Some members who were juniors and a couple members who were seniors.
Was Madigan a junior or a senior?
A senior.
Did you know an Emily Robinson?
No.
If I asked you this already, I apologize. Did you know Ryan Hines?
No, I did not.
But you did tell us that you knew Faison Teal, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any sort of a fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I didn't know.
But you saw that picture before of what you identified as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valley, right?
Yes.
But you don't know when that picture was taken. Is that fair to say?
I did know when it was taken.
You do know when it was taken?
Yes.
How do you know when it was taken?
I remember the boys coming back from the garage, and that's when they looked like they were dressed up like that, and I remember that picture being taken.
Well, you remember telling us before that you weren't watching Mr. Valley throughout the night?
No, I wasn't.
But now you're telling us that you're sure that you know when that photo was taken?
Yes.
You at least know that you saw them wearing those outfits throughout the night, right?
Yes.
When did you see Mr. Valley put the neck pillow on?
I don't remember him putting it on. I just remember seeing him with it on.
Oh, okay. When did you see Mr. Valley put the helmet on?
I don't remember when he put it on.
Okay. And at some point, Mrs. Leifer comes and breaks up the party, right?
Yes.
and tells everybody, time to go, clear out, and you guys all leave the party?
Yes.
Go get into Mr. Snyder's car?
Yep.
And that was the 7 of you that you've described to us, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, the plan for the night had been to go to the lifer's house, but now it changed because that party was over, right?
Yes.
And there was no plan at that point to go anywhere specific, is that fair?
Seemed like there was a plan to go to Trumbull High School.
Okay. At some point, you became aware that folks were planning to go there, but when the party broke up, that had not been the plan already, right?
No.
That was sort of an impromptu, what are we going to do now kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got over to Trumbull High School, and you said that there were maybe 40 or so people that had been over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
Those 40 people didn't all go to Trumbull High School, right?
Not all of them, but there was a good amount of people at Trumbull High School.
Okay. More than 2 cars?
Yes.
And you said there were tons of underclassmen at the party, right?
Yes.
You told us that
At the Lazy Brook party?
at the Lazy Brook party.
Yes.
And you told us you remembered one of them was Sydney.
Yes.
How did you know Sydney?
She was just a friend of mine. She was a senior as well.
Okay. Was that Sydney Wims?
Yes.
And once you got to Trumbull High School, you said on the way to Trumbull High School, 4 of you squeezed into the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And Jack was driving and Tyler was in the passenger seat in the front.
Yep.
And you told us that you had lapped up in the back, meaning you were sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
I believe so.
And then at some point, the decision was made to leave from Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And you thought they were going to take you home.
Yep.
Because there was no plan at that point to go anywhere else, right?
Yes.
At that point, you guys had had the party at 5 Lazy Brook, which was really the plan for the night, and that had ended, right?
Yep.
And then you went to Trumbull High School thinking, well, maybe the party can be extended, I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately that fizzled out too, right? And you think it was just about 25 minutes that you spent there at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
And the vibe on the way there was light and there was music playing.
Yep.
And you described later on in the evening when you were driving in your sister's car that the music was playing loudly, right?
Yeah.
Was the music also playing loudly in the car on the way there?
Yes.
So no matter whose car you were in, it sounds like the music is being played loudly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Not worried about your hearing.
Sorry, say that again?
At this age, you're not worried about your
No,
hearing.
I'm not.
And then while you're sitting in the second row, after getting back into the car to leave Trumbull High School, it's the 4 of you squeezed in again, right?
Yes.
And you're sitting back in Raul's lap?
Yep.
And there's one person who's in the trunk area, right? And that's Demetrius?
I wasn't sure who was in the trunk out of the boys.
Okay. But somebody was back there?
Yes.
Wasn't really room for much more than one person back there, right?
Yes.
And then you realized as you passed by the reservoir that you were not going to your home. Is that fair to say?
You were headed in the direction of the reservoir, and I guess before you pass it, you have an option to turn left into Isinglass.
That's what you were expecting, is that you were going to turn there and that would keep you going in the direction towards your home?
Sorry, driving by the reservoir would have taken me more towards my home. So when we turned, I realized we were not going back to my house.
Because to that point, there had been no discussion of going anywhere else. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then you changed routes and you said that the vibe in the car had changed. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you said it seemed like the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Did you know at that point that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
They had made me aware, I guess. They had stated that they were headed over there.
They knew that that was Tyler Rich's house?
They must have known.
They said, we're going to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Valley know Tyler Rich?
To my,
To her knowledge, I'll allow it.
to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Valley did not go to Shelton schools and grow up with these same kids that you've described?
No.
But you yourself said you'd grown up with Tyler Rich and you'd been to his house a ton of times, right?
Yes.
Did you start to recognize that you were on your way to Tyler Rich's house while the ride was occurring?
I'm not great with back roads, but I believe we were headed in the direction of that area in town.
And you said the two boys in the front made it known that we were going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
That was Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yes.
You were still sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
Yes, and I had then after moved to the back.
But at this point, while you're going there, you're still sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
Yes.
And he didn't make it known to you that you were going to Tyler Rich's house, did he?
No.
And you said you objected multiple times that you didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Because you knew all these kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd grown up with these kids, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to have a confrontation with these kids.
Yes.
And you were upset that Mr. Valley didn't object or stand up for you, right?
Yes.
And you said Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva in the front were pushing for it and that Jack Snyder was adamant about going, right?
Just both of them, not one over the other, but yeah, they were adamant about going.
Both Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva.
Yes.
And so you contacted your sister, Madison, right?
Yes.
And you started to make plans. Hey, can you come pick me up? I don't want to be here.
Yes.
Did she acknowledge that and say, okay, I'll be right there?
She acknowledged it, yes.
And shortly thereafter, you arrived at what you recognized at that point as being Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Because you'd been there a number of times before.
Yep.
And when you got there, was there anyone in the front yard?
I think I probably saw briefly a group forming in the front yard until I ducked down in the back.
Okay. And you said you had to climb over the back seat to get into the trunk area.
Yes.
Did Demetrius make room for you back there?
Yes.
He was still back there?
If it was Demetrius who was back there, then yes. The one person who was also in the back made room for me.
Okay, so at this point, there's two of you in the back trunk area.
Now there is, yes.
And you climbed back there because you were scared of what was about to happen. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because people started to pour out of the house, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just that you were embarrassed, like, oh man, I don't want these people to see me here. They know me. It wasn't that, right?
I was embarrassed. I did not want to be seen.
But it wasn't just that you were embarrassed. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
You
Yes.
started to fear what might occur. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because these people were pouring out of the house and there were more and more of them coming, right?
Didn't seem like there was like more and more coming. It seemed like people were kind of outside already.
Okay. How many people did it seem like were there?
25 kids, maybe?
Okay. But they weren't 25 kids when you pulled up, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't have a good view from my back seat, so.
Okay. And these 25 kids, they didn't just stay in the driveway, did they?
They were crowding around the car.
They surrounded the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Started pounding on the vehicle.
There were noises. I don't know if it was pounding, if people were throwing things at the vehicle, but
You couldn't see what was happening because you were ducked down in the back?
yes.
Ducked down with your head tucked so that you weren't looking at anything out the windows?
I was in a position where if I wanted to, I could probably pop up. That's when I saw Faison and said hi to him.
And when you said hi to him, did you think, okay, everything's going to be okay now?
It seemed like a friendly encounter between the two of us.
Did it stay a friendly encounter between the vehicle and the people outside it?
I really noticed that near the front of the vehicle, there was some confrontation going on between whoever was on the outside of the window and Jack Snyder.
So it didn't remain a peaceful encounter between the people inside the vehicle and the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And could you, when you would pop your head up, could you see people surrounding the car?
Yes.
Was Mr. Valley still seated in front of you now in the rear seat where he had been, where you'd previously been in his lap?
I believe so.
And was his window down?
Yes.
Was he screaming things out that window?
I don't remember.
Was Tyler De Silva screaming things in the front?
I think there was noise coming from some of the boys in the car who were in the first row and the second row. It was kind of combined noise from all of them.
When people surrounded the vehicle, did you become more scared?
Yes.
Why?
Because I couldn't see very well, but as the only girl in this entire environment, this is not a place that I wanted to be, surrounded by a bunch of football boys who are big and scary.
And could you see their faces?
No.
Did you feel the car rocking or shaking?
At one point, I just maybe, whether it was rocking or things being thrown at the car, I definitely felt it felt chaotic.
Did you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you want to get out of the car right there where it was?
I was planning on getting out of the car as soon as we drove away.
You were planning on getting out of the car as soon as it was safe. Is that fair?
Yes.
Didn't seem safe to you to get out of the car right there where it was. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said somebody approached Jack Snyder's window and there was some kind of a confrontation, right?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter at any point?
I heard a lot of commotion. I couldn't identify exactly what the commotion was coming from.
But you do remember banging on the car, right?
Yes.
And now you're laying down in the trunk, you told us, right?
I was crouched down. I might have been on sitting crouched. I'm not exactly sure which way I was crouched, but I definitely was crouched.
Because at this point, you're terrified about what's happening, right?
I was scared, yes.
Were you worried that someone was going to break a window out?
I was worried if we hadn't gotten out of there soon enough, it was going to escalate, and I didn't want to be in the car when that happened.
That it was going to escalate, and what would happen?
Boys would start fighting in front of me.
Were you worried you might be dragged out of the car?
No.
And you said this lasted a couple of minutes at the most?
Yes.
And you said there was a little chaos going on, right?
Yes.
It was more than a little chaos, wasn't it?
It was loud. There was a lot of people, a lot of boys. It was definitely scary.
You said these were all big football guys, right?
Yes.
And it was a little scary?
I was scared at the moment, but I also didn't think that I was going to get hurt. I didn't think anyone was going to hurt me.
Had you ever been as scared as that in your life?
No. Sorry, I take that back. I wasn't like super scared just because I felt like I was safe in the backseat.
You felt safe in the back seat?
Yeah, for the time being, I wasn't interacting with anyone outside.
And then at some point, the car drives off, gets out of this being surrounded situation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you feel relief?
Yes.
Great relief?
Yes.
Had you ever felt relief like that in your life?
I'm not sure.
And you don't remember the car driving up and down, back and forth on Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No, I just remember immediately getting out and walking to the end of the road.
And you don't remember people in the vehicle throwing things out the window, is that fair?
Yes.
and the car stops, and we saw that on Exhibit 44, right?
Yes.
And we saw you get out and walk down to the end of the street and sit on the curb.
Mhm.
And then you identified you identified Tyler and De Silva, that is, and Mr. Valley as also being out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember that a group of the Shelton High kids came down the street?
I didn't remember anyone specifically. I didn't remember seeing anyone's faces.
After you watched Exhibit 44, did that refresh your recollection of what occurred that night?
I remember maybe commotion around me. I was sitting on the curb on the phone, and I wasn't involved in the commotion, so I didn't see anyone specifically coming up to us. No.
Fair to say your attention was hyper-focused on trying to get your sister there as quickly as possible?
Yes.
Main thing on your mind was you wanted to get out of there as badly as possible?
Yes.
Because you were scared of being there any longer, right?
Yep.
And you said you were very upset and angry, right?
Yeah.
And you told the state's attorney you don't recall crying?
I don't remember for sure, but I cry a lot, so I mean, it could have happened.
And again, you were angry in part because you felt like Raul hadn't stood up for you when you had objected to coming here in the first place, right?
It wasn't just about him. I was just angry at everyone in the car who decided to go there.
Okay, but your anger, you told us before, as far as it was directed at Raul, was because he hadn't stood up for you when you'd objected and said, I don't want to go here. Do you
That
recall
was one of the reasons I was angry, yes.
You were also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva for having driven you over there, right?
Yes.
When you were in that car and it was surrounded by all those folks, was there any way for you to make that car go anywhere?
No.
Did it seem safe for you to stay there where that car was?
No.
Did the folks on the outside of that car, did you feel like it was going to stop them, just the vehicle itself?
Say that again?
Sure. As they're attacking the car, did you think, we're safe, we're fine, these guys will stop?
No, I wanted to get out of there.
Did you see Tyler Rich at any point when the car was surrounded?
I think I might have seen his face. If I saw a couple faces, it would probably be him and Faison.
Did you have any interactions with Tyler Rich?
No.
And once that car stopped, you said you crawled over the seat, right? To get out of the trunk area, right? I'm sorry, you have to say yes.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's when we saw you walking down the street.
Yes.
Sat on the curb, called your sister Madison to make sure she was on her way.
Yes.
And then, again, you said you were slumped over in a little bubble, just texting your sister, right?
Yes.
Trying as much as possible to keep things together for yourself?
What do you mean keep things together?
To keep from panicking?
I was trying to get out there as soon as possible.
Okay, was some panic starting to set in? Did you feel panicked?
Yes.
Did you feel some anxiety?
I was mainly just angry.
Mainly just angry. You said you don't remember any talk about a knife when you were in the car, right?
No.
You didn't see a knife when you were in the car.
No.
You said you weren't sure who, but you think you heard some talk about a knife.
I don't know if it was coming out of the car or when everybody had crowded around the curb. I remember hearing something about a knife.
Was it Jack Snyder's voice?
I don't recall if it was him.
You don't recall if it was Raul's voice?
No.
You don't recall if it was Tyler De Silva's voice?
No. It was kind of a conversation that I was overhearing from. I wasn't directly like in that conversation.
When you recall this conversation happening, how far away do you think you were from where it was occurring?
Probably a couple feet. I was sitting on my own on the curb, but it could have been a couple feet away.
Do you recall seeing any of the boys from your group around the car, inspecting the car for damage?
No.
And you said when you think you heard this talk about the knife, you overlooked it and didn't think anything of it?
Yes.
You didn't hear anybody from your group making any threats about going back to the party to kill somebody?
No.
You didn't hear your party, anybody from your group making any threats at all?
No.
And you offered all of these boys a ride home?
Yes.
Except for Jack Snyder, right?
Yes.
Because Jack Snyder was the one driving the car, right?
Hmm.
And at some point, did you see Jack Snyder drive the vehicle off and it left your field of vision?
I just from the video that I was shown, I saw that his car was driving maybe. I don't remember his car driving off.
So was there a time when you were on the curb with the other people that had gotten out of the car and Jack Snyder wasn't there because he had driven off?
I wasn't sure about his whereabouts.
And you offered them a ride home with your sister?
Yes.
She wasn't there at that point, right?
No.
You couldn't see her anywhere?
No.
And you said that things were getting hyped up a little bit at that point.
Not so the kids that agreed to get into the car and I would give them a ride home, they were just sitting on the curb with me. I would say only Tyler and Lito seemed like they were getting hyped up.
When you say getting hyped up a little bit, what were they doing?
They were just loud. I asked them multiple times, "Hey, let me give you guys a ride home. Let's go home." And they were refusing multiple times. They just seemed adrenaline.
Okay. And where was Jack Snyder in the car at that point?
I'm not sure. Maybe behind us. I'm not sure where he was.
Could you see it anywhere?
No.
At some point, you became aware that the car had come back from wherever it had gone, that you didn't see it, right?
I honestly wasn't paying attention to his car. I don't know where his car was at that moment.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva get back into Jack Snyder's vehicle?
I don't remember. I didn't know if they were on foot or if they had driven the car back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see them get back into the vehicle?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing them.
And you're still sitting on the curb at that point?
Yes.
And you said you could tell there were 50 guys and it was scary and nothing good was going to happen.
Yes.
And those 50 guys, as you've described them, that would be the Shelton kids, right?
Yes.
Because there were only 7 of you in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then as you're down there on the curb with Keenan Frasick, Dimitri Arofanis, and Will Sinjwald, you told us you heard noise from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
But you couldn't see anything, right?
No.
Because you were that far away?
Yes.
So you never saw a large crowd of people fighting in the yard of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
But while that's going on and you can't see anything but you can hear it, you're still on the curb waiting for your sister to come.
Yes, at the other end of the street.
Are you getting panicked at that point about when is she coming? Is she coming?
No, I think I had her location, and I thought she was like a minute away, 2 minutes away.
Oh, okay. You could see on your phone where her location was.
Yeah, if I didn't have her location at that point, I had just asked her, texted her where she was.
And she was also familiar with this area from the same way that you were because families had grown up and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And when she pulled up, you still could not see Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, or Mr. Valley, right?
I didn't see them like face to face, no.
And you got into the car in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
Your sister drives or at that time drove a Volkswagen?
Yes.
And Mr. Frasick, Mr. Arfanis, they get into the back seat, right?
Yes.
You said Mr. Sinjwald, he was waiting to see if his girlfriend was going to come pick him up.
Yep.
So you guys are kind of sitting there waiting for that to resolve itself as far as Mr. Sinjwald's ride.
Yes.
When you see the pilot pull back up, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Valley got out and you said he came up to your window?
I didn't, by the way, see the pilot drive up.
Okay.
I saw Lido somehow appear next to the driver's side passenger side window.
Okay, so you didn't see the pilot, you just saw Mr. Valley appear there to the side.
The pilot was in front of me. I didn't see it like come back towards me or anything like that.
Okay. And he asked, Maddie, can I get a ride home?
Yes.
And then you said he got into the back seat, right?
Yes.
How quick was that interaction?
Literally just, hey, can I have a ride home? And he got right back in the back seat.
And then he was sitting in the back seat behind you.
Yes.
You were pissed off at him.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
Had you ever been that angry in your life?
I was pretty angry. I've been angry before.
Okay, fair enough. You were at least so angry that you didn't want to talk to Mr. Valley. Is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't want to look at Mr. Valley. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you didn't look at Mr. Valley.
Correct.
So you didn't have anything more than this quick interaction with him at the window in order to observe him at all. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you couldn't see whether or not he was injured.
Correct.
And on the ride, you said the music was up, playing loudly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, to be young. And you're driving, music playing loudly, and there's no talking going on in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not talking to Maddie at all in the front?
No.
But you don't hear anything that's being discussed in the seat behind you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Maddie takes and drops off Keenan and Demetrius together in Trumbull.
Yes.
How long did that take to get there?
5 minutes.
That was close.
Yes.
And then you went to take Mr. Valley home, right?
Yes.
15 minutes max to get from Trumbull to Milford.
Mhm.
No talking.
No.
You're still angry.
Yes.
You got there, dropped him off. You still didn't want to talk to him.
Yes.
You say he asked you to step out. You just ignored that and left, right?
Correct.
And then you said texts start up, rumors are going around, talk of a stabbing in a group FaceTime call, right?
Correct.
A lot of confusion.
Yes.
And then now as you're riding home to your house from Mr. Valley's, you started to text with Mr. Valley.
Yes.
And we saw those texts in exhibits 97 through 101, right?
Yeah.
And those are coming pretty fast and furious, right?
Yes.
You're texting one after another. He starts responding back, right?
Yes.
You were scared.
Yes.
You said something about if my parents find out. You were panicking at that point, right?
Yes.
And did it seem to you from the demeanor of those texts with Mr. Valley that he was panicking as well?
Objection, Your Honor. How would you know? It's asking about how it appeared. Did it seem? I'll allow it. Overruled. You can answer.
He was answering very weirdly. I didn't know what he was saying.
It was not the way you normally talked with him, was it?
No.
And the answers didn't make any sense to you, did they?
No.
You'd been there with him, right?
Yes.
And we talked before about whether or not you have a nickname. Do people sometimes call you Kins or Kinsey?
Yes.
And we see that in some of these, right? He's saying, please, Kins, right?
Yes.
And you're pleading with him to tell you what's going on, right?
Yes.
And this is all just on the ride back from dropping him off to your house, right?
Yes.
And that takes 15 minutes
Yeah.
at the most?
Probably when I make a trip to Milford, I would say like 18 minutes.
Um, and so, but this didn't start immediately once you got into the car. You didn't start immediately texting with him, right?
No, I had that group FaceTime call. I had received texts, and then that's when I had initiated the texting.
So how long do you think it took for all of those texts to go back and forth?
10 minutes, maybe, max.
Max, right?
Mhm.
Because these are going back and forth, back and forth. You're peppering him with questions. He's giving you responses that don't make any sense to you.
Yes.
And that's not the way Mr. Valley normally would text with you, was it?
No.
And you said, so scared, what's going on? I won't tell anyone, I swear, right?
Yes.
And you said that when you'd been together earlier in the day, he hadn't mentioned anything about going to Florida.
No.
Were you aware that there was a plan for the family to go to Florida?
No.
And you called him, you said, and he answered and talked to you for 2 minutes?
Yes.
And his demeanor when you were talking to him, did he seem panicked?
He kept saying, nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Stop panicking, nothing's happening.
Did that seem scared to you?
That was very weird. I didn't know what was going on.
Didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No, it didn't.
He was telling you, I wasn't there, right?
Yes.
That didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No.
You kept telling him that he was, right?
Yes.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valley?
Yeah, that's the last time we saw each other.
And you told us that was the worst night of your life, right?
Yes.
Officers came to talk to you that early that same, or like early the next morning,
Yes.
before the sun was up.
Yep.
And you told them everything that you knew about it, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Can we sidebar for a moment, please? Thank you. Minute afternoon recess. We'll be back in 15. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
All rise, court to recess. Gather your belongings, exit the courtroom. Short double.
instruction. Combs says, Agnifilo says, we'd like it Monday. Judge says, I'll do it when the jury comes back in 5 minutes. Wow. That's not great, Nima.
It's not great because you're not supposed to comment on the prosecutor's motivations and you're not supposed to comment on uncharged conduct. Let's talk about it. The guns, they're in another venue. There's no venue to prosecute the guns in SDNY. Agnifilo knows that. You can't make that argument. It's wholly improper. I'm surprised the government wasn't jumping up and down in the middle of Agnifilo's closing argument there.
Yeah, that's obviously they took issue with it, but it's kind of hard to unring the bell once you hear it. Okay, Afi, got a question for you. This is from Douglas Madray, JRRN 5328. I have a question. After this trial, isn't it true that Diddy and his family are still facing other lawsuits?
They are facing a ton of civil lawsuits. And I think, as we know, either yesterday or this morning, there was a new lawsuit that was filed against Diddy and his son. I think it was, I don't want to say the name, but one of his sons. So he will have to face those lawsuits, and I expect more to come. And if I can say something else, I think that Mark the Shark was already admonished, and there was a curative instruction after the break, because I think he mentioned something about charges, that the fact that the government wasn't going after certain charges. So I think this must be his second time getting admonished, and the judge having to speak on it.
Yeah, you're right. So Sean Combs' son, Justin Combs, has been accused of facilitating a woman's alleged gang rape. That came out yesterday. Okay. Follow-up question to you, Nima. This is from Emily Atlier. Could you explain more why the prosecution and judge finds the defense's closing improper? Would love more information. Love the show. Thank you so much. So just a little bit more clarity on that, why it's so bad to do that.
Yeah, the case is about the facts and the law and the defendant and the victims. You're not supposed to talk about the prosecutors, the defense lawyers themselves, their motivations. There are many reasons why prosecutors choose to charge certain crimes and not others. So, for instance, right, they could have charged drugs, right? Maybe they thought that would distract from the case. He was found with drugs when he was arrested at his hotel room in New York. He could have been charged in other venues with the firearms, with the obliterated serial numbers. That's a pretty serious offense. Obviously, there were a lot of drugs seized from his Los Angeles and Miami homes, but those aren't New York cases. And look, you can't charge everyone and everything. You charge as a prosecutor what you think are the most serious, readily provable charges. That's what the Department of Justice manual teaches you. That's what you learn in law school. So you can't get into the motivations. Look, these political prosecution arguments, they come up a lot. Donald Trump raised it. Hunter Biden raised it. Diddy raised it. He said this is all racial. It's all politically motivated. Unless it's for a constitutionally prohibited reason, those arguments are not appropriate. So Afi was right. This was a part of a motion in limine before trial. The AUSA wanted to keep all this out. And of course, the defense, good, sometimes sneaky defense lawyers do. They try to backdoor these into their closing arguments.
Yeah.
It's like you said, can't unring the bell or put the toothpaste back in the tube or whatever analogy you want to use, but it's wholly improper. So you got to stop it if you're the prosecution.
And it's hard to know what the jury might be making of all this. I mean, here's a good question that we just got in from Denise Rose 7335. This is for you, Afi. Hi, Jesse. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. My question is if it's a hung jury, what happens from here? Does Diddy walk free, or does he stay in prison until they decide if they're going to retry him?
He'll stay in prison, but I definitely think that he'll have another application to get out. And I think this time, just kind of like when Nima mentioned, you do a pre-sentencing report. You also the judge will receive a report from for probation. Excuse me, not probation, but it's similar to a pre-sentencing report. The name is escaping me. I'm having a brain fart right now, but they will tell you whether or not he is going to be a good candidate to be out while on bond. And we had that early on in this situation, and the report was, it went awry. It didn't look good for him.
Well, here, let me follow that up with you, Afi.
Yeah.
If he's acquitted of racketeering, and he's acquitted of sex trafficking. Let me phrase this. Yeah, let's say he's acquitted of racketeering, okay? And they're hung on sex trafficking, and I'm doing hypotheticals. if he's acquitted of the top charge, or he's acquitted of some of the top charges, and they're hung on the rest, that could be a change in circumstances regarding bond, I feel. But if they're hung as to everything, I still think he wouldn't get a successful bond argument, because I don't think
Well,
the
I think
circumstances would have changed.
the biggest issue was housing. Where was he going to live? And housing and protection, because one of the biggest issues was, I think, witness tampering. And I think one of the larger issues that was brought forth was the fact that he'll call somebody, 50 times a day or 100 times a day until he got through to them. It's some sort of harassment, or he could easily send someone to contact you. So, those were the issues. But where was he going to be? Because he was going to have to stay in New York. I think that's what I was gathering from the hearing. He couldn't go back to Florida. He had to stay in New York, and where would he be? Who was going to guard him? It had to be some type of independent third party company that would guard him. And those are the major issues. And I think that they can offer something now, because I think they only had like 48 hours to come up with something. They can offer something now. They've had months.
By the way, the jury is officially back. The judge has provided that curative instruction, as we were talking about. Judge just said to the jury, excuse me, you heard that Mr. Combs was the target. This is not to be considered. That is not your concern. Ms. Comey. So now Maureen Comey, prosecutor, delivering the rebuttal. The defendant did not take no for an answer, certainly not from his girlfriends. He beat them. So we'll see where this rebuttal ultimately goes. I got to say, we got a great question that came in, okay? And I'm going to throw it to you, Nima, and I'm very curious your thoughts on this, because we have all great questions, but this one really makes you think. This is from Hanready Owen 8216. What are the odds if Diddy just settled in 2023? Meaning, I guess the question is, if he settled before Cassie Ventura had filed her lawsuit, not settled after she filed it, would he even be on trial right now? What a question.
That is a great question. I answered it yesterday, and I'm going to answer it again today. First, I want to say, with respect to the last, it's pretrial services, which is similar to probation, that handles the bail. And I think if Diddy is convicted of just prostitution, he's getting time served. He's getting a walk. Now, this is a great question. If Diddy wasn't so cheap and he paid Cassie Ventura the $20 or $30 million that she wanted in November 2023, we would not be having this conversation today. Let's not forget, New York State opened up the civil statute of limitations. There was a window for her to file her lawsuit. If she didn't file within that window, she would lose her claim. She's negotiating with Diddy's lawyers. He reportedly only wants to pay her $10 million. That's 1% of his reported $1 billion net worth. Okay? Had he just got his checkbook out, not been so cheap, paid his girlfriend of more than a decade, who he admittedly beat, the money that she wanted, he would not be here today. So this just goes to show that Diddy is a narcissist and he's cheap. And if he just took care of business, he wouldn't be in this situation.
Just to be clear, you're saying the only way the prosecutors knew about the Cassie allegations was because of the lawsuit, right? It's not like they were independently investigating it.
Absolutely. The lawsuit is filed. It's public. We're all reporting about it. I'm on Law and Crime with you, Jesse. That same day, he settles it the next day, but it's too late. It's a Me Too type situation. And everyone comes forward and says, you know what?
I agree.
I felt, I too was abused by Diddy.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, super chat question. Let me just throw this back to you, Nima. It's part of the conversation we were just having. I Am Butterfly 74 says, if a hung jury, does he still have the right to a speedy trial, or will the prosecution get a longer time this time to prepare for a new trial?
So the Speedy Trial Act still applies, but it's a mistrial. So all that time is excluded. Normally you have about 70 days from indictment. Now, obviously, the defense routinely waives their right to a speedy trial. They may not do so in this case. They really sort of put their foot down, in large part because Diddy was in custody. I think if he was out, they would be taking their sweet time. But I would expect us to get a trial pretty soon. And really, when it comes to a hung, it depends on what it is, what counts. If it's 10 to 11-1, in favor of the prosecution, you better believe they're going forward if there's just one or two holdouts. But if it's the other way, they're going to really rethink, this case, because again, the federal government doesn't have unlimited resources. You can't spend months and millions of dollars trying a case like this.
Afi, I'm going to go to you with this. This is from at LLM Files. If the jury convicted on the Mann Act charge or charges, so we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution, aren't they halfway to RICO because it's one of two predicate crimes? I think they're right, because if you look at one of the underlying predicate crimes that the prosecution is trying to prove for racketeering, it's relate multiple acts indictable under Title 18 of the U.S. Code relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, right? I think they're right.
I think they're absolutely spot on. And I think, yesterday, the prosecution just said, you just need one act. You just need one act. You just need one act. So I think that may be something that they were signaling. We just need one instance here. Find one instance here. Find one instance there. Get us those two predicates and you're good. So I think that's what, they were signaling. That's definitely what they're hoping for. So very good observation, spot on.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to get to more of your questions, give you a court update though. Prosecutor Comey says they suggest he didn't pay for sex, that there was no enterprise, that the witnesses lied. But he flew a sex worker across the country to have sex with Cassie and Jane while he pleasured himself. It was not for their conversation. It was for sex. Remember Daniel Phillip? He said he got paid for sex. When he had performance issues, he stopped getting paid. This is again, just trying to tighten up the transportation to engage in prostitution charge. The Punisher, $500 when no sex, thousands when sex. I suspect you'll hear that uncalled witnesses were equally available to both sides. Maybe some of these men would have worked for free, having sex in front of the masturbating celebrity, but they got paid. The defendant is guilty of counts 3 and 5. That's a strong argument if you ask me, but we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're getting Sierra Gillespie back on here, want her take. If you have any questions for Sierra, jump them in, throw them in. We'll be right back right after this.
back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury. All right, I'll ask this.
Stipulates, Your Honor. They came in a different order than usual, threw me off.
All right. So at this point, I would ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Taylor Capella to stand, please.
Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box. Please remain standing. I'll call slowly put you on jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
All right, you can move this. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Taylor. How you doing today?
How are you?
I'm good. I think as I explained before, when we met previously, that this courtroom was very, very difficult to hear. There's a lot of fans going on. Just keep your voice up as much as possible. And then also, if you can sit close to the microphone, that'd be great, okay? And if you need to take a break anytime, water, whatnot, just let us know. Now, Taylor, how are you feeling today?
Nervous,
Nervous? And why are you feeling nervous?
just because it's reliving the most chaotic, traumatic day.
Now, Taylor, how old are you?
19.
And previous to today, do you recall us meeting and speaking?
Yeah.
And why did we do that?
In this case,
Did we go over your testimony? And did I tell you to just tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Did I tell you what to say to you
No.
today? Are you prepared to testify today?
Yeah.
Do you go to school? And if so, where do you go?
I go to East Carolina University in North Carolina.
And other than in school, you live in Shelton, Connecticut? And who do you live there?
I live with my parents.
And what year are you in school?
I'm going into my junior year.
And what is your major?
I'm a criminal justice major.
What are you doing for the summertime? Are you out of school?
Yeah, just babysitting right now while I'm home.
And other than withdrawn, how long have you been living in Shelton for? Your whole life?
My whole life.
What high school did you attend?
Shelton High School,
And what year did you graduate Shelton High School?
2023.
Directing your attention to the year of 2022, were you a student at Shelton High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
So you were a rising senior?
Yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
I do. It was probably the worst day I've ever experienced. It was just a lot, and I lost a very close friend that day.
You can direct your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you need a moment?
Sorry.
It's okay. Just breathe. Take a sip of water if you need to. Directing your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you recall where you went that night?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And previous to going to Tyler Rich's house, what were you doing?
Just going in there to hang out.
Did you go anywhere before you went to Tyler Rich's house?
I was home and I was dropping my sister off somewhere, and then I went to Tyler Rich's.
And how did you know to go to Tyler Rich's house?
My boyfriend at the time called me, and I was told to go.
And who was your boyfriend at the time?
Matthew Lockovich.
Matthew Lockovich? And were you familiar with Tyler Rich's house? Had you been there previously? Yeah. About how many times previously had you been there?
Just like a handful of times, not too many.
Did you go to school with Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
Same grade?
He was a grade above me.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house that night?
I drove there.
And do you recall what car you drove?
It was a BMW.
And at what time did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
I'd say around 10-ish.
10 p.m.?
Yeah.
And do you recall the address that you drove to?
43 Laurel Glen.
In what town? Shelton?
Yes.
Sorry. And when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, where did you park?
On the side of the street. I think it was on the right side.
Okay, I'm going to be showing you an exhibit, and if this exhibit does not demonstrate where you park, just let me know, okay? So State's Exhibit 49. You can see it on your little screen up there. One moment. Do you recognize this area?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize States 49, the house on the left-hand side of the exhibit is being Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
When you pulled up to Tyler Rich's house that day, and this picture is an aerial view taken several years after the date of incident, but in this exhibit, can you indicate to members of the jury where you parked when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house?
I believe it was like right to the on the right side where these like green at the bottom where the green bushes are.
I'm going to use a pen indicating on States Exhibit 49. Let me just verify if that's what it says. Yep, 49. You said the right to the bushes. Did you indicate? Are you indicating these bushes right here to the bottom of the exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you park along the curb area of
Yes.
States 49 near the bushes, near the trees?
Mhm.
Okay. And when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you go into the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you can explain to members of the jury how you got into Tyler Rich's house.
If you go like past that in between the blue truck and the white truck, like there's and go all the way to the back, there were cellar doors right there.
Okay, so I'm going to show you States 9. Do you see the area? I can zoom in a little bit. Do you see the area where you went into how you accessed and got into Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yeah, it's like through this little opening right between that tree and the bush.
Okay, so I'm pointing to States 9. I'm directing my pen. Just tell me when to stop.
Right through there.
Okay, and through this area here on States 9, you're indicating there were cellar or Bilko doors there.
Yes.
And when you got into the withdrawn, when you got to the Bilko doors led into a basement area.
Yeah.
And when you got into the basement area of Tyler Rich's house, how many people did you see there?
20, 25, maybe.
And did you recognize everyone there?
Majority, some of them, yeah.
Most of them, if not all of them, attended what high school?
Shelton High School.
Was there anyone there who did not attend Shelton High School?
Not that I know of.
Can you give us some names of people that you recognized or that you saw there when you got there?
Matlock, Tyler Rich, Ricky, Fiola, Faison, Lily Lombardi, Izzy Silvis.
Did all of those individuals go to Shelton High School?
Yeah.
Did you see an individual by the name of James McGrath?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 57. Taylor, do you recognize who this is in States 57?
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
And so you refer to him as Jimmy?
Yeah.
Now, did Jimmy go to Shelton High School?
No, we went to Fairfield Prep.
How did you know Jimmy?
Our parents were friends when we were younger. I knew him, and I was friends with Rosie as well.
And Rosie's his sister?
Yeah.
Did you hang out with Jimmy? Did you see him at other parties, even though he didn't go to Shelton High School? Did you see him quite often?
Yeah.
And were there times that you would go over to the McGrath household to see Rosie or anyone else, and would you see Jimmy there?
When I was younger, I would go over there. Yeah.
Now, when you got down withdrawn, in looking at States 57, in looking at what Jimmy is wearing in this photograph, do you recognize this is the outfit that he was wearing the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
Do you know where this photograph was taken?
Yeah.
Where was this photograph taken?
Nikki DeJesus' house.
Okay, and you're familiar with Nikki DeJesus?
Yeah.
How do you know Nikki DeJesus?
I used to work for Nikki's dad, and we're family friends.
Had you had occasion to go to Nikki DeJesus' house?
Yeah.
And is that the basement of his house in that photograph depicted in 57?
Yeah.
Now, when you got down, when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house, did you observe any drinking going on?
Yeah, some people were drinking.
Some people were drinking?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what they were drinking?
I would say it was just like beer or seltzers, not anything like crazy.
Were there any kegs there?
Not that I know of.
Did you drink at all when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house?
At the time I drove there, so I don't believe I did. It's possible I could have had one, but it would not have been any more than that.
Now, other than drinking and withdrawn, other than drinking, was anyone doing anything else? Was there talking? Was there music being played? Were there drinking games going on?
Yeah, there was music being played. Everyone was just talking, hanging out. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary that we don't usually do.
Was there a larger crowd than normal on that night, or would you say that was pretty average?
I'd say it's average. I mean, there might have been a couple more people than usual, but not by much.
When you say a couple more people, did you recognize people that were in different grades than when you were in?
Yeah.
Anyone in the grade above you or anyone in the grade below you?
It was majority the grade above me, and a couple people maybe the year below me, but.
And you had said that Tyler Rich was the grade above you,
Yeah.
so more of his friends
Right.
than
Yeah.
people you associated
Yeah.
with. Now, amongst the people that you saw there in the basement, did you happen to see individuals by the name of Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines?
A little later, yeah.
Okay, explain that.
I remember I was hanging out downstairs with my friend Lily and Matt. We were just talking, and then I remember they ended up coming to Tyler Rich's not too long after that. And I was told that there was a fight previously that they were involved in. That's why they were coming.
Okay, I'm going to take you a little bit back. How are you familiar with both Griffin and Ryan?
I went to high school with them. I would hang out with them on occasion.
Are they your year?
No, they're a year younger than I am.
And so you indicated just now that they arrived at the party a little bit later on. And you also indicated that you were made aware that they were in a fight.
Yep.
Without going into too much about what people said, how did you learn that they were involved in a fight?
I think people were just talking about it downstairs, and I had overheard a conversation that was going on.
To your knowledge, do you know how Ryan and Griffin arrived at Tyler Rich's house, how they got there?
I believe Charlie Connery picked him up.
Charlie Connery? So when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, was Charlie there?
I believe so, yeah.
So at some point, to your knowledge, did Charlie leave to go pick up those two boys?
Yeah.
Now, you had said that you had heard they were involved in a fight. At some point at the party, were you standing close enough to Ryan and Griffin to overhear, without going into what they said, but to overhear what they were talking about regarding this fight?
No.
To your knowledge, at that point, you may know now, but at that point, did you know where that fight had occurred previously?
No.
And to your knowledge, at that time, did you know who they were fighting with at the party previously?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know if the people they were fighting with were members of Shelton High School or a different school?
I knew it was at St. Joe's kids. I didn't know who exactly.
Okay, so you gained knowledge that the people that they were fighting, Griffin and Ryan Hines were fighting, were from St. Joe's. Do you know how many individuals they were fighting with?
Not at the time, I didn't know.
You learned that later? Now, at some point, did you learn what St. Joe's kids were involved in the fight?
Yeah.
And if you can name those individuals.
Tyler Da Silva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valley.
Now, are you familiar with Tyler Da Silva?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Tyler Da Silva?
I think we were at a party one time together.
And Jack Snyder, how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
I just know of him. I don't know too much about him.
And had you ever seen him at a previous party before?
Jack Snyder, no.
And Raul Valley, are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with him?
I think we were at a party one time together.
Did you ever have any previous conversation with Raul Valley? Do you happen to see, well, withdrawn. Does Raul Valley go by a different name that you know of? Excuse me?
Lido?
And were you introduced to him as Lido?
Yeah, that's how I knew of him, yeah.
On a previous occasion? Do you happen to see the individual here today in court?
Yeah.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Over there in a black suit.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, the witness, rather, is identifying the defendant in court.
Record can reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Taylor, at some point while you were inside the basement, did you hear something that prompted you to go outside?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you hear?
The first time?
Yes.
So I was outside the first time because it was hot in the basement. So I had went outside, and that's when the car drove by the first time.
Okay, so just so I can understand you, so you're indicating that at some point you left the basement area and went outside because it was hot?
Yeah.
While you were standing outside, were you withdrawn? Were you outside with anyone else when you went outside?
I think I was with Matt.
Matt Lockovich?
Yeah.
Were you the only two outside at that point?
I think there were other people outside towards the front. I was still by the cellar doors at the time.
And you just indicated that you heard or saw a car drive up or drive by. Explain that.
So at that time I had heard about the fight, and we were by the cellar doors, and people were talking towards the front, and Matt had walked over there. So I had followed him a little bit towards the front of the yard, and that's when the car drove by.
So I'm going to refer you to behind you. Actually, let me see. So behind you, state 52. I just my person with the Honor. Taylor, you can take the pointer that you have there next to you. You can just direct and point, show the members of the jury where you and Matt Lockovich were standing when you came outside observed the vehicle. It was a little cut off, but it was like right probably by the structure here. Okay. And when you say cut off, what do you mean by that?
Court, I'll take the information on the record. Thank you.
Now, Taylor, are you able to name the other individuals that you saw as you indicated on State 62, in the grassy area approaching the vehicle?
I think it was just Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich are the only really two I remember going up there.
And do you recall what type of vehicle pulled up?
Honda Pilot.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 30. Taylor, does States 30 resemble, or is that the vehicle that pulled up in front of Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yeah.
And explain what the lighting was during that time. Were you able to see clearly? Obviously, it was nighttime, but were there any lights that were illuminating the area?
It was dark outside, but it wasn't dark to the point where you couldn't see who was in front of you. There was lights in the driveway, flashlights.
And when you say flashlights, do you mean people had their phones?
Yeah,
used
like
the
from
lights
your
on their
phone. Yeah.
Now, how many individuals were withdrawn? At some point, when you saw this vehicle pull up, did you notice anyone else from inside the basement coming outside to approach the vehicle?
I think maybe a couple people might have come outside. I don't know exactly who.
From where you were standing, did you ever leave that area to get closer to the vehicle, or did you stay in that location?
I stayed out there for maybe a couple seconds and then went back inside after that.
So from your vantage point, were you able to see how many individuals approached the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to hear anything from what was being said from the people that were outside the vehicle or anyone from inside the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to see who was inside the vehicle at this point?
Not at that point.
Did you get a sense at all of what the vibe was or the atmosphere was when you witnessed the Shelton kids from the basement coming outside and approaching the car?
It didn't seem like they were like extremely mad or trying to cause a problem. It's not like they came sprinting outside and chasing after the car. They walked out of the basement casually and went up to the car, or went up to the front yard at least. Walking.
And you couldn't hear anything that was being said. And you said you stayed outside for a couple of seconds?
Yeah.
And then you went back into the basement? And why did you do that?
I didn't see a need to stay outside. Went back inside.
At some point, did you learn of who was in that Honda Pilot?
Yeah.
And from what you were made aware, who was in the Honda Pilot?
Tyler Da Silva, Jack Snyder, and Lito.
Anyone else that you know who was in that pilot?
Not that I know for sure.
And at some point, withdrawn. You said you had gone into the basement. Did you see the vehicle leave that area at any point before you went back into the basement?
No, I don't think I saw it leave. No.
And at any point in time, did you go back outside?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go back outside?
People started going outside. I am pretty sure that someone said something that like caused me to go outside. I can't recall exactly. And I went outside, and that was when people started walking up the street. And I started walking up there as well.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back a little bit. So you had said you went back outside. At any point in time, did you see the Honda Pilot driving up and down the street?
No.
Okay. When you went back outside after something prompted you to go out there, you indicated that you saw people walking down the street. What people walking down the street?
Like the Shelton, the kids that were at Tyler Rich's.
Can you recall who was walking down the street?
Tyler Rich, maybe Matt, Ricky, and those are the only ones I really know for sure.
And you then indicated you started walking down the street.
Yeah.
I'm going to be showing you, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? States 1. Have your pointer still there. If you can indicate to members of the jury, that stays seated here. So if the red dot here is Tyler Rich's house, walk out the driveway, how far down Laurel Glen Drive, withdrawn? Did the vehicle drive down Laurel Glen towards farmhouse? Yeah. How far down Laurel Glen did you go? I really got to the right. Okay. So
car parked somewhere over here. There's some people standing and sitting on the side of the road. Did you see any of the Shelton High School kids?
Anyone from the party running after the vehicle?
No.
Taylor, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 44. I'm going to ask you if you've seen this video before. Just play it in its entirety. Now, Taylor, have you seen this video that's depicted in States 44 previous to today?
Yeah.
Okay. And from your recollection of what you observed on that night, did you see any of that happening from your vantage point?
No, I think they might have already been up there when I started walking. I didn't see that.
So the kids that you saw running up after the vehicle, you don't personally remember seeing that?
No.
Okay. And did you hear in States 44 something being thrown at the vehicle?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing or hearing that? Previous to the car leaving Laurel Glen in front of Tyler Rich's house, do you recall any things being thrown at the vehicle or things being thrown out of the vehicle from where you were standing before you went back into the basement?
Yeah. I remember things were being thrown from the car at the car. It was just like a both way thing.
And is that before the car drove down Laurel Glen? Now, how long would you say you were in the area you depicted in States Lewis 52, where you indicated you walked up towards the vehicle? How long did you stay in that area for?
Like probably not even 3 seconds, and then I turned around and walked back.
Did you have any interaction with anyone other than maybe your boyfriend at the time?
No.
And when you came back with John, when you came back down towards Tyler Rich's house, who were you with at that point?
I went back inside, so I was with everyone who was in the basement.
Did you walk back alone, or did Matt?
I walked back with
Okay.
everyone.
And so, to your knowledge, did Matt Lockovich stay up there?
Yeah, because he wasn't in the basement when I was. But I wasn't even for sure that he was up there. I assumed he was up there because a bunch of Ricky and Tyler are his friends, so I assumed he was up there. So that's why I started walking up there. I didn't get that far, and then I turned around. He wasn't in the basement, so I was assuming that he was up there.
Why did you walk up there in the first place?
Because I thought he was up there.
You thought Matt was
Yeah,
up there?
I thought Matt was up there.
And were you concerned for him? Why were you going up there were you curious?
I was just curious, concerned why he was going up there, so I walked up there.
When you came back down to go back towards Tyler Rich's house, did you encounter anyone at that point before you got back into the basement?
Not that I remember, no.
When you approached the house, was there anyone standing on the front lawn at that point?
I think there were a couple people in the front yard. I couldn't tell you who. I don't remember.
At some point, you got back into the basement. When you got back into the basement, who did you recognize in the basement at this point?
Lily was there. My friend Izzy was down there. A couple other girls that I was talking to.
When you say Lily, Lily's last name?
Lombardi.
And Izzy?
Silvis.
Anyone else that you saw down there?
There were people older than me Michaela Holton was down there.
Do you recall if Jimmy was there?
Jimmy was down there, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did you have a conversation with Jimmy?
I did.
Okay. And tell me the gist of the conversation. Without telling us what he said, what did you tell him, if anything?
We were just talking at that point about his girlfriend and how happy he was with her. And he just was saying how he loves her and he's been so happy recently with her. That's really part of the conversation.
At some point after seeing what you saw when you first went out to see the car, as well as observing what you did when you went down Laurel Glen, did you think something bad was going to happen?
Yeah.
And what did you think was going to happen?
At this point, they've driven by multiple times and everyone was talking about it. So I figured that there was going to be an altercation maybe of some sort. I don't know, like not physically, but maybe verbally or something along the lines.
At some point, did Matt Lockovich come back into the basement area?
Yeah.
Did you at any point tell Matt Lockovich as well as Jimmy McGrath anything at that point?
Yeah, so then I started talking to both of them and I was telling them that if an altercation were to happen, to just stay out of it, you know, don't get involved. It's not your problem. And it's what Jimmy did. So
And why did you find the need to tell them that?
I just know it was mainly towards Matt. I know Jimmy wouldn't get involved. He wasn't that type of person. Matt just, I know if his friends were in an altercation, he wouldn't just stand there and let it happen.
Now, at some point, did you go back outside and see this Honda Pilot again?
Yeah.
And when and how did you come to see this Honda Pilot again?
So then everyone started going outside, and I went outside with them, and that's when I walked out and Lito and Tyler were on the yard fighting with everyone.
So I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as, well, explain to members of the jury, when you walk out, when you walk back out the Bilko doors?
Yeah.
When you walk back out the Bilko doors, what area of the yard did you go to? And it was,
The front yard.
okay. I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 3. Is this a good representation of where you were standing when you came back outside?
Yeah, actually, like basically where I was standing, yeah.
Okay. And if you can explain to members of the jury where in stage 3 you were standing, and I can use the pen again if you just want to direct me to where, because I know if you point on your screen, the jurors can't see it. If you see my pen,
Yeah.
you can direct me to go to the left or the right,
I go,
back.
yeah, back a little bit and like honestly right there.
Okay. So let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness identifying with the state's assistance that she was standing to the bottom, pretty much middle section of stage 3.
My record will reflect, thank you.
Now, Taylor, you said that when you came outside, you were standing in that area as indicated in stage 3. You indicated you saw the pilot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you see in conjunction with seeing the pilot?
It was just parked on the street, like near the mailbox a little bit. Kind of like the mailbox would be like where the car's in the center, if that makes sense. Like the mailbox would separate, half the car was in the front of it and half the car was back.
So showing you stage 5, I know this is a daytime picture, but can you indicate in stage 5 where you observed the Honda Pilot pull up?
It came from, it was like kind of, it would be more in front of this picture a little bit, like probably right by the basketball hoop.
Okay, so this area here?
Yeah.
No, you can't probably see. So, is that a little bit better?
Yeah, I would say like right there.
Okay, so Your Honor, let this record reflect that the witness identifying that the pilot pulled up to the left-hand bottom side of stage 5 towards the, a little bit off from the curve area of stage 5.
Noted. Thank you.
So Taylor, when you saw the pilot as indicated in stage 5 where it parked, what, if anything, did you see after it parked?
That's when Lito and Tyler DeSilva had gotten out of the car.
And where did you observe them going when they got out of the vehicle?
Onto the grass.
And at that point, did you have anything blocking your view? How was the lighting?
There was flashlights on. Again, the garage had the light on it. So I could see clearly. There wasn't a lot of people standing in front of me, so I did have a clear view, yes.
You had indicated you were familiar with both Tyler DeSilva and Lito, with the defendant. Do you recall what they were wearing that night?
They were both kind of wearing the same color. I'd say it was like a lighter blue, probably like the color of this, maybe a little lighter.
Were you able to clearly identify at that point with the lighting and where you were standing who was who?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you can, where was the defendant standing and where was Tyler DeSilva standing? And I don't know if states
3, if you'd rather me use stage 3, or if there's a different exhibit that you think would help you out here.
I would say Tyler De Silva was up closer to the, like on the grass near the bush. And Lido was behind him farther towards the road more.
Okay, so you're indicating here that, say that again, please?
That Tyler De Silva was up more, like towards the bush a little bit.
Okay.
On the grass, sorry. Maybe up a little more. Yeah, like right over there. And then Lido was behind him.
Behind him, so even further over here.
It's like a little dark. I can't really see if that's still.
Why don't you give her the exhibit and let her take a look at it over here? Perhaps she could point it out.
Would this exhibit help better, stage 5?
Yeah. So they ran up onto the grass, and then Tyler De Silva was closer to the red bush. Over there, like closer to that bush, and then Lido would be behind him, so closer to the road.
Okay, so more towards this area?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you came out and you observed Tyler De Silva and the defendant, what did you observe them doing?
When I came out to the point, they were fighting at that point. They were in the fight at that point.
When you say they, who's they?
Tyler De Silva and Lido were fighting the Shelton kids.
When you say the Shelton kids, can you recall from where you were standing, or were you able to observe from where you were standing, who from the Shelton kids, who from the house came out to fight?
A bunch of us were out there, kind of just standing there, like most of us were just watching. I believe Alex Bernstein was near Tyler De Silva, and I'm not sure who Lido was fighting with at that point.
Is it fair to say that when you came out, well, withdrawn, is it your testimony that when you came out, the fight was already in progress? Okay, so is it fair to say that you did not have any kind of firsthand knowledge about who threw the first punch or how the fight started? And explain as much as you can when the fight started, or when you came out and saw the fight, what was going on? What was the environment?
It was just chaotic and a lot going on at that point. People just standing there, some of them fighting. Everyone was kind of just everywhere at that point.
Were all the Shelton kids fighting, or were some observing?
No, a majority were watching. I think only a couple kids were fighting at that time.
And who were you standing around when this fight was occurring?
I was next to Michaela Holton.
Michaela Holton? And who's Michaela Holton to you?
She's one of my friends. She's friends with my sister. They cheered together.
Was she dating anyone who was involved in this fight, or who was there?
Yeah, Andrew.
Andrew.
I don't know how to say his last name. Starts with an M.
Was he Mr. Letus?
Yeah.
Was he present there as well? And do you recall seeing Tyler De Silva during this fight?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing the defendant during this fight?
Yeah.
And at any time during the fight, did you hear anything about a knife?
Yes.
And if you could please explain to the members of the jury what you heard at that point.
I heard Charlie Connery screaming, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And are you familiar with Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with his voice?
Yeah.
Were you able to tell it was him? And when you heard he has a knife, what was going through your head?
I was just like, oh my God, what's going on? Are you talking about he has a knife?
Did you know who he was referring to when you heard he has a knife?
Well, that's at the point where I saw, a couple seconds after that is when the defendant was near. Sorry.
It's okay. Take a second.
The defendant was near Jimmy, and he was lunging towards him. And I just saw him go up to Jimmy. And Jimmy stays there for like 2 seconds. And I looked over and saw Tommy with, there was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. And he had blood all over his leg. And I looked back at Jimmy, and at that point his shorts were just all bloody. And
I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, Taylor. I know this is really difficult. I'm going to have to take you through it a little bit just so you can give some more detail about what you saw, okay? So you indicated that you heard Charlie Connery indicate he's got a knife, he's got a knife.
Yeah.
And at some point you indicated you had realized that some of the Shelton kids had gotten stabbed. Is that
Yeah.
right? And who did you become aware that got stabbed?
At first, it was Tommy that I was aware of.
Okay. Who else did you become aware that got stabbed?
At that point, I didn't know anyone else. I didn't see anyone else.
At some point during the night, did you learn that other people had gotten stabbed?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery.
And did you personally see Tommy, Ryan, or Faison get stabbed?
No.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Taylor, who did you see first with injuries?
Tommy.
And then whose injuries did you see after that?
And I looked at Jimmy.
And you realized what happened to him? And then who did you see after that?
Then it was Faison.
And then at some point did you realize Ryan had been stabbed?
I don't think I saw Ryan at like the rest before that. I think I saw him once the ambulance got there, then I saw Ryan.
And do you recall observing who those individuals, other than Jimmy, were fighting with? Meaning who was Tommy fighting with? Who was Faison fighting with? Who was Ryan fighting with? Were they fighting with the defendant or were they fighting with Tyler DeSilva?
The defendant.
The defendant. And you personally observed that?
I just remember them being closer to the defendant.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with Tyler DeSilva at all?
Not at all.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with the defendant at any point?
Not at all.
Was Jimmy involved in the fight at all?
No.
What was he doing during the fight?
Standing there.
Standing there? Would you characterize as him just observing?
Yeah.
And at some point, did you see where the defendant went? So after you saw the fight break out, did you see the defendant go anywhere at that point?
So he went to the car. I remember him going to the car and coming back.
When you observed him going to the car, explain what you saw.
He got like shoved into the road and goes up to the Honda Pilot, comes back onto the grass, and that's...
I'm going to show you State 62. Does this look familiar to you? Is this what you recollect seeing the night that he went, that the defendant went back to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And how long would you say he was back in that vehicle for?
Not long. A couple seconds, maybe.
And after you saw the defendant at the vehicle, if you could explain what you saw him do next. And if you can take it as slow as possible and describe as much as you saw, it'd be very helpful.
So at that point is when he comes back onto the grass. And I don't know if he like slipped or turned. He spins to his, I want to say it was his left. And then he takes his arm and goes like up to Jimmy.
So Taylor, I'm going to have you stand up. Your Honor, if I just may have the witness demonstrate what she observed. Okay. So Taylor, if I'm Jimmy, okay, where were you in relation to where you saw Jimmy?
Probably a little farther back, but diagonal.
So if I move back a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. And so where was the defendant positioned to where you saw Jimmy? And if you can demonstrate, and Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her left-hand side towards members of the jury as to where the defendant was standing. She indicated that Jimmy McGrath was standing to the defendant's left-hand side and directly in front of her.
Record will reflect.
So if you can please just indicate, just show members of the jury what you observed the defendant do with his arms and the motion he used in doing what he did to James McGrath.
So, with his right arm, I remember he turns and just like kind of goes like upwards towards Jimmy.
The record reflector is turning using her right hand and making an upward motion, indicating that the defendant was making an upward motion into Jimmy McGrath.
We will note that on the record. Thank you.
So Taylor, when you saw the defendant come back from the vehicle and come back around, and as you said, turned around and made that motion up into Jimmy, did you see what he was holding in his hand?
I couldn't see exactly.
Can you describe or show us what he was doing with his hand? Was it open? Was it closed?
It was in a fist, and you could tell, obviously, that there was something in his hand.
And when he came back around to use whatever was in his fist to go into Jimmy, what was Jimmy doing at that point?
He kind of just like he was backing up, and like his hands kind of were up, and he just like is walking backwards a little bit. He takes like a step back.
When the defendant came back from the vehicle and came back around, did you observe him swinging the knife at random people, or did you observe him coming and making a beeline for Jimmy?
He came right for Jimmy.
Did he have purpose in going towards him?
It looked like it.
Did he say anything when he was lunging towards Jimmy?
Not that I remember.
And at that point, did you realize what he had just done? And if you can indicate to the members of the jury what you observed Jimmy do next after you saw the defendant stab him.
He kind of just stood there for a second, and just like falls down onto the ground. And you can see he had those white shorts on. You could just see them all covered in blood.
And after you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I didn't know what to do. I literally froze. And then everyone kind of was looking around, seeing that everyone was at this point that Faison had actually come up to me. And I saw his arm, and it was just like a chunk of Faison, like his like fat tissue was coming out of his arm. And he was like, can you tie this? And I'm not good with blood, so I was like, Faison, I'm so sorry. Like, I really can't help you. And someone else ended up helping him. And then that's when I ended up calling my mom. And then I called my dad, and he ended up coming.
At any point before you saw Jimmy get stabbed, or as you saw Jimmy get stabbed, did you hear him say anything?
No, not that I remember Jimmy saying anything.
And who were you with while withdrawn? Was anyone around you? Were you tending to anyone other than, like you indicated, Faison when this was happening?
No, just Faison.
Where was Michaela Holton at this point?
I think she walked backwards. At that point, I think I was standing by myself. I was so focused on what just happened, I really don't remember.
After you noticed what happened to Jimmy, after you saw Faison's injuries, when did you realize Tommy had also gotten stabbed?
There was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. So I guess it was, after that I saw Tommy, and everyone was kind of trying to tie like a tourniquet, I guess you could say, onto his leg with like shirts that the guys had on.
After Jimmy was stabbed, after all the boys were stabbed, did you see where the defendant and Tyler DeSilva went?
Back into the Honda Pilot.
You saw that with your own eyes?
I don't remember who exactly running back into the Honda Pilot though.
And what did you see the Honda Pilot do?
It drove down towards Adams Drive.
And at some point you indicated you had called your parents. Did at another point, at some point too, police arrive and EMS arrive?
Yeah.
Were you outside when this was happening?
Yeah.
And did your parents come to the scene as well?
My dad ended up coming with my sister.
And did you go home right away when your dad showed up?
I think we stood there for a good amount of time, and then I ended up going home.
Did you talk to the police that night?
No, I
At
didn't.
what point did you talk to the police, do you recall?
I want to believe it was that. I want to say the day, maybe not the day after, maybe that Monday. Yeah, maybe like 2 days after.
Was it once or more than once?
It was more than once.
And Taylor, at any time the night of May 14th of 2022, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with the defendant?
No.
At any time the night of that party, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with anyone?
No.
At any time that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a weapon?
No.
Did you see any of the Shelton kids with weapons?
No.
Taylor, you personally observed and witnessed a friend of yours get stabbed, fatally stabbed, and witnessed the stabbing of other friends of yours. How has this affected you mentally?
I've gone to therapy for it. Therapy nights, even at school, at college, that I would have like nightmares of this, and I'd call my mom, like hyperventilating, because it's just like and even after the event happened, it just replays in my head, and it's just hard to know that he wasn't even doing anything. And this happened. I've gotten really bad. I've always had anxiety, but I think it's increased definitely after this. I don't know, it's just a lot. And I've obviously, like I said, gone to therapy for it because I didn't know what else to do. It's traumatic.
In a moment, Your Honor. Can we have a sidebar? Further questions, Your Honor?
All right, so at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court is prepared to adjourn for the day. We'll finish cross-examination and the remainder of this witness's testimony on Monday, hopefully. So I just want to remind you of your obligation to abide by your rules of fair conduct. You're going home for a long weekend. There is a lot of media coverage. Please do your best to avoid that media coverage. People that you are going home to will also be curious to know more of what's going on, possibly talk to you. Please remember that you're not allowed to speak to anyone regarding it. Please greet each other. Have a nice weekend, and we'll see you back here on Monday to continue with the evidence. Thank you.
All right, so what's adjourned?
All right, family. So we have watched a little bit of the preppy trial. Seems like that is going to last us and will carry us into next week. Ronnie is actually, the jury reached a verdict. So hold on now. Wait a minute. Let me present. Hold on now. Wait a minute.
So I understand you all have reached a verdict. And if the foreperson could hand that to our bailiff. Publish the verdict for the jury.
State of Florida versus Ronnie Tremel Walker, case number 22CF009001. We, the jury, find as follows as to Ronnie Walker in this case. Aggravating factors as to count one. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established, beyond a reasonable doubt, the existence of the aggravating factor that Ronnie Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Sufficient of the aggravating
Why would you do that?
count one. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt.
Pee everywhere.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factor are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death.
Woo!
Mitigating circumstances. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty for count one. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, outweigh the mitigating circumstances established, Section C, above, as to count one. Yes. Jury verdict as to death penalty. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, Section B, and the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section D. We, the jury, unanimously find that Ronnie Walker should be sentenced to death. No. If your vote to impose death is less than unanimous, the trial court shall impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, dated this 27th day of June, 2025, in Hillsborough County, Florida.
You may be seated. Anything else? The attorneys could approach for a minute.
My bad, y'all. I'm gonna back it up because I could have sworn I heard her say, "I was yes to the death." Hold on. All right, son. Wait a minute.
Any candidate that's campaigning, I believe, you should vote for who you feel.
Let me make sure I'm muted.
Publish the verdict for the jury.
State of Florida versus Ronnie Tremel Walker, case number 22CF009001. We, the jury, find as follows as to Ronnie Walker in this case. Aggravating factors as to count one. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Ronnie Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Sufficiency of the aggravating factors as to count one. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factor are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. Mitigating circumstances. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty for count one. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, outweigh the mitigating circumstances established Section C above as to count one? Yes. Jury verdict as to death penalty. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, Section B, and the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section D. We, the jury, unanimously find that Ronnie Walker should be sentenced to death. No. If your vote to impose death is less than unanimous, the trial court shall impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, dated this 27th day of June, 2025, in Hillsborough County, Florida.
You may be seated. Anything else? The attorneys could approach for a minute. Relied upon juries for consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No All right, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of some very difficult cases, this being an example of one of the most difficult. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affairs so long as they shall wish it. Therefore, the law gives you the unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone if you wish. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether you wish to preserve your privacy as a juror. And again, on behalf of everyone here, we want to thank you for your service during this time. And I now discharge you from your service.
All rise. Don't forget all your personals.
One 1,087 days.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can find a date somewhere down the road just for disposition. 5 August. We'll do it. August 18th at 8:30.
I'm sorry.
August 18th at 8:30 for disposition. And if we don't resolve it, we'll set it for a trial date at that point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's that?
Can I start full days?
Yeah, y'all. So we get Ronnie get to live his little life out in prison. I'm sorry I misunderstood what was said, so I apologize for that. And I also apologize for y'all having to hear me fuss at my son for not using the toilet right. But we watched a little bit of everything today, y'all. We saw some of Ronnie, we saw a little bit of Diddy, and then we also got to see a bit of the preppy murder. So we'll pick back up with that on Monday. Tuesday we will have a late start. We got a checkup appointment for my son at surgery on Tuesday, so we'll have a late start. But I will see y'all. Hope you have a good weekend, and y'all stay safe, Taylor Gang.